come back and deliver a video explaining what the Boule is, and how they influence everyone in the black community, pretty much. Okay, this video is just gonna break down how they influence the entertainment industry. Well, they use puppets to influence, to pretty much push their agendas. Okay, they use puppets. They use all your favorite rappers, athletes, freaking entertainer, actors. All of them are in cahoots with the Boule, and all of them are in some secret society, okay? And they're doing the bidding of the Zionist or the Jesuit elites, okay? They all work for the people who sign their checks, okay? Everyone, like all these people are part of that pyramid, and they work for the people at the top, okay? These are like, I guess, middle bar people on the pyramid. The people at the top, you don't even see the people at the top, okay? We don't see the people at the top. Everyone we see on TV are just puppets. They're the middleman. They're the face. The people at the top, we never see. Okay? You rarely see them out in society, pretty much, if you're a worker. So, yeah. Here we go. This is a breakdown of the Black Boule. This is who we celebrate every February, okay? You don't really get ancient history of black people. You don't get any real history, okay? All this fabricated out of Africa primate evolution crap. You get that, okay? And you get your civil rights history. All that, scripted shit. You get all that, but you don't get anything real every February. Enjoy.
What's up, everybody? This is the Raw Truth coming at you with a brand new video, and this definitely is going to be a series because, like I've been promising, but I've been sidetracked doing a whole lot of other videos on different topics and stuff. And one thing that I promised was to do a topic on the Boule. And I'm doing this topic on the Boule because I remember I did a video on Bill Cosby. And why I don't feel sorry for Bill Cosby. And I made a statement that I'm going to do a topic on the Boule because you have to understand, we need to understand what our people who are in civil rights, leaders, our actors, TV pastors, and even some pastors that's not on TV, but they're part of this society. And you have to know that in order for you to get anywhere in America and do what these pastors are doing and do what Bill Cosby is doing, T.D. Jakes, Steve Harvey, you have to be part of an organization that's, and make yourself appear to be doing good, appear to be doing the right thing, but in secret, that's why it's called the Boule, the Black Secret Society, but in secret, you're so fucking wicked, it's unbelievable the shit you have to do. A lot of people tell me, or tell people like me, well, look at Oprah, or look at Cornel West, Look at Tavis Smiley. Look at Steve Harvey. Look at these people. They're doing it big. They're doing real good. Look at them. These are the people that we need to look up to. These are the people that we need to say, hey, they're doing it, and look, we can inspire to be just like them. Look, they're doing it. They're doing it in the white man society. Look at them. But if you understand the group that they belong to and understand the doctrine of what they do and what they believe in, the laws and charters of what they have to do, you will be turned off on these people. You know, the good Lord always said, you shall know them by their fruits. And knowing someone by their fruits is you got to know what they're into. So you have to know their doctrine. In order to know their doctrine, you have to study. And that's what I do. I study the things that they do. That's why I'm not a fan of none of the TV pastors. I'm not a fan of none of the gospel people, the gospel songs, who write gospel songs and stuff. I'm not a fan of them. I'm not a fan of the comedians. I'm not a fan of the civil rights leaders. I'm not a fan of Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson, Farrakhan. I'm not a fan of them. You know why? Because I know what they are into. So, like I said, this takes a lot of reading, and I had to read through a whole heck of a lot of this stuff just to give you a little gist of what the article was talking about. So we're going to hit the Boule, and hopefully this will expose some shit. And anybody living in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, well, got some news for you when it comes to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And it said the Boule Skull and Bone Society. And why do they call it? Because the Boule fashions itself after the Skull and Bone Society. And I know you black women are going to get mad, but the Skull and Bone Society is a group that was made up by just nothing but white people who were very, very highly satanic. Your George Bush, John Kerry, your top Democrats and the Republicans, they go there, and they are white people. You have to be a white man to enter there, and they're very, very highly wicked. And they pray to Satan, they do homosexual acts, and they murder kids, and they rob graves. They robbed the grave of Geronimo, took his bones and his skull, and made it a symbol for their skull and bones. They will go and rob different graves, pull the dead carcass out, go around naked with a sheet wrapped around them, stabbing the carcass and yelling, Jesus, die, Jesus, die, because they actually hate God. They hate Jesus. So let's get some reading going. It says in 1904, the first African-American Greek society, Greek secret society, was formed in Philadelphia. That's Philadelphia, Pennsylvania group, by Dr. Notice Henry Minton and 5 of his colleagues. So, very high prestigious black men got together and formed this. And when you look at a picture of Dr. Henry Minton, he could pass for white. Remember, during slavery, not everybody looked dark skinned or brown. There was some of our people who looked like they could pass for white. As a matter of fact, some of our people wrote down that they were white people, even though they were black people, because they could pass for white, so they can get benefits, so they didn't have to go through the struggle. Just want to put that on out there. And it says the Boule, an acronym for Sigma Pi Phi. Understand these fraternity schools and the sorority schools and these colleges, you know, these frat clubs and sorority clubs, they're controlled by Freemasons. The Freemasons, when you get a book called Morals and Dogma by Albert Pike, he said they practice the Luciferian doctrine, and
And people just will not believe it because the lower level ones, the simpletons, the ones that stay at below level 3, they don't go far within masonry to understand the backstory. They don't get too high up, so they don't know what the whole organization is about. They're just there for the brotherhood and just to be a part of something bigger than themselves. They don't have a real family. They needed a new family. That's why they joined these social clubs. That's the cover. But if you do extensive research about masonry, you'll discover it has a very Zionist, Jewish beginning, okay? And it's all centered around the God of the Bible and Moloch and, Lucifer and all that. Eventually, you'll get deep down into it. You'll realize the God that they worship is an androgynous being. It is intersex, hermaphrodite. This is why everybody we see in the entertainment industry is pretty much we see is hermaphrodite people all day, every day, because that is who our overlords prefer to see on their screen. Okay, you're not going to see a real woman on your TV screen or on social media that's viral. They're only going to put the fakes in the algorithm. The ones that go viral, that are just low brow, they just do that because they want to keep that illusion that anybody can go viral. So yes, they're going to sprinkle a lot of retards in the freaking algorithm and make them go viral, like Shamar and Tofia. I think I'm saying that one. So they'll put retards in the algorithm, make them go viral, but no truthers, no real truthers will go on the algorithm. They got nothing but their agents. Their agents are all laced within Twitter. They call themselves truthers. They call themselves red-pilled, but they're not truthers. They don't spread any truth whatsoever. It's nothing but misogynistic hate towards women at this point. It's not even funny anymore. They just spew nothing but hate towards actual real women, okay? Because real women, hello, we're not built like you men. And y'all even was saying these freaking conservative spaces that women are not smart. They're not as smart as men. So if we're not smart, then why there isn't any room for mistakes for women if we're just underdeveloped human beings and like a child and y'all said it's your place and then made this society set up to where, it's supposed to be the man's place to provide and protect. Okay, all right, provide for the woman. All right, but y'all are not even able to do that anymore, and that builds extra stress on the woman. We have to go work more. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to play this. I'll be right back.
And that Satan is the god of Freemason. So Satan set up these fraternity, these frat clubs and these sorority clubs. Satan set them up. Why? Because these are the proving grounds, like junior ROTC, you know what I'm saying? Or getting them ready to be what? In the military. So they have these frat clubs to get ready for them to be part of the Boule and part of the Masonic order. And it says, it pronounced Boule, B-O-O, then it has a dash, L-A-Y, Boule. And Boule itself is spelled B-O-U-L-E, Boule, that's how you pronounce it, was formed to bring together a select group of educated black men and women. Let's stop there. You have to understand, they not recruiting dumb motherfuckers. They not recruiting people who was dumb as shit, who was idiots, who's a fucking moron. They're going after people who are educated. And understand, the white man's skull and bones started in where? Yale. It started in Yale, our high prestige college, by Harrington Russell. And the Black Boule, it fashioned itself after the white man's skull and bones. and they themselves have frat clubs and stuff, and they're looking for educated people, men and women, black men and women. It says fashion, here it goes. After Yale, Skull, and Bones, that's the white man's, the Boule historically takes pride in having provided leadership and service to black Americans during the Great Depression, World War I and II, and the Civil Rights Movement. What could the Boule offer American blacks in the early 20th century? Joining that, see, and one of the things too you have to understand is it's going to get into it further, but you're like, well, ain't nothing bad about that. They have to appear, give you the appearance that they are all about their people, but in secretly they are against you. And it's going to go on and explain it. But I don't want people just to say, well, look, they said they're giving help and aid to black folks during the Great Depression. And the thing about it is, some of the guys in the Boule, in the Masonic Order, when Black Wall Street happened, a lot of them died and had their rings stolen from them and stuff. No, I just want to bring that to light too. It says, joining the exclusive secret society offered advancement and perks to select blacks in return for loyalty to its objectives. So they get perks. You got to understand, when people join the secret society or join the fraternity clubs, they get perks, which is why a lot of our black women who are very, very well educated are the biggest whores in college. Now we getting some answers. It's a ritual for them to be that way. And because these black men who are in these frat clubs, and a lot of athletes are in these frat clubs, they're running through women like crazy, and a lot of them practice homosexuals too. So they know that.
And I can see through all of them. The ones that be trying to fuck with me in my city, I can see through all of them. One tried to put a dark root on me. It just did not work. It's just not gonna work. But yeah. Because of the gang stalking harassment, I might be moving for a while. I don't know yet, because I'm honestly tired. Okay. One thing, I just don't interact with people whatsoever. But like I was trying to say before I had to go get my baby situated, was the fact that our society is not built around families anymore. Okay, it's impossible for a working class family to have one dominant parent at home just to raise the children. Okay, it's really impossible. It's really hard, especially if you have to work a full-time job. Both parents have to work full-time jobs, and it's a blue-collar job where you have to work 10, 12 hours a day. Nobody's able to be a parent. Everybody's a birthing person. That's why they were using that lingo in the Democratic Party. Nobody caught on, but I actually looked deep into that definition, and it actually do fit a lot of liberal black women. A lot of these black women who fell for the okie doke and are proud, happy, blue-collar debt slaves for the system. They fell for the okie doke to become these independent women and just threw away their responsibilities as being the dominant parent. The dominant parent right now is your children's teachers. They are like a third parent. Okay, actually the second parent to most black children who don't have fathers. So the teacher actually has as much as importance to the child. Those who, children over, I say about 8 years old, they care more about peer influence. So they are going to care more about what the other children are doing, what they say, and the teacher, if the parent is not involved in the child's life and just see them after work every day just for a few hours before they go to sleep. Yeah, the teacher and everybody outside will just be raising your child. That's literally the situation in the working class for most. Okay, that's most families. Okay, it's the single mother, and the teacher. Pretty much, they're the main parents. And if the single mother have a step dad there, okay, cool. That's just an extra person. They're not doing much raising. Nobody's raising these kids, and that's why they are the way they are right now. On top of the fact, they got all these boosters in them, making them literally retarded. All these injections in their bloodstream, in their all these heavy metals. It's literally making the black population retarded. And everybody knows that there's a shit ton of black people that have undiagnosed mental illness, and a lot of black people that got diagnosed mental illness. I know a lot that know they are pretty crazy. So, and like I said in the previous videos, because of the environment, our diet, and these pharmaceuticals. These pharmaceuticals are actually black magic. Okay, it's a part of their black magic. Y'all are actually taking a lot of dark, wicked potions that alter your mind. A lot of these potions do control your mind. Okay, that you get injected into your bloodstream. That it breaks the blood brain. Goes through that blood brain barrier. So these injections travel all throughout your body. Once it goes into your shoulder, the typical thing, with gravity, it pretty much will make the stuff travel up to your brain. That's that's what they really want, but it typically will travel all throughout your body, and till it reaches your liver. If your liver, I think your liver tries to clean out that within your blood. But all this stuff, yes, is being pumped through the heart and all your organs, just full of just toxic crap. Okay? Because y'all trust the science, and y'all are autopilot zombies out here, just rotting away. Your coochies stank, your pits constantly stank. You have to put on this aluminum crap under your arms to block out your pores, because you can't stand the smell of your BO because you're full of toxic waste and you smell like it. Yeah. Yeah, that's what's going on. And people just think it's normal to just be toxic and be sick all the time. And yeah. Oh, and if they run across me, just a rando on the internet, saying something they never heard before, I'm just a crazy person, because I don't have a doctor in front of my name. I'm not a PhD or something. But baby, just wait. Just give me 10 more years, babe. Just give me 10 more years. I'll get the little titles that y'all want me to have or need, so you can take me a little bit more seriously. But we're gonna have this backlog of me actually giving this information long before I got my certifications, which I've already been in. I've been to college. I've been to college for like 2-3 years. I just took a little break that took longer than necessary, and it messed me up. But what I was going to school for, it was just business and stuff like that. Before that, I was into medical. I was gonna be a RN nurse. That was my inspiration before I got into spirituality and actually found what I actually wanted to do with my life. But yeah, when I got into that, some kind of way, I slipped into holistic medicine, because I actually had to heal something within myself, because I was damaged by a lot of things. Like I said in the last video, I got the Gardasil vaccine, and that messed me up. When I was about 11 years old, that's when I got the Gardasil one less. I want to be one less with HPV. I got that shot, and that messed me up almost for life, I thought, until I came into this holistic medicine, or what they call it. It is homeopath. It's another word for it, but it's a combination of holistic medicine and other practices to get your body to kickstart, to correct itself, to get your body back on course correction, your immune system. While you're under these pharmaceuticals, your immune system is pretty much, it's being on a constant reset. Your immune system is constantly being delayed or reset to where it's just not functioning. Your body is just not able to heal itself because y'all choose to get your constant cycle of boosters. Okay? On top of that, you're constantly getting overprescribed antibiotics. Yes, antibiotics has their use, but our medical system have been overprescribing antibiotics and ignoring the candida overgrowth with it, which is yeast overgrowth in the body. A lot of women deal with the yeast overgrowth and the parasitic takeover overloads in your body. A lot of people are carrying probably hundreds of different types of parasites in their intestines alone. That's the norm for most Americans, okay? Just in their intestines alone. And don't get me started with blood parasites, because if you have cats and dogs, you might have flute worms in your bloodstream, because yes, if you pet your dog and they lick you, or your cat lick you, you're gonna get a little transfer of parasites. They can transfer about 4 different parasites to the human. So if you got a fur baby, you are the parasitic host for your fur baby. And that's why I don't have fur babies at all. That's one reason. Another reason is because I'm allergic, and I guess it wasn't meant for me to have that around me. So yeah, they're just dirty. Keep your house dirty. Your house is just gonna smell bad, and you just have fur everywhere. So yeah, that's why. Yeah, can't really mess with people who have too many animals in the home, unfortunately. So yeah, don't just take my word on anything. Do your research. Do the research. It's there. It's still there. Okay, the internet haven't been wiped completely of all the free information. You can still get it. Okay, you might even have to get a VPN on some of these browsers, but you can get this information. It's not that hard to find.
So in the women, they're lesbians and they're whores and fuck a lot of men. And also in the men, they're faggots and they also fuck a lot of women. So you gotta understand, bisexuals really what they are. And they get.
And why are black? See, black. I don't understand. It's very low IQ that bisexuality is just a. I don't know. It's just they act like bisexuality is just not a thing for men. But as soon as they find out a black man is on a sweet side, they just go straight to, oh, he's gay. But they forget. Oh, look, just with Young Thug, you can see that he's bisexual. But now that, it's just all this drama surrounding the fucking new wife or whatever, he's just a straight man again. Will Smith did a lot of bussified stuff, but people just sweep it under the rug because he's married to Jada, and Jada is just tripping out with that MK Ultra programming they got going on. They really fucked Jada's mind up because they tricked a lot of these people to go deep balls to the wall with this LSD. LSD is how they fry your brain. Don't ever take LSD. It's not a real psychedelic. It's nothing good. Nothing good will come from LSD. but a fried brain, and you'll just be stuck, just being quack. And that is what I pretty much discovered through my journey. Okay, that is not something that anybody should take. I don't care. Anything that is recommended by the government as something cool and psychedelic to make you tap into your creative. No, if you got creativity within you, it's just naturally, just something natural. It's a natural trait. There's no super drug that can make you a creative and help you make songs and be poetic, or just be a philosopher, or a great thinker. No drug can make you do that. You just gotta have that within you. If you don't have that, oh well, you're just a hybrid here to pump out for the system. I'm sorry, it's there. No, and if you don't have special abilities, then that's what it is. Hey, I'm sorry, but yeah. Even with speaking, public speaking, a lot of people gotta go to school for this, just to do this, and to actually learn how to do the video editing software and stuff like that. Like, some people, they just watch a few videos and it click. Okay, catch on easy. That's because they're intelligent. I really didn't have anybody that spoon fed me anything or forced me to learn. Like, even my first ex, who kind of was on some UFO crap, he didn't even put me on none of this holistic stuff. He's somewhere off on fucking heroin somewhere. On the streets freaking fucking trannies, because he didn't want to listen to me about how to fucking spot a fucking tranny. Now he's fucking trannies and probably is a tranny. I haven't seen him in like 8 years. The person, they think everybody think I got this my light from this crackhead named Rambo, but no. He is just a low IQ crackhead who still worships Jesus, who got his injections. He has nothing. See, a lot of people just can't believe there are some women out here that have divine light and a divine soul to be able to pick up on things, to be able to relay divine information like this, who's actually interested in this, who have their own personalities, okay? Because this is not my whole personality. I actually have dimensions to me, and that's why it's hard for people to understand me. I actually like to have fun outside of this. This is not my whole life. I don't have a conspiracy wall mapped up in my house. I don't live in my mom's basement. Oh, I still haven't experienced the homelessness. If people are still making up lies about me being homeless somewhere. Nope, haven't experienced that. Never got kicked out nowhere. My haters, I had haters out in Westlake, motherfuckers making up lies about me out there. Fuck all of you bitches, you stank ass monkey face bitches. Yeah, I had to fight a few hermaphrodites out there. Beautiful women are always constantly having to protect themselves from these hermaphrodites. You're always going to be constantly hated on just because you look better than them and you got better things going on in your life and you got a divine light. You're going to be hated on by these monkey bitches that don't have shit going on for them and look nasty, stank all the time. They just got these musty, big, overlarge mammary glands that just stank. They can't breastfeed their babies with the dead skin and the dead cells within their breast. They just have hanging mammary glands that sag. They're shaped up bad. They stank all the time. They stank up the place. Their breath stank. Their coochie stank. They just have a stank attitude. They just look horrible. And they always got a problem with the divine feminine. Whenever we step in the room, we don't do nothing. We stay out the way. We try to be a fly on the wall. We just try to be... These monkeys got to always have the center of the attention anyway. We give them the center. And they still have a problem. Because our divine light still attracts. We still attract, even if we're quiet. And that is the sad reality for us real feminine XX women. Okay? And we're always going to have to fight to defend ourselves against these monkey hermaphrodites that stink up the place, don't have functional coochies that close, so they can't keep a man satisfied. So yeah, these monkey hole nasty chicks, they have to group together to satisfy each other because no man wants to touch that nasty place down there. It just smells bad. Yeah. I feel bad for the men out here who have to deal with that because there's more hermaphrodites out here than real women. Okay? But some of these guys embrace the hermaphrodite because they worship Lucifer and the Luciferian thing. The hermaphrodite will pump out for this satanic system harder and stronger and better than any woman. Okay? Because they have the strength for it. They have the mind for it. They're built to phallus worship. Even though they can't please the phallus outside of giving up the booty hole and giving teethy head, they're not sucking. If their lower part can't suck, they can't suck up top either. So it's just, you're getting that. You're getting just that. But I guess the booty helps y'all because the coochie's not sucking and holding and pulling the way it's supposed to. Y'all, that's how the hermaphrodite can, I guess, help manage. But these guys still go out because they got all those parasites on their dick anyway from going to places they're not supposed to. The butthole have so many parasites, and you're getting it into your dick, having to go there because these women don't have, functional coochies that actually close on your thing and grip you. You're constantly plowing just silly putty that just farts after every. That's not how it's supposed to go. I'm sorry. Like, if your thing is not working as a mouth, then your thing's not working at all. That's all I can put it. Okay? And there's just a lot of hermaphrodites out here that just got that going on. And, I feel sorry for them, but hey. And then it just stank all the time. But, black men don't care. They're all on these pharmaceuticals. They're all drunk. They're all on cocaine. The cocaine helps you just not smell and taste. And y'all think y'all are getting seated all the time, but it's really the cocaine fent that got y'all like y'all are. Let's just keep it real. Black community is all on drugs. And the ones that listen to me that are on drugs, like, they think I'm crazy, but I'm not on the drugs like you. Y'all are on drugs. That's why you can't understand me. Maybe if you can detox, get all that shit out of you, and get those parasites out of you, maybe you can actually hear me. Because I'm just on a higher frequency than you. Y'all are down below me, beneath me, as little slave peasants. Y'all are down in your root chakra, just stuck there. You can't hear me because my frequency is all the way up here. All the way in the heavenly state. Once you get up to my level, you'll be able to understand me and hear me. But until then, I'll just keep these recordings up here until you can get on my level. The information's out there.
Perks for that. The more wicked you are, the more perks you get. Are we getting a better picture? And this is the Boule recruits top blacks in American society into its ranks. Today, 5,000 Archons, male Boule members, and their wives are Kausus with 112 chapters make up the wealthiest group of black men and women on the planet. Let me read that again. With 112 chapters make up the wealthiest group of black men and women on the planet. Now, you have to understand. See, black women, here's what you have to understand. If you're looking for a man who is top rate and top notch educated, chances are he's going to be in the in the frat club, and he also is going to be a sellout and being controlled. Now check this out. Archon, ARCHON, means demon, the kind that like to keep hidden. Demon. So when they enter the Boule, you have to understand they pick up what is called, or they call themselves demon. So both the black men and black women in the Boule are demons. So what are they teaching in these colleges and these frat clubs? They teaching the black men and black women how to be demons. Uh-oh. And this is it right here. It said the kind that like to keep hidden. Of course, they want to keep themselves hidden. So that's why they appear to be good for us. But in reality, them being hidden, they are working against us. It says, but to who does the Boule really serve? Who does the Boule really serve? The satanic, mostly white global elite, as long as the black members conforms to the rules. The riches will be in abundance. If not, down comes the hatchet. Blackmail is part of the deal. The Masonic secret society has a pyramid style like all the rest. The lower ranks are kept from knowing what the upper ranks are doing. The early 20th century was a period of reconstruction. It says a whole hell of a lot there. Now I'm going to reread it and I'm going to break it down. There's a lot of reading to do, but I'm not going to read through it all. I want you to read it, but I want to hit some points and hit some names and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? I want to hit some of this so you can understand why things is happening. I'm going to link Bill Cosby into this because his name is part of this Boule. You know, and I'm going to come back with part 2. You know what I'm saying? Because I gotta read that one more time for you so you can understand. So I'm the raw truth. I'll be back with part 2. I'll be back.
Watch how coconut oil affects belly fat.
Is coconut oil a superfood or un?
Okay, some of these videos will be coming from a so-called biblical perception because, or you know, it's going to come from that because a lot of people are still under their religious slave spell. It's really hard to get out of it, okay, when your whole reality is shaped from that foundation, okay, and your mind always go back into this trance of Middle Eastern, what would Jesus do type of mentality, which the Bible is supposed to put you in a trance. Okay, it's supposed to put you in like a more fanciful childlike state of mind. You will always be in a minority state as a religious person, pretty much. Same with Islam, okay? It's not just Christianity, it's Islam, and it's Judaism also. All of them are under the spotlight. All of them are pretty much under fire right now. They are all satanic, okay? They're all satanic. All these Abrahamic religions, okay? And that's the center. That is, you can't be a Freemason without joining as either a Christian, a Muslim, or a Jewish person, okay? You can't join as an atheist. You can't. You can join, then convert to atheism probably, but it might stunt your growth within the brotherhood because they want you to evolve into understanding that the God of this world is Lucifer, Satan, or this androgynous male hermaphrodite with breast. Okay? That's the top level. You got to understand that Satan is the God of this world. You are in Saturn's cube. If you don't come to that understanding, then you'll just always be a lower level peon in this reality. It's just an NPC. Okay? Yeah.
So let's move on and talk about something else. About Steve Harvey. And I'm going to get Mark, and then I'll get the others in. So, Mark, Steve Harvey went to Trump Tower and is taking a lot of backlash for meeting with the president-elect. What do you make of this controversy?
You know, I love Steve Harvey, and I have respect for Steve Harvey, and I think his intentions were accurate, or appropriate, rather. But my disagreement is the way in which he's being used by folk like Donald Trump. Again, his intention is just to have a seat at the table. But when you're at the table, you should have experts at the table. You should have people who can challenge the president at the table. I don't care if Steve's there, but if I'm Steve Harvey, I'm bringing Michelle Alexander. I'm bringing Cornel West. I'm bringing Amani Perry. I'm bringing Eddie Glaude. I'm bringing Michael Eric Dyson. I'm bringing some folk with me who can challenge the president and inform the conversation. Otherwise, you're just being
Bruce,
trumpeted
why
up
are
there.
you saying, oh, my God?
So you were at the meeting. You heard and saw everything.
I don't understand how anything I said would prompt that question.
Listen.
Unless Steve Harvey turned into a policy analyst in the behind-the-scenes meeting, then it doesn't matter what I was there. I'm saying my concern is the people he's trumpeting up and putting in front of the cameras.
Mark, you weren't even there. You don't even know what happened. Here's the deal. You don't know what happened. First of all, Pastor Darrell Scott, Michael Cohen, they are in a process of bringing all types of people from all over the country, from all different backgrounds, like we have, remember the Diversity Coalition, where we reach out to all different types of people?
It was a bunch of mediocre Negroes being dragged in front of TV as a photo op for Donald Trump's exploitative campaign against black people, and you are a prime example.
How are you going to, so now you want a name call, Mark?
Simone, you better jump in if you want to talk.
Now you want a name call.
Name calling?
Now you want a
I am DeMarco Morgan, a proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated.
My name is Chesley McNeil.
My name is Samuel Crenshaw.
The name of my fraternity is the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated.
And we do like this.
I do!
I'm Donna Lowry with Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
So we decided on that day that we would go no other way. We cracked Destination, a.k.a. Destination, a.k.a.
I am Blaine Alexander. I'm one of the reporters at 11 Alive, and I am also a dynamic diva, a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated.
I'm Karen Greer. We may belong to different houses, but we're all a part of the same trusted family. We may belong to different houses, but we're all a part of the same trusted family. $11 Alive.
proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated.
It was a bunch of mediocre Negroes being dragged in front of TV as a photo op for Donald Trump's exploitative campaign against black people, and you are a prime example of that, son.
I'm sorry, we Omegas. Yeah, I was trying not to do that on the Praise the Lord. I'm sorry, we Omegas. Yeah, I was trying not to do that on the Praise the Lord.
This is just terrible quality. Oh my goodness. I'm sorry. I'm just popping back in, y'all. It's 5 minutes into this. Okay, I had to go, my baby, get her situated. Alright, let me go back. Reading. Alright. In historically black colleges and universities, better known as HBCUs, throughout this country, the pledge of the Black Greek alphabet letter, black fraternities and sororities continue to indoctrinate more black youth every day to subvert white supremacist, Masonic, ideologies. Okay. Yeah. So that's pretty much what they do, okay? They are the foot soldiers, Freemasons, and these, Boule members. They are the foot soldiers for the Jesuit order, okay? And they do the bidding for the Zionists, okay? And they're pretty much their system, okay? So this is what it is. This is what it is out here. And yes, there's a lot of gatekeepers. I mean, we're talking in the millions here. It's no joke that the Boule is everywhere because they are. All right? Of course, my content is not going to go that far because it's not catering to these simple-minded parasites that love upholding the system, okay? My content is not for the simple who want to uphold the system. My content is for people who actually hate this system, but want to understand, I guess hate is a strong word. My stuff is for people who want to understand what's going on, okay? It's not much we can really do about this. Everybody's plugged into the board. It's all about understanding here, I don't like this system at large, but hey, gotta play the game, hey? I'm here. While I'm here, I guess play it.
This is a lifestyle, and the legacy continues. All we do is teach and discipline. That is all, and that is it. All we do is teach and discipline. That is all, and that is it. All we do is teach and discipline. That is all, and that is it. Damn. But we will pull a car. You wonder why that fine new pie, but they don't understand it's do or die. I wanna be a new gamma guy. Where's that SSU, that fine new pie?
Culture Bar. Pop a perky just to start up. Pop it. Pop 2 cups of purple just to warm up.
Like my teeth in front of my ass. My ass in front of my teeth. Let me see that train. It feels so good to me. I love my teeth. I like my teeth in front of my ass. My ass in front of my teeth. It feels so good to me. I love my teeth. I like my teeth. Yes, in front of my ass. My ass in front of my teeth. It feels so good to me. I love my teeth. Set it out. Come on, Lele. Come on, Leah. Let's go. That's my 23. My 23.
These are our bootlicking, buck broken, buck dancing archons, black archons, inverted as can be. You see this big old strong, big head, skull, wide shoulders, and you see this effeminate, bald-headed little faggot dude. They're finna give us a little performance. They're finna dance for us. They're finna buck dance for us. That's what they do on Twitter too. They do a lot of buck dancing. They do a lot of buck dancing for the white man. So these little conservatives here think Trump gonna give you some reparations outside of sending your black ass back to Africa. All right. And this goes for both sides. I always had heat for both sides. You can go and look at my backlog, look at my history. I don't support any side because they don't support the indigenous American. They ignore us. Okay. A lot of us are pretty much gone, wiped out. Our DNA is altered because of these injections now. So, yeah. You accepted the title African American in 1985. So, yeah, it is what it is now. It's we don't know who's who, what is what, because we allowed black foreigners to flood. And then allowed the black man to create his new tribe with white women. Come on. Obviously, their institutions is supposed to turn you into nothing more than a mental slave, a debt slave to their system. Typically, if you go through colleges without scholarships, without any real funding to pay for your tuition and all your books, you're gonna pull out some loans. There's gonna be some debt, unless you're like working like crazy through college, okay? And that can cause a lot of stress. Okay? But yes, people do it. It's better to do it without a child. So, yeah, there's that. So that's why I encourage women to wait to have children. Okay? And yes, look for the best partner. And it don't look like we have a lot of great options in the community, but yeah. I'm trying to show y'all what to steer clear from, and all these red-pilled guys, steer clear from them because they hate women to the core. They have some type of mommy issues. And then some of these spiritual dudes are some hobosexuals on the down low, too, and they use women. They use the spiritual guru-ness that they have to whip women under this trance or spell they have to, support them like they are the women in the relationship. It's like this parasitic thing that's going on right now. I see within the so-called conscious and spiritual community. So, there's that. Well, there's a lot of crazy stuff, okay? It's just not, the dating pool is just not good right now for anyone. But anyways, yeah, there's these demons out here, obviously, that we light workers got to steer clear from, because they're all for the system and all for themselves, okay? They're all for themselves. These spiritual dudes that are trying to push and promote polygamy and having open relationships, they're all for themselves. It's not about worshiping the divine feminine whatsoever. It's all for themselves. And yeah. So yeah, that's how the Boule is like really controlling a lot of things, even in the spiritual community, where at first people were waking up to the divine feminine aspect of spirituality and how there's deeper levels to this, and there's hidden information about where Christianity derived from, because it's deeper than the Rome. Rome had to take from the so-called Gnostic pagans, Gnostic pagans, to create Christianity. That's where it gets its righteous and divine moral aspect, is from the Gnostics, okay? And that is a deeper history, and it actually links towards Tartaria also, and I'll be trying to get people to get on that, but nobody wants to listen to little old me until I get some type of certification, so I'm working on it. But I'm not joining one of these things.
That is, fraternity guys? No. Yes. We don't have time for that. Yes. Ooh. Nobody else. Me. Oh, stop it. Excuse me? Yeah, you pledged. Did you pledge? You got smacked and had to walk around. No, he didn't. Yes. I guarantee you know. If he couldn't dunk it when he was 7'1", you think he pledged? In college at LSU. Stop it. Ask him about me. Yes.
Well, you used to hit that after dunks.
LSU.
At dunks. Which fraternity?
Omega. She's dog.
Is that what that was? Diesel after dunks, right? That happened in college, yes?
But Smitty no, and Kerr no, and me.
I guarantee you can do a step right now.
Yeah.
You remember that. Do a step.
Go.
Go.
Hiya! Ah! Get it! His knee hurt. His back.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe he did.
And yes, this is why the majority of the black community are celebrity worshipers, because they are all a part of these little sorority things or whatever. And they 100% back and support these celebrities that are a part of this or have donated large amounts of money to their HBCU or state university, whichever the case may be. This is why most college graduates are to the core of celebrity worshipers also. It's just part of that programming they have. A lot of these celebrities don't even go through college to get their degrees. They get honorary degrees. Some kind of way they're still able to pledge. Crazy, right? But yeah. They get by with honorary degrees. They just pay through that, and they don't even take the courses. They just pay like $200K, $300K, maybe a half a mil, and get an honorary degree.
Terrence J joins us here at Air Canada Center because he's going to be the host of the Dunk King. That looks outstanding, man. How was it?
Oh, man, the show was amazing. You know, we had guys from all over the world come to compete, and we found some of the best dunkers. We saw people jump over fire, saw people jump, over ladders. And Shaq actually owes me $5,000 right now for charity, and I just wanted to call you out on that.
For doing what?
What's your address?
I gave you have my address to send me the money.
No, I sent it. FedEx. The next day. You better check with FedEx. I sent that money.
I see the light.
Dang. Let me check and make sure I am streaming on BitChute for reals. Okay, hold on, y'all. Just give me one moment. Cause sometimes stuff be tripping. Hold on now. Okay, so yeah, everything looks like it's streaming correctly. I just don't know if it's streaming on Kick right. Like I did this like three times already, and like it just won't stream on Kick. Maybe I have to just do a solo stream once to get it just going right. I'm gonna just use the stream key and just see what happens with that. But let's get back on here. Let's learn about the feminine side to these, the Boule, these sororities. Let's learn about how they influenced the civil rights and got us where we are today. Okay, just these materialistic parasites that just pump out for the satanic system. Yes. Everybody live for the moment to become an archon, a full-fledged parasite demon. Yay.
In green.
Greetings, sorors and friends. On January 15, 1908, a group of young collegiate women gathered in Minor Hall on the campus of Howard University in Washington, D.C. to organize Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. These 16 women, just one generation out of slavery, envisioned the world where every man, woman, and child had equal access to health care, housing, proper nutrition, education, and civil rights. For more than a century, Alpha Kappa Alpha women have been at the forefront of every major social, civic, and humanitarian movement in this nation.
Many famous black women, including Maya Angelou, Gladys Knight, Rosa Parks, Kay's wife, and Coretta. Yay. Okay. They're part of Alpha, Kappa Alpha, or one of the other off sororities that, aren't as, poppin', that's not as poppin' as the AKAs. Okay, the AKAs are just, queen bee top, you know, they're like top of that pyramid of female sororities, okay? And then all the other ones are just the little bugs under, like, because it seemed like the ones that aren't AKAs, the Zeta Phi's, they're like flag team girls or band girls or whatever. They have that build. They're just the big girls. And, yeah. And then the AKA, they're like the more, you know, prissy, preppy. It's like, I guess they do take a femininity class or two. Maybe that is part of the the pledge. You gotta complete it with flying colors. And yeah, learn etiquette, all that. I think, yeah, that is actually part of that. Proper dining, and all that. How to sit at the table right and all that. My mom taught me all that. She's not even AKA in that, but you know, that's where these bots, that's where they go to learn how to be a woman. Sororities.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done.
Pain is temporary.
The purpose of these institutions is to wipe you of your individual mind and just put you into the hive mind. Like, that is what pretty much every black person is a part of the hive. And the women, they don't have real feminine energy. They carry like the fake like it's like the fake masculine interpretation of femininity is like loud, out there, just in your face, attention seeking. Just real women, you don't have to do that. Like, people will naturally gravitate to you and your energy. But hey, whatever. That's how it used to be. Now we got a lot of parasites like tweaking things to make people stars when they're not, okay? They literally just put dead, soulless carcasses up in front of us now in the entertainment industry that have no talent, no soul essence, no divinity and creativity whatsoever. It's just maybe like a small smidget amount. Like, I guess to be able to deliver these songs, okay, I guess y'all give them a pat on the back for that. Yeah, Drake, for instance, he don't write any of his music. He use level 10 auto-tune on his songs. He's like in between singing and rapping, but hey, everybody love him. And you know, I'm not a Kendrick fan. Don't put me in that box. He's just as industry as Drake. I don't trust any of these people in the industry. I'm not a celebrity worshiper. Rap was created to put talentless, soulless puppets in front of us that will deliver the agenda efficiently for the global elites, okay? These people are nothing to be worshipped, and they get no energy, no fanning from me. I know a lot of y'all build your whole lives around and personality around a lot of these celebrities, but I'm just letting you know right now, none of them are worth anything, worth worth a dime, worth a damn. They're just not shit. Okay, they're empty, soulless, hollow. You know, and you know the soulless, hollow ones. They can be used as portals. They can, you know, they can have some demonic entities seated inside of them to help with their creativity or so-called fake creativity, whatever, to help them with the I don't know, deliverance of these lower frequency messages. So yeah, that's that. But outside of that, they don't have a divine soul within them that's constantly keeping them going, pushing, and doing a divine purpose whatsoever. They're just puppets. Okay, they get paid to distract you, keep you asleep with their dark magic lullabies. Their what do they call those magic hymns? It's like songs they used to, like dark wizards used to make. It's the same thing now, okay? It's like they make spells. They create their spells, and it's like through the songs they put they entrance your mind through the songs. Like your mind is enchanted, and you put you in a trance. They enchant you, blah. Okay, that's the word. They enchant you with the freaking melody of the songs. Okay, it's all witchcraft at the end of the day. Okay, no matter what type of positive music I put out, it'll probably be too high vibrational for anybody to even want to listen to. I'll have to like be on dark wave, like do all the like sad stuff. I don't know, but yeah. Whenever I do put out music, I will put out my best. It's not gonna be no sloppy crap, because I don't want that to be everybody's first impression of me and my music, my creative, you know, I can't think of the words right now. I'm having the brain farts right now, but I don't want that to be my first impression. Like just putting out trash music. Which anybody can just do that. I could just sit for 3 days and put out some trash for you, but I prefer not to do that. And, you know, people are getting by with that. There's a lot of people that like trash. Trash is big right now. But I prefer not to be a trash artist. I want to actually use my gifts that the Creator gave me, which I do have a voice. It's just, you know, you got to put a lot of money into music if you want to produce something good. So, yes. Anyways, back on this. Yeah, all of these are hive-minded individuals. Yay, they just made it in. Ooh, yeah. Butt brothers. Sticking it in. Tight.
It may last for a minute, or an hour, or a day, or even a year. But eventually, it will subside, and something else will take its place.
7 young men founded a brotherhood committed to the cause of freedom. Today, over 125,000 members strong, the Brothers of Alpha Phi Alpha continue this fight. W.E.B. Du Bois, Jesse Owens, Duke Ellington, Edward Brooke, Thurgood Marshall, Andrew Young, and Martin Luther King Jr. are among the countless alpha men who have dedicated their lives to scholarship, manly deeds, and love for all mankind.
If you gotta go to school to be an alpha, you're not a real alpha. Okay? But yeah, I get it. It's their title. It's their title with being a fraternity brother, frat bro. You're an alpha. And same, like, it's crazy, yeah. Alpha, and then the betas below. The betas below. The betas, the peasants below the alpha. You have to obey the alpha, the top dogs. And a lot of these alphas, they're all up in this Twitter spaces being conservative. They're on both sides, okay? I get it. Like, these plebiscites, they play both sides. They have these liberal plebs, you know. They got the, what's his name? That big fat one. I forgot his name. Phil Scott. He's a Boule, but motherfucker. But I'm trying to think of the other one. He's pledged. He's really big. I forgot his name right now. But a lot of people watch him. He's more democratic. And then we have a lot of these in the Twitter spaces. Okay, right now, re-ups. I know he's a pledge. He said it a few times. He's full-blown fraternity. Yeah. So it's a lot, and Tariq shout them out. His cult is full of Boule motherfuckers who virtue signal and gatekeep. Okay. Virtue signal and gatekeep. That's all they do in the Twitter spaces. Virtue signal and gatekeep. Okay. There's no real progress going on. They're not really considered the so-called conscious community. They're just drones. They're freaking cult. They're drones in a freaking cult. That's all I see. They're in a Tariq Nasheed cult, and it's centered around just worshiping Tariq Nasheed and whatever he says. Now Tariq Nasheed is telling these people that they're indigenous when 9-10 months ago he was saying that they weren't indigenous. They were Africans. They were just the first Africans that landed here in America well before Europeans. Now he's on this we're indigenous, which I've been saying we're indigenous for over 10 years now. There's other influencers that have been saying it. And Dane Calloway, Tariq Nasheed tried to tarnish his name, which he got a lot of his Boule fuckers out here talking about Dane Calloway in so many bad ways. But Dane Calloway was the first one who brought this information to the table for everyone to be able to digest it. But people weren't ready for it until Tariq Nasheed came out this year and said, oh yeah, we're indigenous. It was the Mongoloids aren't, natives or indigenous. They're natives, but they're not indigenous, and natives is a different definition than indigenous, and he's putting that out there. So that's what he's on. That's what he's been on for the past 2 weeks. Tariq Nasheed, the agent Boule motherfucker that I exposed a few months ago. You can look on my YouTube channel. You can look on my BitChute channel. Okay? It's all there. Okay? He's been exposed. He's an actor. And, all these Boule motherfuckers, they just can't see through acts. They can't see, they can't decipher wordplay. They can't see when they're being lied to in their face. Like, they can't hear or lies going through people's teeth, like his teeth. Like, all he do is spew lies, okay? Just spew lies. And he grifts. He just grifts and goes with what's popular. Other influencers are making it clear that we're indigenous, so he has to just hop on that wave too to keep up. Okay? But his work shows that he's 100% Boule. His work shows that he's 100% Boule.
The history of these men is the history of America, and their place in the vanguard of African American progress is unparalleled. This is the story of Alpha Phi Alpha's century of leadership.
When most of us think of fraternities, these images come to mind. But there's much more. They develop leaders, promote brotherhood, academic excellence, and a call to service. This is true of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, and one man in particular, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
While we were in the process of organizing our pledge group, we were informed that there was going to be a theology major. So we were intimidated, felt we're not going to be able to have as much fun.
It was thanks to Alpha Phi Alpha that I met Martin Luther King.
I was General Secretary of Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity. One of our initiatives was the 50th anniversary of the birth of the fraternity. He wasn't very well known at that moment, but when he finished talking that Sunday afternoon to that packed audience, everybody knew who Dr. King was when we got through.
Hi, I'm Hill Harper, and it's been 60 years since global human rights icon Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. answered the call and became part of the pioneering brotherhood of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. After over a century of activism and leadership, the fraternity stands tall as our brother is forever immortalized with the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial. Tonight, in this BET News special, you will hear the untold story of Dr. King's life as an Alpha Phi Alpha brother and how our pioneering brotherhood helped him launch the first battles of the civil rights movement.
What's up, everyone? It's Lauren with the BobbyPin.com, and we're here with the one and only Mr. Roland Martin. How are you today?
I'm doing good.
Great. I see you're here at Howard, the Mecca, rocking your Alpha Phi Alpha
That's
apparel.
right. I'm here. The president invited me out, so I'm glad to hang out with him and see lots of friends out here, so having a good time.
Absolutely. I overheard you talking a little trash. What makes Alpha the #1 fraternity?
So yeah, this is the guy I was talking about. I couldn't think of his name, but yeah, that's the guy, Roland Martin or whatever. Yes. Okay. So yeah, that's the big Boule motherfucker who's like super liberal. But yeah, he just always come from a liberal perspective on his take on everything. And you know, I can't get down with 100% libs, and I can't get down with the extreme right. And they always confuse me for either or whenever I'm in their spaces. Okay? Whenever I'm in a conservative space and I come with my take on things, they accuse me of being liberal. Whenever I'm liberal and come on with my perspectives on things, they accuse me of being conservative or some ist. I'm racist. I'm sexist. Well, not sexist anymore because I defend actual real, women's rights, but it's not about women anymore. It's about protecting men because men are the weak race now. They're the weakest sex. So we got to protect men from ridicule and their feelings. We got to protect their feelings. We have to, we got to be sensitive with men. More sensitive than just being real, just feminine women. Like, okay, we gotta be extra. We gotta just tiptoe and actually just, they wanted to just be old-timey, just be quiet all the time types thing. Don't even come to them with anything. Don't come to them with your problems. They don't even care about that. Don't talk to them about anything. Okay. Yeah. They just want you to be quiet, make your sandwich, make their sandwiches, make their dinner, stay out the way, be their assistant, because, you know, your life is centered around their goal and their dreams. That's your purpose as their wife. As wife, you live for their dream. Okay, so, yeah. So with conservatives, they think I am super liberal. With the far left, I'm still too conservative for their liking. I'm not everything weird, retarded shit they got going on. I'm not in either or. I tell people I'm independent, they don't understand it. They think being super far right extremist is being independent. If the mainstream is behind your movement, then okay, guess what? The mainstream is behind who now? Who's Big Daddy? Who's Big Daddy right now? Can someone type in the chat who's Big Daddy? Who? And yeah, Fox and CNN. CNN be putting Trump on their news network now. It's not fake news anymore since they put Trump in a good light now, right? I don't know. But I don't really give a fuck. I know all presidents are puppets. It's been like that. Trump didn't change anything. He didn't fix the Republican Party. Y'all are just stupid as fuck. And he's in on the elite's agenda like everybody else, okay? He's married to inverts. He is an invert. Like, what do y'all not get about that? He got foreigners working for him, okay? Just because they're pale don't make it any better or any different, okay? And he is for, you know, the state of Israel. He's for the small hat agenda. So how can y'all say he's fighting the deep state when he is working for them? He's just very charismatic and he's a great actor. One of the best actors ever. He deserves all the Grammys. He should be the one, or, you know, sorry, what is it, Grammy or? Grammy is for music. Okay, I'm sorry. What's the one? Oscar. He deserves all the Oscars. He needs an Oscar every year, Trump. Every fucking year. He should have gotten so many awards for his work. I mean, his small appearances in movies and his show The Apprentice. I mean, he was a big name in Hollywood and in the entertainment industry. He had big connections. He still have big connections and big, strong friendships and relationships with people on both sides of the spectrum. In the you know, upper whatever, in the upper class. Okay, he do everything for them to make everything easier for them. He's gonna make things easy for him and his other elites. What do y'all expect? He's not someone who came from the bottom, the working class, and made his way up from working blue collar. Trump never worked blue collar in his life. And y'all think he has something in, just something to relate with you. You haven't worked in the real world. And no, I'm not against all millionaires. I fuck with millionaires who, you know, who get it out the mud, who actually work out here, you know, in the real world with real people, see real people every day, and, you know, who see both sides of the spectrum, okay? But there's some that don't see both sides of the spectrum, and some of y'all understand, okay? That just raised elites, upper class all their lives, never had to rub elbows with, you know, people at the bottom, the dirty ones. Ooh, yeah, so dirty and dumb peasants out here. Yeah, sorry. Let me play this.
Easy. We were the first, and we are the first black collegiate Greek letter organization. Everybody come after us, they're number of imitators. And so, as I tell them, Alpha's all y'all daddy.
I believe in forgiveness. I believe in trying to work with people. It's going to be hard. It's going to be very difficult. I don't see this president-elect as a legitimate president.
You do not consider him a legitimate president. Why is that?
I think the Russians participated in helping this man get elected, and they helped destroy the candidacy of Hillary Clinton.
Dead, soulless eyes, just blank, fluoridated stare, just blinking, just slowly, just, I don't even know if a lot of these people be human half the time. Look at their face. It looks like just a huge clay mask on their face. Like, who's behind the mask? Like, I don't even know if it's a real person we're looking at. But yeah, one of my Boule associates gave me their shirt, this person's shirt, like a printed shirt with their little slogan. Whatchamacallit? Is it Good Trouble? Is that this guy? Good Trouble? I don't know. Yeah, but yeah, I still got it. I did a little small research on this guy. Just another, just another civil rights actor. Test.
When I walked through that door, Dr. King said, "Are you the boy from Troy? Are you John Lewis?" And I said, "Dr. King, I am John Robert Lewis." So from that moment on, he started calling me the boy from Troy.
One of the most courageous persons of the civil rights movement, Congressman John Lewis has dedicated his life to protecting human rights, securing civil liberties, and building what he calls the beloved community in America.
We had to march. Selma was a place where people could not register to vote. People had stood in unmovable lines. There was a tremendous amount of fear.
When we got to the top of the bridge, the highest point on the bridge, down below we saw a sea of blue Alabama state troopers. And we continued to walk.
I had a concussion at the bridge. I thought I saw death. I thought I was going to die.
You look at the real giants in our fraternity. Modern days, you think of John Lewis, who almost gave his life on more than one occasion for civil rights.
This living legend never forgets his Sigma roots and returns at every opportunity to embrace the brotherhood at conventions and conferences.
That we made a commitment that we were going to do our part to bring down those signs that said white waiting, colored waiting, white men, colored men, white women. We were prepared to die for what we believed in.
Page 38 of the history book. In the building of the organizational plan. See, what was the niggas thinking about? That's what was the niggas thinking? Because you gonna sit up in 1904, just got your ass whipped in Reconstruction, just had Africa divided up before your very eyes.
Yeah, Steve Coakley, he's the #1 go-to source for Boule exposure, okay? This is the only... Because, you know, they really wipe off everybody else who break down the extensiveness of how the Boule has pretty much infiltrated and had their forms of influence over the black populace. Okay, it's not just education, it's religion, it's the you know, just social even mainstream entertainment. They pretty much control and cultivate and manipulate and all that. Like this, our whole culture, like, is built by them, okay? Structured by them, and it's controlled by them, okay? Most of these so-called females, their personalities is grafted by their favorite celebrity. Whoever their favorite celebrity is, to the core of them, they live vicariously through them, mimic them, and most of their little clever sayings or slogans come from their favorite celebrity. And then the ones that want to be comedians, they just mimic and copy. There's no creative. It's rare to find a real comedian that's coming up with their own jokes in their minds that's funny and just like that. But yeah, there's some out there, some jokesters and jesters out there, but you can't find anybody who's really creative. You can barely find people out there that really got their own personality. They're just watching TV for personality, watching reality TV, and
harassing and stalking their favorite celebrity, watching their lives, mimicking what they do, and social influencers, just following TikTok social influencers, mimicking retarded, I guess, movements and sayings that other low IQ individuals are doing on there. So that's how people and most low IQ individuals are just mimicking celebrities, so other celebrities, and just big celebrities. Okay, to the core of every black person is a celebrity that they worship, that they think is just different and not sold out. Everybody around in the South thought it was Boosie, and still think Boosie is real. God, they think the most scummiest people in the industry are just real and haven't sold out or sacrificed a few people or allowed sacrifices to happen in their presence. Like Boosie had like 5 people die at some of his actual birthday parties, the children's birthday party, his birthday party, some video shoots, probably more than 5. I'm just doing more than 5 if you actually mention his video shoots. So many people have died in the presence of Boosie, and y'all just don't believe he's sold out. All of them are sold out. All of them sacrifice, you peasant low IQ fucks that worship them. They don't give a fuck about you, okay? A lot of them know that some of y'all are not even real, okay? So, yeah. That's why they were so, they don't care. Like, a lot of them, next, whatever injection, they're going to promote that. Right now, they're promoting, what was it called? Ozempic? They're promoting Ozempic right now, okay? You got Ozempic, and these other fat fucks are using Sonobello to wipe to get the fat off the stomach, without going to the gym. Ozempic is really big right now, and that has the mRNA in it also. Everybody got that mRNA, and if you're screwing somebody who has that stuff in their bloodstream and all up in them, yes, you got that stuff in you. People assume that I'm pretty. Oh, I'm talking to everybody who says hi. No, I am not. I don't even talk to half of these people on that. Y'all assume so much, but I don't talk to anybody unless you got some money and you're really, on the same things that I'm on. You don't even have to be that deep into it. I don't even care. But you gotta have some real money to really fuck with me, and yeah, I really ain't got time. I don't want to mess with a nasty zombie who has 1,000 different chemicals in their body and think health, is in a pill or in a vial. Okay, I'm good on you. I don't want your nasty little. I don't want your nasty. Excretions, your nasty excretions from your orifices to get on my body, okay? I'm good. I don't need you lowering my pH, my perfect pH, okay? I keep everything balanced. You can stay in your zombie swamp, okay? I'm waiting on people to get on my level. If you want to get on my level to fuck with me, yeah, I'll wait on that. But none of these people in my area are on my level. They're all just broke scumbags that are on meth, okay? Broke scumbags that's on meth and fent and think they are better than me because they go collect their Jordans and designer clothes that they barely can afford and live off the government, on Section 8 and stuff. I've been paying real bills for years now. But people think they're better than you because they have like a setup situation where they don't have to pay any rent and can just buy designer clothes and go to the club, to the same rank-a-dank club every week. I don't want to see these stank motherfuckers. Okay, that's why you don't see me outside. You won't see me outside. I'm good on that. You feel me? Anyways, but I know you extroverted parasites gotta huddle every week. So, it is what it is. I don't have to do that to recharge. I don't feed off of you motherfuckers or anybody.
Colonialized up the butt just after the fake emancipation, Civil War, slavery, some still in slavery. You can't pee in a white toilet. You can't eat in a white restaurant. This is fucking 54 years before Rosa Parks. You understand what period we in? We talking about you got to lean way over to go Greek. That's right. There ain't even no radio or TV yet, so somebody had to tell you about them. You couldn't even read about them. You couldn't see nothing about them or hear nothing about them. There was no TV and no radio in 1904. So when you talking about you gonna set yourself up like tenants of Skull and Bones at Yale, you better believe somebody in around this Boule, and we checking on this history of Menton, may have been a Skull and Bones at Yale his damn self.
Right. Pass. Passing for what?
Passing for what?
And that's the thing. A lot of the mulattoes were able to get educated. And that's why I was telling you, the founders of these Boule societies were confused mulattoes who had just damaged DNA memory to where, you know, you could tell these fuckers anything, that they're just a wild primate ape that evolved. And that's what they believe. That's why they were humanizing hybrid test tube babies that were at the World's Fair, saying that these monkey people were real human. That's what the boys was doing, humanizing World's Fair monkey people and hybrid people. That's all I could see, okay? Because like I said, there were clones made of all humans back in the 1800s, that they hide this information. They used this excuse that the world needed these clones to help with the repopulation, okay? And we were advancing, and we're gonna go back into the old world and bring back all the great technologies of the old world. That's what the World's Fair was showcasing. The World Fairs of St. Louis and Chicago and New York and all of that showcased the old world technology that they were gonna bring back, they said, but that did not happen. Actually, after being educated by these Zionist fucks, they actually regressed us and made us devolve in so many ways. Okay, if you want to believe in evolution, you are very devolved. They pretty much retarded us and taught us our biology backwards, pretty much, and told us to destroy cells that actually are supposed to, that are key components to our immune system, our immune response. They like work in conjunction with our immune system. A lot of these pharmaceuticals are made to, I'm gonna let this play out. This is Steve Coakley again. Okay, he's like the main person that they showcase, but he was Boule himself. He was also influenced by the Boule. Nobody had any other choice but to really be influenced by Boule in the 90s. So even he was still somewhat influenced, because he didn't know the full extent of how they control the minds, even through these religions. Okay, they have pastors that work through them. Okay, so
In the building of the organization plan, reliance was placed upon Greek history and tradition. See, a nigga tell you. Say, ask them niggas in that. I say, now look, hey, in the fraternity and sorority thing, hey, y'all really Greek or y'all like African on the slide? They say, no, brother, it's really African. Organizational plan, reliance was placed on Greek history. So when you confront them, they gonna swear it ain't a Greek.
The fact that he's all Pan-African, that's another Boule thing too. It's like they work with a lot of reverse psychology. Like, he was on their agenda is to just destroy Africans, when it was just really the destruction of black indigenous Americans, pretty much.
Greek thing. And you're going to tell us, say, well, I seen your thing, and I know your thing is Greek from the jump. And no subordinate Boule, Archon, can ever deviate from the structure and the guidelines laid down by people in the organization higher than them. So when you're in a hierarchy, you are controlled from the top down. The bottom could be honest people, but they must do what the top tell them. That's the deal. Acquaintance with Western civilization. Although Greek culture had relations with the culture of the Orient, hold it now. Seemed like they skipped over somebody. Let me go back. You see, this might not just be an affirmation of Greek, but this is a denial of Africa. This is more than just, I'm for this. This is, I must not even recognize any other.
A member and a participating honorary member of this fraternity and what it stands for and the principles. I think that this is a very, very significant day in my life and development and growth. It's one thing when you serve alone, it's another when you serve as a part of a family and a movement. And I feel that I have submerged with a ocean rather than remain a single drop. And let us serve and flood together those forces that are negative and be a force for all that is good.
No justice, no justice, no peace. No justice, no peace.
As organizers of the 50th anniversary of the March on Washington, the National Action Network assembled more than 250,000 in Washington, D.C. to call on Congress to work towards the fulfillment of Dr. King's dream for jobs and justice.
Welcome one of our true heroes. A man who needs no introduction. A man who's going to fire us up. A man who is the president of the National Action Network, Reverend Al Sharpton.
Dr. King and those that fought with him, they fought and
Note it was some of these same Boule gutter Negroes who were actually behind the conspiracy of MLK's death, and then used their association with him to continue to use it as political leverage decades later. And I'm gonna play the breakdown that what's his name again? Industry Hoax have of MLK. I think it's still there. If not, I do have the I actually have the video myself on my Odyssey, so I have to just go to Odyssey and pull that up for everyone. But we're gonna do the breakdown behind the death of MLK, because there's so many conspiracies behind that in itself. But Industry Hoax actually do break down how MLK did work for the government. He had a scheme, okay? He had a scheme, and it was to get to that white coochie. Get to the white coochie. Get to the white coochie. Okay, sorry.
Brother Sharpton is humbled to be part of the 100-year-old fraternity.
I'm very honored and grateful to become a member and a participating honor a member of this fraternity and what it stands for and the principles. I think that this is a very, very significant day in my life.
His voice is heard around the world as he makes no apologies for the truth.
We've come too far to turn back now.
Defiant, uncompromising, compassionate. Phi Beta Sigma fraternity at its Centennial Gala celebration is proud to present Reverend Al Sharpton, the Founders Day Service Award.
All right, 49ers quarterback Colin Kaepernick is staying true to his word on the national anthem. Last night, he again refused to stand for the anthem before a preseason game in San Diego. This time, though, he was not alone. Carter Evans is at Qualcomm Stadium, where the game was played. Carter, good morning.
Good morning.
And that's crazy. They picked this guy for this whole political thing, and he wasn't even raised by black parents. He was raised by two very, very white suburban parents. Okay? Didn't know his black side. I guess discovered that. I don't know if he went to a HBCU or something, but some, like, you know, biracials or even, you know, adopted folks, they tend to gravitate towards, you know, HBCUs to learn black culture. So I don't know if that's his background or not, but yeah. Clearly he was paid or coached to do this for this political thing, political agenda that he was coerced into doing, promoting, you know, what I'm trying to say.
This time a fellow player also refused to stand. Now, this was a silent protest, but it was amplified here because San Diego is a big military town. Still, Kaepernick says he is not going to stand up and show pride for a country that he says oppresses people of color.
For the ramparts we'd watch.
While the national anthem played, Colin Kaepernick knelt on one knee, joined this time by safety Eric Reed.
We came up with taking a knee to try to show more respect to the men and women that fight for this country.
And as this video progressed, as predicted, okay, I guess that is his background. That's how he got some his flavor, was going to a HBCU and of course pledging fraternity. That's how a lot of these lost souls, you know, that's the only way they learn about their culture is through the HBCU, okay, so-called, okay. So yeah.
We don't buy no drinks at the bar. Pop champagne.
There go Kaepernick. Oh, I didn't know he was alpha. We got another alpha in the building. Oh yeah, didn't know it. Okay, there we go. And of course, I guess his what they call him, headmaster, the leader of the fraternity told him, coerced him into doing the knee. Okay, so in the anthem, he was coached to just go out there and do the knee. Okay, for the political movement of the time, which I guess was because of the you know, white on black stuff that the media was just constantly you know, broadcasting, you know, and, you know, the police so-called shootings that was going on between 2016 to 2020. So yeah, that was that era of that. And Of course, they love to choose these biracial ones to just put on the screen because it's just better. It's digestible for everyone. They're digestible for everyone. So they love to choose the biracial ones to, pull these little stunts.
What are you going to do against it? I think those are very valid points, and Kaepernick has to play extremely well in order for San Francisco to win.
He's played lousy.
It's been awful. Yeah. But he's a member of Kappa Alpha Psi.
Yeah.
Stand by. Right. I'm just saying.
You get the pass with you.
You will see that we have in fact cracked a riddle that has contained our people. Our people have been contained by an organized element of secret people who have used riddles, mysteries, and secret societies to jam us. And what we are doing is we are unlocking or decodifying the mystery, because once decodified and exposed, those who were secret in the light will not be as effective. Which must be our goal, since liberation is not theirs. You can't liberate as a Greek. You can't liberate in the name of Greece.
Worst breakfast for your waistline.
Oatmeal's healthy, right?
There's nothing good in oatmeal. Most oats cross-react with.
Good evening. Dr. Martin Luther King, the apostle of nonviolence in the civil rights movement, has been shot to death in Memphis, Tennessee. Dr. King was standing on the balcony of a second-floor hotel room tonight when, according to a companion, a shot was fired from across the street.
Oh, that's crazy. Nobody noticed that they were doing the 6 symbol, even pointing. Oh my gosh. They even point correctly. They have their fingers out like that, making the 6, pointing up to, the shooter, supposedly.
In the friend's words, the bullet exploded in his face.
There can be no justice without peace, and there can be no peace without justice. I believe absolutely that justice is indivisible, and injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. We must continue to stand up, and we must continue to follow the dictates of our conscience, even if that means breaking unjust laws. That non-cooperation with evil is as much a moral obligation as is cooperation with good. And I do not plan to cooperate with evil at any point. Ultimately, a genuine leader is not such a consensus, but he's a molder of consensus. And on some positions, Howard is asked, the question, is it safe? Expediency asks, the question, is it politic? Vanity asks, the question, is it popular? But conscience asks, the question, is it right? And there comes a time when one must take a position that is neither safe, nor politic, nor popular, but he must do it because conscience tells him it is right. And that is where I stand today, and that is where I hope you will continue to stand, so that we can speed up the day when justice will roll down like waters all over the world, and righteousness like a mighty stream. And we will speed up the day when men will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. And nations will not rise up against nations, neither will they study war anymore. And I close
by saying, as we sing it in the old Negro spirits of, I ain't gonna study war no more.
Of America is the right to protest far right. Well, I don't know what will happen now. We've got some difficult days ahead. But it really doesn't matter with me now, because I've been to the mountaintop. So I'm happy tonight. I'm not worried about anything. I'm not fearing any man. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
As it is written, there is none righteous, no, not one. There is none that understandeth, there is none that seeketh after God. They are all gone out of the way, they are together become unprofitable. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Their throat is an open sepulchre, with their tongues they have used deceit. The poison of asps is under their lips, whose mouth is full of cursing and bitterness. Their feet are swift to shed blood. Destruction and misery are in their ways, and the way of peace have they not known.
tell you something, children. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, yeah. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. I let it shine, let it shine.
Yeah, everything about these people are Luciferian to the core, including the men, a part of these fraternities, and, you know, they also are big promoters, or even probably also within these Freemason lodges also. Okay, they a lot of them be in both of these organizations at the same time. But I noticed, like, even within their choices of women, they tend to, you know, get with the hermaphrodites, okay? And it's just something, they're programmed to just look all over through the masculinity of these so-called women. And I guess, you know, they're built for it. A lot of them are just inverts to the core. Like I said, the creators of these you know, sororities and fraternities, they were mulattoes, okay? In that time, it was only the mulattoes that were allowed to be educated, the white passing ones. So, as you can see, a lot of these, the founders of each of these sororities and fraternities, they were high yellow because they were mulatto. Okay, they were the only ones that were allowed to be educated, to, you know, promote this, you know, system, their education. Okay, it's the only way to go. The only way you can be educated is through the enemy. Okay, the only way you can be intelligent is through the enemy. Okay, so it is what it is.
Shine to show my lover.
At least that's the belief system. That's the only way you can be intelligent.
I wanna tell you that everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. And everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine, yeah. Everywhere I go, I'm gonna let it shine. I let it shine, let it shine to show my lover. I got to tell you that even in my home, I'm gonna let it shine. And even in my home, I'm gonna let it shine, yeah. Even in my home, I'm gonna let it shine. I let it shine, I let it shine to show my lover. I got to tell you that when I see my neighbor coming, I'm gonna let it.
People are searching for the kind of love that we possess. Some go on searching their whole life through and never find the love I found in you. And when I speak of you, I see envy and
reporting for CBS News from New York. The Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. was shot to death by an assassin late today as he stood on a balcony in Memphis, Tennessee. Dr. King had planned to lead another civil rights march.
She's my grandma's age. You won't believe what she does.
I'm out here asking New Yorkers how they stay in shape. Mind if I ask how old you are?
I'm 64.
You're 64?
64.
You look amazing. So how often would you say?
This series is dedicated to Brother Steve Coakley.
Are underestimated, and they're not given the appropriate attention so that we can put the pressure on them. Why? I suspect that the richest, most powerful white people that we're after are the least protected. You see, they live in faraway places, on roads and highways, usually with no lights, in estates big and long with little security. In fact, on the day Mr. and Mrs. Daisy's driver don't show up, and the cook don't show up, and the lawn boy don't show up, and the phone answerer don't show up, and all of the rest of them, then that's the day we got them.
The early 20th century marked a transitional era for the previously bonded American captives, in every sense of the phrase. As the institution of shackles loosened, the institution of identity tightened. Many traditional Southerners found themselves making their way out of the Jim Crow South to the more urbanized and industrialized modern areas of northern and Midwest cities, which were seen as more racially progressive. As well, during the time, many of these people became estranged from the Southern religion of their parents' and grandparents' generations.
In the name of the Son, in the name of the Holy Ghost, in the name of the Father, in the Son,
Social disenfranchisement put these people in a unique position of seeking a new refuge in a new religion, whom they felt represented their best interests for social advancement. Enter movements like Garvey's United Negro Improvement Association, a demanding organization whose tenets were more centered around separation, segregation, and relocation than their more socially palatable rivals at the NAACP. In spite of the fact that he was ultimately unsuccessful in creating a sustainable organization, Marcus Garvey did provide a blueprint for others to emulate. But more importantly, he had accumulated a database of people looking for a rebound relationship after the collapse of the UNIA and his subsequent deportation. Garvey had galvanized a significant base of immigrants and indigenous Americans under his flagship cause. But with his absence, it was time for some opportunists to come siphon some steam from the SS Phyllis Wheatley. As the underlying theme within the Garvey movement, some opportunists sought to attach themselves to the supposed relationship Americans had with the continent of Africa. In Garvey's case, his utmost desire was to establish a kingdom in Africa and fill its borders with deported Americans.
See, his mind was full of a lot of fantasy, these grand kingdoms and actual stuff to trade. You know, outside of the North Africans, it was that, no, not in that time. That was not the setup. Unless he was trying to connect with the Americo-Liberians and just do trade with them. Outside of that, everything else wasn't even, all these settlements were in its beginning phases. Even Sierra Leone and, the other little West African settlements, okay, Ghana and all that, okay. And in that time, it wasn't even... They wasn't even organized for even that little bit. So he was just under this illusion fantasy, and probably would, if he had a lot of people under his belt, he would have just got away with a major scam, because he would have found out that no, these people are not even, they're not even, their mind and what they're. They don't even have a system structure to do trade. They are not creating anything over there. Over there, they're actually, the natives were all trying to destroy Liberia, all the little settlements that the Americans that chose to go there. All the settlements were pretty much they had a struggle even setting up Liberia, okay? And there were like 3 civil wars within the time they were even there. And I think their last civil war was in the early 2000s, and Obama had to sign a treaty to bring all the American Liberians back. So Liberia was a big fail. But I don't know who Marcus Garvey was trying to trade with. The whole continent of Africa. Well, obviously he didn't know anything about Africa. Not in that day. Like, he wasn't even specific on what part. of Africa. He just had the romanticized vision like all these other plebiscites about Africa.
But this was the part of the plan that most native-born Americans took serious issue with. As with echoes from generations prior, also called Back to Africa plans that founded countries like Sierra Leone and Liberia were never supported by the majority of so-called blacks. Yet, the seeds being continuously planted over those generations permeated the consciousness of the so-called American Negro, bringing to light the questions about his own identity. Compounded with the newly introduced system of indoctrination or education being imposed on children in the early 20th century, the field was ripe for self-seeking, in every sense of the word. The fledgling African trend was being levied from all sides of the American experience, from the church that literally has African in its title to the first African Lodge #1, and from the government-mandated education system to some of the most militant black nationalist groups of the time. Their choir sang the circle of life in a rhythmless unison. Along with this fresh affinity for that land across the sea, sprouted a branch from that African tree of influence. This branch, likened to the tree prior, was an idea. The idea being that the people in America were descendants of prior generations of captives who were kidnapped from the continent of Africa. Therefore, they were African.
The biggest lie ever told, and black Americans still, a majority of black Americans still believe this to this day, that they are stolen African, when that makes no sense whatsoever. But it's too late now. There's too many, real African Americans here now. Okay, a lot of Pan-African Boule people mixed with the Nigerians that came here. A lot of these Boule people did mix with a lot of foreign women of no color and created new tribes that are confused, which, that make up the majority of FBA Twitter. That's what you see. So, yeah.
Thus, the religion of their ancestors was African as well. This silent question of identity opened the door for Islam to take foothold among the disenfranchised in America. Two of the most notable factions were the Moorish Science Temple.
And this is why I am anti-religion, okay? Because I know how all of these think tank, these indoctrines, these religious cults, I know how all they form, like, I know where the origin of all of these religious cults within this so-called conscious community, okay? The Moorish Science, Nation of Islam, okay? They're just gateways to converting to Islam, pretty much, okay? They have sprinkles of truth within their groups, okay? But at the end of the day, they keep you under religious programming, which keeps you, a NPC within the Borg, okay? A little slave puppet for the system that you thought, you think you created this system, but you didn't. None of us indigenous people created or had a hand in creating this parasitic system that is going on today. So, yeah.
And the Nation of Islam. The Moorish Science Temple is founded upon one primary tenet, and that is the so-called people labeled as African Americans were descended from the ancient Moabites. Its founder, Timothy Drew, later known as Noble Drew Ali, also believed that the location from which American blacks hailed from was the Moroccan Empire. And
just another inverted deceiver, okay? And they knocked him off really early in his tracks, okay, with this creation of the Nation of Islam, like I said in previous streams, okay? They knocked him off, and then here comes Farad Muhammad, this immigrant, who take over the whole movement and incorporate pretty much light skin worship or white worship, white phallus worship, pretty much is what the Nation of Islam is centered around. They still have this foundation of colorism in there, and you know, all that. You're not unplugged or conscious or woke with it, you know, practicing Islam whatsoever. You worship whiteness.
referred to the racial classification of his following as Asiatics. Drew was born in 1886 under some degree of contested ancestry. Varying sources attest that Drew was born to former Cherokee slaves and adopted by an aunt. Another says he was the son of a Cherokee chief and a Ouachita mother, while other reports say he was born to a Moroccan father and a Cherokee mother. Whether or not Drew was actually born to a Moroccan father has been a matter of dispute.
And then his background is so questionable. Like, was this person even real? Was this person even real? Or did they just pull another character out the woodworks and just put him in like this little costume? Because he only got a few pictures. And of course, he was knocked off early in his movement. So, yeah.
Dispute among Moorish historians. In any event, Drew found himself within the trenches of a pursuit of an Islamic identity, not only just for himself, but for the thirsty hearts of those lost in a spiritual wilderness. His life prior to 1918 is somewhat shrouded in mystery, though notable sources record through certain documents, including labor and draft records from his early life in Virginia, until when he appears as a laborer at Port Newark, and then a year later in 1918 registering for the draft. Much of the narrative relating to his early life has been considerably mythologized over the years. According to multiple sources, which also correspond with Moorish legend, Drew traveled as a magician with a band of gypsies at a young age, and through his relationship with the circus, visited countries like Egypt and Morocco. While there, reportedly studied Islam under an Egyptian mystic priest, and was given a lost section of the Quran. And from this point, the legend is born. Drew was essentially deified by the priest, who labeled him as a reincarnation of Buddha, Confucius, Jesus, and Muhammad. According to legend, with this hidden section of the Quran and other Gnostic writings, Noble Drew Ali would later publish his own book, The Holy Quran of the Moorish Science Temple, aka the Circle 7 Quran. His book included the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, along with other elements borrowed from Kabbalah, Hermeticism, and Christian mysticism, even incorporating esoteric writings from the Order of the Rosy Cross. Prior to his ascension, Drew lived two contradictory lifestyles. On one hand, he traveled internationally to several countries in North Africa and Asia. On the other, he lived the very common lifestyle of an uneducated Negro from the South, looking for a better life in a northern city. For historians, these contrasting lifestyles were hard to reconcile into a satisfactory background of Drew Ali, and much speculation arose about the legitimacy of his legend, which seemed to be nicely woven into a fabric of folklore aggrandizing a misbegotten history. Ali's teachings could only be described as his own unique religion. Although labeled along the lines of Islam, much of his doctrines connected more intimately with Christian mysticism. For example, the Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, which is included in the Circle 7 Quran, is a work written by Levi Dowling, a Gnostic Christian who attempted to build a compound in Redondo Beach, California for his followers in 1904, which was supposed to be the Holy Land for Gnostics. But Dowling's dream of a Gnostic Holy Land ultimately fell short. In his text, The Aquarian Gospel of Jesus Christ, Dowling took the liberty of filling in the blanks left in the unwritten narratives during the life of Christ. Dowling attests that his writings concerning the lost 18 years during the life of Jesus from childhood to manhood are absolutely true. In Dowling's narrative, an 18-year period covers the life of Jesus unknown, that catalogs his biblically undocumented travels to India, Tibet, Persia, Assyria, and Greece. Biblical scholar Edgar Goodspeed attested that Dowling's work borrowed significantly from the apocryphal Gospel of James, therefore meaning that the Circle 7 Quran, for all intents and purposes, contains a substantial influence from Christian Gnostic philosophy. A peculiar philosophy would best describe the foundation of the Moorish science temple doctrine, because it would not strictly adhere to the established regulations practiced by the vast majority of Muslims worldwide. Rather, it resembled New Age scientism and incorporated elements of Theosophy, a New Age religion founded by occultist Helena Blavatsky in 1875. Moorish science also incorporated Eastern religions, such as Hinduism, Buddhism, in addition to Kabbalah. On the surface, Ali's mission for the temple was clear. He wanted to build a program centered around the self-upliftment of so-called African Americans, and also wanted them to get in touch with their ancestral roots, which he believed to be Moorish Islamic. In several ways, Drew's temple intersected with Garveyism in this aspect, but varied in his belief of a specific North African heritage, as opposed to Garvey's general continental heritage applied to all Negroes. While Garvey claimed the entire continent of Africa, Ali only claimed the northern, predominantly Islamic countries, but also asserts that the Moorish ancestors built the holy city of Mecca in Saudi Arabia on the continent of Asia. Hence, part of his reasoning for labeling his followers Asiatics. The exact date of when the temple was first in operation has also been a matter of dispute. Most followers of the Moorish temple recognize the year 1913, when the Canaanite temple was said to be founded in Newark, New Jersey. However, records corroborating this date are scant at best. The problem with this was the fact that if the Canaanite temple in Newark, New Jersey had been in operation during the year 1913, there was no record. And the earliest record of the Canaanite temple in New Jersey's operation is brought to us by a man named Abdul Hamid Suleiman. Quote from Journal of Race, Ethnicity, and Religion. Quote, most accounts of Ali's religious genesis began with his founding of the Canaanite temple in 1913, Newark, New Jersey, without actually proving its veracity and accuracy. Interestingly, Ali himself never utilized the term Canaanite temple in his literature. At best, he indirectly insinuated his pre-1925 beginnings in the Quran questions number 9 and 10, claiming the Moorish Science Temple was founded in Newark, New Jersey in 1913, but without actually revealing the name of this proto-Moorish Science Temple of America temple, its exact location, or its doctrines. Contrary to Ali's declaration, his phase of religious leadership did not actually begin in 1913 Newark, New Jersey, as the draft card revealed Drew to be a laborer by the SBC in Port Newark in 1918. Rather, this scrimply described religious past was crafted by Ali to suppress his proto-Moorish Newark identity as Professor Drew, and to veil the historical truth that the actual Canaanite temple was founded by Abdul Hamid Suleiman as part of his larger ancient Mecca Medina of ancient free and operative Masons, a network of black Mohammedan Masonic movements operating in various cities in the 1910s and the 1920s. Still, Drew's evolution from Professor Drew to Prophet, Noble Drew Ali in Newark City demonstrated Drew's organizational genius in his shrewd rewriting of the Newark's historical religious past by erasing Suleiman's tutelage over the Canaanite temple and interpolating himself into MTSA literature. His calculating selecting of a Patnit surname Ali to boost his image among African Americans, and opportunism in seizing advantage of the disintegrating remains of Suleiman's Canaanite temple in 1923 to fashion out the earliest stirrings of Moorish temple science and retaining Mecca-centric elements of the Canaanite past into the MTSA to attract former Canaanite followers. End quote. Suleiman was an Egyptian or Sudanese transplant and was one of the first immigrants to attempt to Islamicize American blacks. But additionally, he was a well-respected and high-ranking member of the Mecca Medina Order of Ancient and Operative Freemasons, which included multiple cities throughout the country in the early 20th century. And he was also well acquainted with prominent Garveyite Freemasons in Harlem. Quote, after Negro Shriners, High Priest of Mecca would put him in right light. He's close to the great prophet. Abdul Hamid offers real thing in Mohammedan masonry. Master of Quran gets mixed and miffed when asked to answer pointed questions. New York World Friday. He wrote to the world saying, I am Abdul Hamid Suleiman of the city of Khartoum, Sudan, Egypt, a Mohammedan by birth, master of the Quran, having pilgrimaged to Mecca 3 times and thus become an eminent high priest and head of all Masonic degrees in Mecca, Arabia. From the 1st to the 96th degree, am now in the United States for the purpose of establishing the right of the ancient Arabic order of the nobles of the mystic shrine. I, Abdul Hamid Suleiman, make this proclamation that there has never been a Negro Shriner in the United States that was not bogus in infringing upon the white man's rights. Until now, I have given a Shriner's patent to Caesar R. Blake of North Carolina. I am here to answer all questions relative to these degrees until I return home to Mecca to enroll the names of the true Shriners of this country. Accordingly, a reporter for the New York World made a pilgrimage to Suleiman's address, number 143 West 130th Street. He found the blackest of Ethiopians sitting on the top step of the stoop, fanning himself gravely. Does Abdul Hamid Suleiman live here? The reporter asked. I am the man, was the answer to the first of 4 hours of questions. Come upstairs. Suleiman is arranging to receive the hundreds of thousands of American Negroes who call themselves Freemasons and Mystic Shriners into a Mohammedan masonry. Now, that they are being enjoined by the white Freemasons and Shriners through the civil courts from using the copyrighted society names, titles, regalia, and insignia of the American organizations. Suleiman says the white men are right in enjoining the Negroes because the Negroes have had no authentic Masonic charter. They have merely set themselves up as Freemasons. The purpose is now to make them authentic by virtue of his authority as eminent high priest, to grant a charter in a masonry which he declares to be ancient and widespread throughout the Mohammedan world. Must take oath and pay. He will only do this if the Negroes swear the death penalty oath by the beard of the Prophet, that they will live according to the moral code of the Quran, and that they will pay to Mecca, through none but Suleiman, a proportion of their lodge dues, which is now being negotiated. A Mohammedan charter is already in possession of Caesar R. Blake of Charlotte, North Carolina, imperial potentate of a society of Negroes which has been going by the name AEA, Order of Masonic Shriners. It will become effective, Suleiman says, as soon as the negotiations are concluded to his satisfaction, and his priestly seal is affixed to it. Pharaoh, Shriner too? Suleiman says the Mohammedan masonry he represents pervades the whole Mohammedan world and controls both religious worship and civil government. That the titles of Sharif, Sheikh, Pasha, Khedive, Sahib are nothing but the topmost of the Masonic degrees, in this order given, with the Sharif as the highest. The encyclopedia, however, does not mention any such masonry, and living authorities say it's all news to them, and that the declaration about the titles is nonsense. Nevertheless, Suleiman promises these titles will be given to American Negroes who join Mohammedan masonry. Before the interview ended, Suleiman had decided that perhaps it would be better to use the name Nobles of Sahara for his adherents. He thinks the proper insignia will be the seal of Pharaoh, pictured in a Sunday supplement a few weeks ago as excavated at the ruins of Carchemish. Pharaoh was a Shriner, he said. End quote. New York World, 1922. Quote, in April 1923, the popularity of Suleiman's colored Canaanite temple at the corner of Bank and Rutgers Street, Newark, nosedived when Suleiman and his assistant, Muhammad Ali, were charged and arrested by the Supreme Court of New Jersey for the carnal abuse of a follower's child. With the leaders embroiled in legal matters, a bitter struggle for the temple's power and purse strings followed. One faction named itself as Canaanite Temple Number 1.
Okay, y'all, if you're streaming from any of my platforms, Twitter, if you're seeing this on Twitter, go ahead, follow me, like, retweet, retweet, because I'm going to be streaming all day. You're going to get, we're breaking down the Boule, we're exposing it, look, I got so much content to drop for you. Okay, so just go ahead, retweet, follow me if you're not following me already, like, help me get this in the algorithm more. Okay, please help me share, because I do not have a team of 10. I don't have, I don't have African bots or, bots in freaking Korea that's helping me promote my stuff. Maybe when I get a little bit more money in, I'll be able to get all that in the background. But us small content creators that just do this for a hobby, no, we don't have that extra support. So if you're watching me on YouTube, also please subscribe, please share, like, help me get out there. And everywhere else, BitChute, if you're on BitChute, follow me on my other platforms. You know, help me get out there a little bit more. Yeah. Same with Twitch and everywhere else. Please share the stream. Thanks.
Based at 102 Morton Street, Newark, and legally incorporated itself for the purpose of religious worship and teaching of religion, Muslim, and Islam. Professor Drew, the Egyptian adept Muslim, who resided a mere 3 miles away from Canaanite Temple No. 1, was not oblivious to the confusion within leadership echelons of Suleiman's temple. End quote. From this moment, Drew ascended through his opportunistic reorganization of the rubble left behind after Suleiman's incarceration. Over the next 2 years, the newly fashioned noble Drew Ali campaigned across the country promoting his peculiar philosophy, traveling as far south as South Carolina and as far west as Chicago, where he eventually settled and built a home base in 1925. The greater majority of all Moors lived in the city of Chicago. Quote, the Moorish Manufacturing Company, maker of the various herbal treatments, was not the only business venture of the Moors. To achieve economic independence and the sense of self-worth necessary to overcome racist employment patterns, the Moors in Chicago also established restaurants, grocery stores, and variety stores. Although ownership was unclear, it would be logical to assume that the Moorish Science Temple owned at least one of the Chicago properties out of which it operated. There were several addresses: Unity Hall, also called Unity Club, the headquarters of the organization, which could be rented out for parties, dances, balls, receptions, banquets, etc. At 3140 Indiana Avenue, the location of the Moorish Manufacturing Company.
Listen now, the Boule controls both sides, all sides of this. Every religious cult within the conscious community, best believe, there's a Boule head. Okay, there's the head of each cult of these Moorish little cults out here. The freaking Hebrew Israelite, ISPK, or I don't know if I'm saying the right abbreviations for that Hebrew Israelite cult, but all of these people are, the heads of it, either Freemason, or a part of something else. They were part of these fraternities or something like that during your college education, or some would say they wasn't college educated, but still, the creator of the Hebrew Israelite movement, he was in cahoots with Zionists. Okay, he had a lot of Zionist, people, pale people that was funding his movement too. I can pull up the creator of the Hebrew Israelite movement. We can go deep down into that, but understand, you are controlled by the Jesuits and the Zionists through these satanic religions, all of them. Okay. And that's just something that just can't get through the basic average nigga. The average Negro cannot break through his religious programming. If you can't break through that, then you can never be a free thinker. Truly. I know it's going to be difficult because a lot of y'all have broken minds and broken spirits because of the things that you went through in your reality. So you can't tap in with the God within yourself because you can't see God in you. You can't see God reflecting in the mirror inside of you, or you as a reflection of that. Okay, I'm not saying I am God, but I am a piece of that giant being. Okay, we're all supposed to be a piece of it, but a lot of people out here have a broken mind, broken spirit. They can't see that within themselves, and that's why they graffiti their bodies, they treat their bodies poorly, they eat the toxic waste out here knowing it's toxic and destroying their bodies, and people just don't care. I know you hate yourself because I can look at you and tell. You have a sleeve full of toxic ink. You're just toxic all over. You don't even respect your temple and the largest organ on your body, which is your skin. That's number one. Okay, I don't have any tattoos whatsoever, and I don't plan on getting them because I know a lot of these modifications that you do to your body will age you 1,000 times faster than you're supposed to.
At 3603 Indiana Avenue, and the location of the home office at 3229 Indiana Avenue, a change from the previous address of 3718 Prairie Avenue. By the 1940s, the Moors would acquire farmland. But long before then, the idea of establishing a living space separate from the rest of America had taken root. Thus, a small article entitled Moors Endorse Village Idea appeared in a 1929 edition of the Moorish Guide, and in part reads as follows. The following letter is one of the many received by the guide relative to the establishment of a town owned and completely operated by those persons belonging to the Moorish Science Temple of America, January 29th, 1929. In response to the question asked concerning the Moors having a town, homes, etc., we will say all honor the Prophet, who is to give us something of our own. Signed, Brother E. and D. Jackson Bay, Sister J. Jackson Bay, end quote. As the temple grew, it reached a following of over 30,000 members across several states and cities. But with the increasing popularity came increased government surveillance and infiltration. Noble Drew Ali wasn't known for promoting anti-Americanism or any sort of radicalism. In fact, the opposite would be true. He propagated messages of self-respect, love for mankind, good citizenship, and voter participation. Be all this as it may, it didn't stop the government from hiring informants and dissenters within the Moorish Science Temple walls. Continuing, in Chicago, hundreds of Moors employed the identification card as an amulet, believing that the mere sight of the card would be sufficient to restrain a white man who was bent on disturbing or harming its holder. Moors were supposedly actually accosting whites in public, singing the praises of their prophet because he had freed them from the curse of the European. In Detroit, the Moors were becoming odious in the eyes of law enforcement, as is evident in the eyewitness account of one Detroit police officer. These fellas, he cried out, were a terrible gang, thieves and cutthroats, wouldn't answer anything, wouldn't sit down if you told them, wouldn't stand up when you told them, pretending they didn't understand you, that they were Moors from Morocco. They never saw Morocco. Those Moors never saw anything before they came to Detroit, except Florida or Alabama. Noble Drew Ali was facing the crisis of conflict in his own message. He consistently required his followers to observe the law of the land. On one hand, his argument for the embrace of Moroccan identity as a necessary precursor to full acceptance in North America suggests that he was not interested in a radical political solution to the intransigence of racism. On the other hand, he had created a psychological space, a terrain of the mind, wherein racial separation was envisioned and anticipated. That is, the disequilibria of the society was not a condition to be long endured. Its resolution was not only a matter of time. For many of its followers, that time had come. Whether disinterested in or unprepared for confrontation with the U.S. government, Noble Drew Ali recalled the 1920 chastening of Redding's Abyssinian movement and acted to lessen the level of tensions. The January 15, 1929 edition of the Moorish Guide carried the following order. Prophet warns all Muslims governors ordered to read proclamation at each reading. I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical agitating speeches while at work, in their homes, or in the streets. We are for peace, not destruction. Stop flashing your cards at Europeans. It causes confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Failure to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet, or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement, will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deeds. All true Moors will and must obey the law as laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophets, they should turn in their card and button, cease as wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found you. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Noble Drew Ali, and if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. While initial membership was free, monthly dues were 50 cents, and buttons could be purchased for a one-time fee of 25 cents. In this way, Moorish Science functioned practically as a mutual aid society, further explaining its attractiveness to members who, in addition to spiritual guidance, also received benefits that included such provisions as unemployment and disability assistance. In addition to charging for initial membership, some leaders were also borrowing money from their parishioners. Noble Drew Ali enjoined temple branch leaders from borrowing from any member more than $5 to $10 unless by notification of the prophet. Some were apparently purchasing properties with temple money, resulting in the following corrective from Noble Drew Ali. When any said the temple desires to purchase property, they must first notify the grand body or the prophet, and it must be purchased under the name of the Moorish Science Temple of America, or Noble Drew Ali. An individual's name should never be applied. I, Noble Drew Ali, am responsible for all finance. Therefore, let I, the prophet, know what is on me. There was also an emergency fund that Noble Drew wanted to increase to a total of $91,000. To avoid graft, he demanded that these monies be deposited in a bank under the temple's name, to be drawn only by the treasurer in times of crisis. All of this points to mounting difficulties within the movement, mostly disputes over money with religious leaders, to the extent that Noble Drew Ali was gradually becoming overwhelmed. Some of you have slipped and slipped drastically, so you had better lace up your shoes before I get there. Every business transaction, or anything pertaining to finance is to be transacted in the name of the Moorish Science Temple of America, or Noble Drew Ali. We Moors must maintain a grand treasurer, just as in the days of our forefathers. Then you are a nation. Until then, you are nothing. End quote. As was the case with Garvey's UNIA, there was never any real speculation that Ali personally misappropriated any funds received by the temple from his followers, despite the fact Ali had total control of the bank accounts along with the treasury. His financial acumen has never been called into question by historians. This doesn't mean that the temple didn't have its own financial struggles, but none were theorized due to Ali's mismanagement. In several documented speeches, Ali lobbies his followers for uplifting funds. Continuing. There is no indication that Noble Drew Ali was himself involved with corrupt monetary practices. The matter of the quality of his reception by branch temples was raised on occasion, as it would appear that local temples were responsible for financial arrangements attended to Noble Drew's visits, but references to the matter may reflect an inattentiveness on the part of the local temples, as opposed to any penchant toward opulence on the part of Noble Drew. The question of his personal finances therefore remains open, as demonstrated by his February 5th, 1929 correspondence to a local temple leader. Islam, dear brother, if you desire to see me earlier, you will have to notify your members under a heavy restriction and warning that the more uplifting funds they send me, the sooner they can see me, and the more I know they desire to see me. Because I have to raise the finance of a few $1,000s to place the nation far beyond their present conditions. It takes finance to uplift a downtrodden people and to place it among other prosperous nations of the world. And as a sacrifice to the Muslim creed, I have sacrificed my life, finance, and labor to place the nation on an intelligent and financial footing. This matter is to be attended to at once. I will be among those first to appreciate me as a prophet and the great work I am doing. Such a letter can be read cynically. Conversely, we need to raise money for any enterprise is ever present, so there is no compelling reason to doubt Noble Drew Ali's motives. Struggles over local temple autonomy, temple finances, and temple businesses quickly moved from generalized and veiled verbal assaults to open confrontation one fateful day. Apparently convinced that he enjoyed the necessary backing, Sheikh Claude D. Green, Noble Drew Ali's business manager, small-time politician, and former butler to philanthropist Julius Rosenwald, threw all of Noble Drew Ali's office furniture into the street at 3140 Indiana Avenue, site of the Unity Club, and declared himself the Grand Sheik. According to the Chicago Defender, Green had broken with Noble Drew and had directed that all revenues from merchandise and herbal remedies be sent to the Unity Club rather than Noble Drew's home and business headquarters at 3603 Indiana Avenue. Quote, DrAlimLBay.com. The prophet attended a meeting on February 15, 1929, where Supreme Grand Governor James Lomax Bey stated that he was now in power and the finance was now his in front of 1,500 members, and he brought charges against the prophet claiming the prophet embezzled $8,000, when in reality it was Supreme Grand Governor Lomax Bey who embezzled the $8,000 from the prophet and the Moorish Science Temple of America with the help of Supreme Business Manager Claude Green Bey, attempting to set up Prophet Noble Drew Ali with rape charges and stage a coup and take over the movement. Supreme Business Manager Claude Green Bey and Supreme Grand Governor James Lomax Bey accused the prophet of spending temple funds on his extracurricular activities. By this time, 1929, Drew's movement had boasted more than 100,000 followers, and his annual salary was listed at $36,000, a fortune at the time. Allegedly, the prophet received additional stipends for his living expenses, including the mortgage payment for his luxurious trappings on Chicago's South Side, and the salaries for his chauffeur, maid, butler, and other domestic attendants. Allegedly, he kept several wives, a host of concubines, and fathered at least 20 children. When he tired of one wife, he would quietly divorce her and marry another. He also kept 4 women at the same time and paid for each of them to live in separate homes. End quote. On the Ides of March, Green was killed in retaliation, having been shot and stabbed 4 times in the neck, and the body in his Unity Club office by some 6 or 8 assailants. Accounts differ over the whereabouts of Noble Drew at the time of the homicide. Some maintain that he was out of town, while others contend he was hiding 2 blocks down the street at 3365 Indiana Avenue, where a feast had been in progress shortly after the word reached him that Green had been slain. In any event, the pursuing investigation turned up an informant, Small Bay, who told police that Green was the head of a breakaway faction, and that Noble Drew had given the responsibility of having him bumped off to George Ira Johnson Bay, L. Rumors swirled that Green had embezzled Temple funds, had succeeded in drawing Temple branch leaders such as Edward Lomax Bay of Detroit after him, and was involved with one of Noble Drew's wives, Pearl Drew Ali. Noble Drew and 9 others were arrested and jailed, and their trial date set for May 20th. End quote. Following the murder of Brother Green, Noble Drew was arrested on May 20th and jailed under suspicion. But he Sahara sidestepped any indictment. Tragically, Ali would only spend another 2 months as a free man before dying under mysterious circumstances. The officially documented cause of death on his certificate is listed as tuberculosis bronchopneumonia. However, regardless of this official documentation, his devotees remain suspicious about that official narrative. Quote, Stephen Gibbons and George Ira Johnson Bay L, meanwhile, were among several who claimed that the dead prophet's spirit had entered their bodies. John Gibbons L, Noble Drew's chauffeur, reportedly fainted shortly after Noble Drew's death while working on his car, and upon examination was said to have the sign of the star and the crescent in his eyes, indicating that right then he was the prophet reincarnated into his chauffeur, therefore proclaiming himself Brother Prophet. In late September, 2 months after Noble Drew Ali's death, gunplay erupted between the Chicago police and the Moors at Temple headquarters. 2 officers and 1 member would remain on the floor, with 1 officer seriously wounded. 63 Moors were arrested, including George Ira Johnson Bay L, who went to the federal penitentiary for life. End quote. The death of Noble Drew Ali exposed a number of brothers who had been silently watching the throne. But now, with the absence of the prophet, the door opened for contenders to the crown, or contenders in search of their own. One of these contenders in search of a crown was a man shrouded in even more mystery than Noble Drew Ali. Quote, according to this informed speculation, Fard Muhammad was born Wali Dad Fard on February 25, 1891 in New Zealand. His father, Zared Fard, an East Indian, and either Zared Fard or his parents came to New Zealand from what is now Pakistan. Fard Muhammad's mother, Beatrice, was a white English woman living in New Zealand. Such specificity is an improvement over previous inquiries into Fard Muhammad's birth in either New Zealand or Portland, Oregon, to his parents, who were either Hawaiian or Polynesian and British. Of course, this conflicts with the belief that Fard Muhammad was an Arab from the Middle East, a notion preserved in Fard Muhammad's self-presentation to black folk in Detroit in the early 1930s.
My name is W.D. Fard. I come from the holy city of Mecca. More about myself I will not tell you yet, for the time has not yet come. I am your brother. You have not yet seen me in my royal robes.
The Meccan theme developed in the nascent nation, and it held that Fard Muhammad was not only born in Mecca but was a member of the Quraysh tribe and closely tied to the Hashemi Sharifs, physically related to the 16th century prophet Muhammad. End quote. The collection of myths abound regarding Wallace Fard Muhammad, but there has always been one consistent legend amongst everyone who has ever encountered him personally. He claimed a Meccan heritage, and furthermore that Arabia was the homeland for American blacks. This point stands in some opposition from the prior movement of Ali's Moorish Science Temple, which held the belief that Morocco was the original homeland for American blacks, and differed significantly from Garvey's movement, which was entirely Afrocentric on the surface. Continuing, prior to his 1930 advent in Detroit, Fard Muhammad apparently spent time in Oregon and California, where he may have married and had children, in addition to pursuing various business ventures, not of all which may have been lawful. The probability that he entered the United States from Canada illegally in 1913 with the financial support of his parents, along with the need to anglicize his name, explains his various aliases, including Wallace D. Fard, Wallace D. Ford, and Fred Dodd. Neither his aliases nor his difficulties with life and the law are of concern here, but the possibility that Fard Muhammad, George Fard, and Wallace D. Ford may have been the same person is of great potential relevance. If true, it gives additional insight into the connections between Moorish science, the Ahmadiyya movement, the UNIA, and the Nation of Islam, as George Fard and Wallace D. Ford's activities in the 1920s are of interest. A member of the Theosophical Society in San Francisco in 1921, Fard was a member of the UNIA there and espoused a philosophy very consistent with the view subsequently promoted by the nation toward whites. As for Wallace D. Ford, he spent 3 years in prison before relocating to Chicago in 1929, before Noble Drew's demise, where he joined the Moorish Science Temple while attending an Ahmadiyya mosque on the city's south side. The conflation of these three persons suggests that Fard Muhammad was introduced to the teachings of Noble Drew Ali and Marcus Garvey very informally, as opposed to having simply imbibed them from the charged atmosphere of the period. End quote. While each of these movements had a certain degree of black separatism and nationalism in nature, both Garvey's UNIA or Noble Drew Ali's Moorish Science Temple took a far less adversarial approach toward the white ruling class than did Fard, who ironically referred to them as white devils. Neither Garvey or Ali promoted such rhetoric within their organizations. This new anti-white Christian radicalism was uniquely a characteristic of Fard Muhammad and his emerging Nation of Islam. Though being rumored to be a white devil himself, Fard's militant elocution of the black plight and plans for self-restoration through pride, proper diet, and piety were well received by the newly arrived Americans migrating to Detroit from the Jim Crow South. However, questions about his identity would continue to linger. As illustrated previously, the downfall or disappearance of a leader opens the door for new movements to splinter from the breakage. After the undoing of Garvey, whose organization, the UNIA, was extremely popular, a void existed within the community that the NAACP could not fill. Most historians agree that Garvey's UNIA was a socio-political movement as opposed to a religious one, even though Garvey was an avowed Catholic. But the groups that would splinter from the Garveyite factions transmutated into heterodoxical, religious, messianic, anti-Christian movements. In spite of the fact that Ali's temple is said to have been found in Newark in 1913 as the Canaanite temple, compelling evidence suggests that the temple could have been founded by Sudanese Egyptian immigrant Abdul Hamid Suleiman and was already in operation during Timothy Drew's early years in Newark. If this date holds true, Ali or Suleiman's temple operated contemporaneously with the inception of Garveyism. But records substantiating these early dates are deficient, disqualifying any pre-1920 existence or operation of either Ali or Suleiman of the Canaanite or Moorish temple. In any event, there is record verifying the relationship between Suleiman and the prominent Freemasons of Harlem, documented in the year 1922, where in attendance we find John E. Bruce, Arturo Scumberg, and Duce Muhammad, men who all had personal ties to Garvey, and by this time, the Black Star Line's disappointment coupled with Garvey's impending legal troubles marked the decline of the UNIA. Within the next 2 years, Suleiman would be arrested for child abuse, Garvey would be arrested for mail fraud, and Ali would incorporate his Moorish Science Temple from the ruins of the two. In just 4 years' time, Noble Drew Ali would be dead, when mysteriously W.D. Fard, claiming he was Ali reincarnated or sent as a divine prophet, shows up in Detroit, peddling a new rebranded Islam from the shadows of his Moorish past, which of course included Christianized dogma. Fard's new Islam was distinctly anti-Christian and anti-white. In no less than another 4 years, Wallace Fard Muhammad disappears as mysteriously as he appeared, and Elijah Muhammad assumes leadership of the Nation of Islam for the next 40 years. Was Noble Drew Ali a Freemason? Many have attested that he was indeed, and even a photograph surfaced alleging to be him dressed in Masonic regalia. He was affiliated with high-ranking Freemasons, modeled much of his organization after Freemasonry, and dressed like J. Edgar Hoover when he was pretending to be a man, who sent his own Moors to infiltrate the temple. Drew also claimed that black Americans were descended from the ancient Moabites. Who were the ancient Moabites? According to the book of Numbers, the chief god of the Moabites was Shemosh, and the Moabites made human sacrifice to Shemosh and other gods. Later in the books of Ezra and Nehemiah, the God of Israel prohibits his people from intermarrying any Moabite woman who did not convert and continued worshiping strange gods. Are these the same Moabites Drew Ali claims black Americans are descended from? Another sect of Moors claim ancestry from the Ben Ishmael tribe of the American Midwest, dating back to 1785, alleging to be comprised of Moorish conversos who in America intermarried with Scottish immigrants and indigenous Americans. According to studies, much of their ancestry has been genetically identified with the Melungeon people from the Ohio Territory, and are said to be a tri-racial European, African, and Native American ancestry. As we know, many Moors and Sephardic Jews concealed their identity, migrated to America as slave traders, and later built a plantation empire. Is there any connection between them and the emerging popularity of Islam among blacks in the early 20th century? On the next episode of Boule, we take a deeper look at the Star and Crescent. On the next episode of Boule.
As I take every step, I can see every breath in this frigid landscape. What fire can a man make? And tell me, what chances can a man take if his heart is frozen? What choice? Asking his own voice as he waits for a nigga to get sloppy. He stay poised. 10 minutes and he spot him like got him with the drop on him. Opportunity to feed somebody. Options. Ain't do it, don't. But when and where? How and why ought to go without saying. My nigga, he ain't playing, these ain't games out here. We untamed out here. And don't nobody give a fuck about fame out here. And if you think a motherfucker caught your name out here, pow, you gotta blow a motherfucker brain out here. Meet and greet a pistol when a nigga gotta eat. Can't take a hot shower, so we gotta pack the heat. And it's a cold, cold world out there. It's a cold, cold world out there.
Watch how coconut oil affects belly fat. Is coconut oil a superfood or
fraction of the best of that, and what you will see in here is a breakdown on when the Masons dominated the Congress, which years and what did they pass, when the Masons dominated the Supreme Court, which years and what passed. You will also get John Crowes, who is buried in the house of the Mother Supreme, as well as Albert Pike. You will get quotes from them that are predominantly white supremacists, in fact condemning black people as being animals and less than a man. These are important when you're challenging white supremacy, is to know the signposts of the things they believe in so that you can always use your disqualifying statements on them.
The idea of slavery as we know it is a complete lie. If we were to believe the accepted narrative, only so-called black people played the role of slave, and only so-called white people played the role of slave trader. As we have detailed several times throughout this series, not all black people were slaves, and in fact, there were numerous wealthy families of free colored people for whom we have previously discussed, and far more we haven't. The characteristic of using the term white to describe a free Caucasian European distinguishing itself from other classifications of race does not enter the historical record until nearly the year 1700. What was a white person in 1600? Nobody knows. What did the word American mean in 1800? What did the word American mean in 1900? What did the word fat mean in 1895? What did the word fat mean in 1995? Where did the word glizzy come from? If you check Charlton's Web or the Urban Dictionary, they'll tell you it used to mean gun, but now it means hot dog. Yet, I got a feeling that it may transition into something else. Therein lies the problem with language. It can change overnight. Today it means this, tomorrow it means that. Words like black and white in terms of race were never created to describe ethnicities of people, but rather social classification. In fact, most so-called white people prior to 1700 were either classified by either their nationality or religion, and sometimes bloodline, but never skin tone. Classification through colorism was distinctly a concept of colonization used as a methodology for reclassifying indigenous identity for the purposes of writing Americans out of their own history. If they all believe they were brought here as slaves from across the world, they'll teach themselves to hate their homeland through their shared bondage and hardships and yearn for an imaginary place they think is home. Therefore, they'll never defend America like it's their home because they all believe they're from somewhere else. The prospect of being taken from somewhere else across the world hits a lot differently than the prospect of being captured on your own homeland. No doubt the colonizing heathen knew this, which was one of the main facets of his installation of the Virginia slave laws and black codes. Interestingly enough, most, if not all of these codes were created before the influx of so-called Africans into North America. So, in reality, who are these codes written for? Now, the answer to this question isn't as clear as it may seem to be on the surface. Obviously, these codes were written for captured Indians, but quiet as kept, they were especially written for free Indians, also known as free blacks, also known as free people of color. The term free people of color is an amalgamation between a free Indian and a free European of some sort of mulatto, dark, or swarthy skin tone. This point can't be emphasized enough. Not every indigenous American or so-called black was a slave. In truth, there has always been a significant portion of the so-called black population in America who had never been enslaved. Despite this fact, the official academic narrative of black indigenous Americans exclusively begins with the transatlantic slave trade and African slave identity. This narrative furthermore imposes the idea that all blacks misnomered as African Americans, especially in the South, only became free after the Civil War. Another idea based upon a fallacious foundation. From these fallacious foundations birthed several organizations, one of which, the American Colonization Society and their Back to Africa movement, which established the country of Liberia in West Africa. The strategies of dealing with so-called blacks largely depended on which flag they were arrested under and what territories they were imprisoned from, or what treaties their tribes made. The British, Dutch, Spanish, and English had various ways of dealing with their interrelationships with Indians. We are back with another read, this one from the Louisiana Law Review, The Origins and Authors of the Code Noir. This is not going to be a long read, but Code Noir is a code instituted by the French in the Americas for how to deal with indigenous people. So I'm just going to read an overview of how the French dealt with slavery in the Americas. So the intriguing part is France had no history of dealing with slavery. So their initial approach to dealing with slavery in the Americas was a non-racist approach that at some point began to alter itself over time, of course.
Yes, they came with friendly treaties and, also the first form of slavery upon the indigenous was marriage between the European man and the indigenous woman. That was the first form of slavery, and that's one way they integrated themselves into our cultures and stuff. They had to earn the trust of the tribe, so marrying within the tribes was one big thing they did upon, not upon arrival. They had to gain the trust, of course, adopt a culture and act like they were even interested in, joining the existing society that was going on there. So, yeah. That's what I'd be mentioning in these spaces, but everybody is so ignorant, okay, about, the history prior to the British making their funky asses, making their way over here, okay? There was a lot of history between other, European colonies like the Spanish and the French. Everybody know about the Spanish territories they had in the U.S. and in the French territory, which was the Great Louisiana Purchase, or the Louisiana Territory, before the United States got a hold of it. So, yeah, they hide all the intermingling and all the, cities that were built together with the great mother seed, the indigenous of America. The buildings and sculptures and all that was created with the French and Spanish. These parasites, these English, these British parasites cannot replicate this architecture that we created with these people in the last, before the last reset. When we were trying to bring back the ancient old world, but, these parasites stunted us once again. It's just, they're going to keep doing it, same cycle over and over again. There's only so far we can go with this technology, and they never will let us have free energy technology. We'll never be able to make things from, we'll never be able to produce hydro tech, cars that run off of water, or just energy from the atmosphere that it picks up from the actual, y'all just don't understand. We don't have to be driving these battery cars that have to recharge every 2 hours, okay? There were hydro cars that were created. There were hemp cars. There were cars that were made, I think, for 100% from hemp or something like that. Or it was made to run off of hemp. I forgot which one, but that was that. There was a prototype of that. And then, like I said, hydro car. There was the free energy car that would just ran off of just free energy, electricity. It pulled from the atmosphere. A lot of prototypes of those type of cars have been created. And then, lastly, the compressed air car that literally moves off of compressed air. But we still sit here and promote this junk technology. That's how low IQ everybody is. Everybody is on autopilot bot mode, just going with the flow, going with whatever a billionaire tells them. Okay? Going with whatever they tell them. Not questioning a damn thing. Because the billionaires and millionaires know it all. Yeah. Anyways. Let me get back to this video.
Quote, the Code Noir marked France's historic rendezvous with slavery in the Americas. It was one of the most important codes in the history of French codes. First promulgated by Louis XIV in 1685 for his possessions in the Antilles, then introduced in Louisiana in 1724. This code was, unlike the custom of Paris, the only comprehensive legislation which applied to the whole population, both black and white. In these colonies, where slaves vastly outnumbered Europeans and slave labor was the engine of the economy, as well as its greatest capital investment, the code was a law affecting social, religious, and property relationships between all classes. The code was also important as a sociological footprint, for no legislation better revealed the belief system of European society, including its fears, values, and moral blind spots. No legislation was more frequently amended and regularly adapted to adjust to France's evolving experience with slavery. Furthermore, perhaps no aspect of the code, whether one refers to its motives and aims, compares it to other slave systems, or questions its enforcement, is free of contemporary controversy. End quote. This article goes on to say that the French had acquired slaves long before they had any laws on slavery. This resource says that the French began to acquire slaves in St. Christophe and other islands as early as 1635. By 1654, there were about 12,000 slaves distributed in the islands. The island of St. Christophe is now called St. Kitts. So the reason that I mentioned St. Christophe or St. Kitts first is because it was one of the first places that was both occupied by the French and the English, and one of the first places where they started to grow their empires. Quote from Charlatans Web: the island originally produced tobacco, but farmers switched to sugarcane in 1640 because of stiff competition from the colony of Virginia. The labor-intensive cultivation of sugarcane was the reason for the large-scale importation of African slaves. Really. The importation began most immediately upon the arrival of Europeans to the region, even though sugarcane wasn't cultivated for another 200 years on the island, leading some to discredit the earliest claims of imported African labor. Quote, as the European population on St. Kitts continued to increase, Chief Tegremont grew hostile to the foreigners in 1626 and plotted their elimination with the help of other island Caribs. However, a native woman named Barb informed Warner and de Sambuc, I don't know what the fuck that says. One of them French, you had to put a little D on it. See, that's how you know some Huguenot shit right there. If you see "de" on something, like if you got "de" in your name, or that little, what's that, apostrophe? Yeah, that's some Huguenot shit, right? Van, also, if you got Van, if you have "de" and Van in your shit, that's some Huguenot shit. If you have Van in your shit. Matter of fact, I believe that anything that starts off with Van, like Vanderbilt, is probably some Huguenot shit. May not necessarily have to be Van Built. All right, went way left. Coming on back, this quote is from Vincent Hubbard, A History of St. Kitts. Got sidetracked a little bit. Continuing, the Europeans acted by getting the Indians intoxicated at a party before returning to their village. That's some shit they do, by the way. Before they even try to set up a deal, they just going to get you intoxicated. The Europeans acted by getting the Indians intoxicated at a party before returning to their village, where 120 were killed in their sleep. The following day, at a site called Bloody Point, with a ravine known as Bloody River, over 2,000 Caribs were massacred. By 1640, the remaining Caribs not enslaved on St. Kitts, Nevis, and Antigua were removed to Dominica. So they killed 2,000 Caribs. We don't know exactly how many they enslaved. But we also know by 1654, according to Code Noir out of the Louisiana Law Review, there were at least 12,000 slaves in St. Kitts. So they massacred all of the natives and then imported slaves from Africa? But there are people right there. I mean, if they were going to import somebody from somewhere, wouldn't they import the people on the closest continent? Probably not. Apparently they sent boats all across the ocean. Continuing, these quotes are from the History of St. Kitts and the book Swords, Ships, and Sugar. Damn, say that fast. Swords, Ships, and Sugar. Short ships and sugar. The island's earliest cash crop was tobacco, along with ginger and indigo dye. However, production from the Caribbean and North American colonies deflated the price, resulting in an 18-month moratorium on St. Kitts tobacco farming in 1639. This prompted the production of sugar from sugarcane on St. Kitts in 1643 and on Nevis in 1648. Windmills were built to crush the canes and extract the juice. The planters grew prosperous, even rich, where Nevis became the richest British colony in the Western Hemisphere by 1652. By 1776, St. Kitts was the richest British colony per capita. So they making money. Island boys.
Cause I'm an island boy and I've been trying to make. Oh, I'm an island boy.
They're just making that money off that sugar cane and no tobacco. Doing indentured servants among the islands. Fewer than half survive their servitude. All right, I'm done. I am done. Though indentured servants were common, amongst the islands, fewer than half survived their servitude, and field work required African slaves. This is an interesting sentence because they're saying that fewer than half of indentured servants survived their servitude, and field work required African slaves. When we're talking about indentured servants, we're talking about Irish people. Fewer than half survived their servitude on St. Kitts, at least, according to this. Fewer than half. And Africans, quote unquote Africans, definitely not the enslaved natives, not them. Africans, the people they shipped from what? Not even from South America, but from Africa. Yeah, not those people, right? The Africans were required for field work. So what the hell was killing the indentured servants if they weren't in the field? And I understand that, you can't put an Irishman in the sun all day. The nigga will explode. I get it. Especially especially an Irishman from the foggy hills of, I don't know, there's a hill up there somewhere, up in the Isles, from the foggy Isles. The indentured servants, the Irish, quote unquote, Irish slaves. Fewer than half survived their servitude and they weren't working in the fields. Or it's assumed by this, if they weren't working in the fields, how did they die in their servitude? Like, what were they doing that was so dangerous? Like, it couldn't have been housework. Wasn't field work. Is it barn work, maybe? All right, we could speculate all day. There were twice the number of slaves to Europeans on St. Kitts by the end of the 17th century. In 1675, the population on Nevis was about 8,000, half black. By 1780, the Nevis population had grown to 10,000, 90% black. The slaves had very harsh living and working conditions, only lasting 8 to 12 years in the field. And by the 18th century, 2/5 died within a year of arrival. About 22% died on the Middle Passage. 2/5 died within a year of arrival. So 22% die on the Middle Passage. And another 40% die within a year.
Wow, that's a lot of waste right there. So 70% of the slave cargo dies. Okay, and this is all men they're bringing in. Remember that. It's no females on the ship, just men. Okay? We got to keep that in mind because that was a big rabbit hole. People were questioning that, but then they updated the textbooks. No, it's just men that they brought. But still don't wipe out, questions of how, the sanitation of everything, having hundreds of male slaves just chained up at in the poop deck of these cargo sailboats. Okay, they wasn't steamboats. They wasn't motor boats. They wasn't sailing across the sea, bypassing the currents, going at intense speeds, through the ocean. No, they were they were actually sailing using the ocean currents and the wind speeds during the 1600s, 1700s, 1800s. So people don't put all that into play because, they don't question it. IQs are too low. This is what we're dealing with in society. This is why I don't touch any of you zombies. Because y'all are retarded.
Okay. But these slave numbers, they keep growing. End quote. Charlatan's Web.
No,
History
baby.
of St. Kitts and Nevis.
Oh.
Swords, ships, and sugar. End quote.
Yeah. As you know, being mommy in the background, my baby's playing. So, being very watchful of her. She's like right in front of me. So, yeah, I meant to mute that. She was just playing with a cup. Okay.
Now, before we even get into the logic behind the importation of millions of slaves from Africa on one side of the Atlantic all the way to the Caribbean, when you actively are enslaving the natives, we must investigate the credibility of this African moniker that persists throughout all historical material referring to so-called enslaved Africans in the Caribbean. Seeing that according to their records, the Caribbean received the second most Africans behind Brazil and its proximity between the coast of North and South America, it would seem to be a logical place to start our investigation. One may find it quite interesting that the first Masonic lodges in the Americas were built in the West Indies. What also makes the Caribbean an interesting part of this analysis would be the influx of Irish Catholic cast-offs and indentured servants and criminals for their penal colonies, who eventually become wealthy planters on the islands and end up taking their talents to the mainland in places like the Carolinas. For example, Timothy Meads of Warwickshire received 1,000 acres in Carolina as compensation for servitude in Barbados. Quote, development of Freemasonry in the Caribbean with special reference to Guyana by Dr. Harold B. Davis. Quote, it is not surprising that outside of the British Isles, some of the oldest lodges in the English and Scottish constitutions can be found in the Caribbean. This region was, after all, at the time, the prized possession of the European colonial powers of the day. Many of the early lodges were established by members of the military, who have and still remain ambassadors for the worldwide spread of Freemasonry. The craft in those early days was, however, maintained by members of the colonial service, members of the planter class, influential businessmen, and merchants. End quote. Quote, Samson Gideon was a Sephardic Jewish banker who was active in 18th century London. Gideon is most prominently known for the Hanoverian Whig government's suppression of the Jacobite Rising of 1745, subsequently becoming a trusted advisor of the government who supported the passage of the Jew Bill in 1753. Historian James Picciotto, in his book Sketches of Anglo-Jewish History, described Gideon as the Rothschild of his day and the pillar of state credit. Sounds like a great guy. What did this Sephardic Jewish merchant banker Rothschild do? Samson Gideon was born at London Wall in the city of London, second son and 5 children of Roland Gideon, Rohiel Abu Diente. I think it's interesting that a lot of these guys changed their names, a pattern we see even up until the Bolshevik shit, who traded in the West Indies, and his second wife, Esther de Porto, was also Jewish, daughter of Domingo or Abraham du Porto. Double names, double identities, a diamond buyer in Madras, India. A diamond buyer. I wonder if his family actually mined the diamond. They just purchased the diamonds. Samson Gideon's paternal grandfather, Moses Abu Diente, was a Sephardi born in Portugal, Lisbon, but moved to Gluckstadt at Holstein, an area close to Hamburg, Germany, where Roland Gideon was born. Oh, he's a German. The Abu Dientes, including Roland and his father, were active as part of the elite Sephardic planter ruling class in the West Indies. Sephardic planter ruling class, active in the production of sugarcane. In first Barbados, Antigua, and then Nevis, moving each time to avoid taxation. Cayman. The Abu Dientes made their extensive fortune from the sugar cane worked by unfree labor of enslaved Americans and European indentured servants on their plantations. Unfree? Who the fuck? Unfree. The Abu Dientes made their extensive fortune from the sugar cane worked by the unfree labor of enslaved Africans and European indentured servants on their plantation. The unfree labor. Only a fucking would even say that. Unfree. Oh, you think slaves were free? Do you know how much slaves cost? That sounds like something up. Unfree. You watch these motherfuckers. Slick writers, slick mouth little bitches. Straight like that. First of all, Samson Gideon looked just like a nigga. He looked like one. This nigga looked like a nigga. First of all, he looked like a nigga. Damn. He looked just like that Rothschild. Boy. All he is a mulatto. Look just like them nigga, boy. Look, they barons and everything over there. Yeah, boy. A review of the Jewish colonialist in Barbados in the year 1680. The Sephardim of the island of Nevis. Some notes on the Jews of Nevis. American Jewish Archives, 2019. Sephardic merchants allied with Cromwell and the Roundheads. I bet they did. Bet they did. End quote. Charlatan's Web. Back on the mainland, the majority of North America at the time was not under the control of Europeans. The Spanish, Dutch, French, and British only had a small collection of forts scattered along the North American East Coast, and this was the case literally up until the 1800s. The oldest colonial cities in America, which were founded by them, St. Augustine, Florida, a Spanish fort founded in 1565, Fort Caroline, a French fort founded in 1564, Charleston, an English fort, 1670, Jamestown, 1608, Plymouth, 1630, English forts. New York was a Dutch fort, 1620. Newport, Rhode Island, 1600, a crypto-Jewish New English Portuguese fort. And even more so than protecting people, these fort cities protected wealthy merchant families and their commercial exploits. But nowhere on the mainland did they have more control than they did on the islands. Truthfully, the Caribbean became a safe haven for any trouble these people may face from hostilities regarding Indians on the continent. Don't let them Indians get too close, or they'll be on the first thing paddling back to Barbados. It's important to recognize at this point the islands were far more controlled and fortified by the various flags of heathen than was the larger continent. That's why prior to 1650, there were far more immigrants to the West Indies than to the mainland colonies. Some of the oldest cities, especially in the South, cities like Charleston, Savannah, Biloxi, and New Orleans, were de facto charted out of various islands in the West Indies. It's also worth mentioning that all laws and codes concerning the treatment of so-called blacks are in direct intercourse with the statutes first employed in places like Barbados, Antigua, Jamaica, and the Bahamas. Come on, pretty mama. You know what I'm talking about? Bermuda, Jamaica. You know what I'm talking about, man. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know. I've always gotten racist vibes from the Beach Boys. Can't explain it, but I always felt like them niggas was racist. Yeah, the niggas just, I get racist vibes from them niggas. All right, my bad. Let me continue. France and Spain, who had significant presence in the Indies, each enacted their own regulations in dealing with indigenous people. France's Code Noir was invented in 1685 by Louis XIV and implemented into the French West Indies, French Guiana, and later, once they infiltrated Louisiana. The Spanish also had their laws of the Indies on which they would deal with subjugated Indians. And interestingly enough, both of their laws centered around the conversion of Indians to Catholicism, while the English laws centered around the conversion to Christianity. It's imperative to point out that Catholicism and Christianity are not the same religious practice. Christians center their worship around Jesus, a more monotheistic religion founded in pagan sun worship. Catholics center theirs around the Trinity, the Virgin Mary, and sometimes various saints, which is founded in Babylonian. Quote, Charlton's Web, England's American colonies in the United States. Quote, the first comprehensive English slave code was established in Barbados, an island in the Caribbean, in 1661. Many other slave codes of the time are directly based on this model. Modifications of the Barbadian slave codes were put in place in the colony of Jamaica in 1664 and were then greatly modified in 1684. The Jamaican codes of 1684 were copied by the colony of South Carolina in 1691. The South Carolina slave code served as the model for many other colonies in North America. In 1755, the colony of Georgia adopted the South Carolina slave code. Virginia's slave codes were made in parallel to those in Barbados, with individual laws starting in 1667, and a comprehensive slave code passed in 1705. And remember, among one of these slave codes, or what you'll come to find out, one of these slave codes is no Negro or Indian can own a Christian servant. Continuing. In 1667, the Virginia House of Burgesses enacted a law which did not recognize the conversion of African Americans to Christianity despite baptism. So we can see that Christianity can be used as a ploy for a slave to get freedom. One of the first laws on the book was you cannot enslave a Christian. The initial objective of all of these slave codes, Code Noir, the code for the Indies, was first conversion. The French and Spanish, Catholicism, the English Christianity. So by becoming a Christian or converting to Catholicism, in theory, a slave should be free, based off their recognition of the slave law initially was not to enslave a Christian. And we'll also come to find that much of this history is based in the history of the Crusades. That's for another time. Or you can always tune into America is Egypt. Continuing. In 1669, Virginia enacted an act about the casual killing of slaves, which declared masters who killed slaves deemed resisting were exempt from felony charges. In 1670, they enacted a law prohibiting free Africans from purchasing servants who weren't also African. So now we're talking about free Africans in 1670. There were no Africans in Virginia in 1670. But we can see that free Africans has been manipulated through the ages for someone to think a free African is actually a person from Africa, when we know those 24 slaves that showed up on the boat in Jamestown Colony in 1619, there weren't that many more who showed up in Virginia prior to the year 1700. But already in 1670, they have all of these codes enacted, prohibiting free Africans from purchasing servants who also weren't African. The prohibition is Indians, indigenous Americans, purchasing Christian immigrant slaves. Read between the lines, read between the sentences. The real objective of this code is to keep who from buying who. In 1680, Virginia passed Act X, which prohibited slaves from carrying weapons, leaving their owner's plantation without a certificate, or raising a hand against Christians. Just like many of these Irish people who were enslaved, they were Catholic and they were enslaved to Christians. Reformation. This is all during the Reformation of the church. The slave codes of the other tobacco colonies, Delaware, Maryland, and North Carolina, were modeled on the Virginia Code. While not based directly on the codes of Barbados, the Virginia codes were inspired by them. The shipping and trade that took place between the West Indies and the Chesapeake meant that planters were quickly informed of any legal and cultural changes that took place. According to historian Russell Menard, when Maryland put its slave code in place, the influence of the Barbadian codes as a cultural hearth for the law is noted, with members of the Maryland legislature having been former residents of Barbados, end quote. And that would go for all the legislators of the earliest colonies. They were most likely former immigrants from the islands. You imagine ships coming straight to America, right? But even the people who colonized, they colonized out of the Caribbean, meaning the earliest families in North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Florida, Virginia, Delaware, Maryland, Pennsylvania, New York. Most of these people set up slave operations and were merchant families. They set their operations and headquarters up where? In the Caribbean. Accounts in the Cayman Islands. I don't know if that has anything to do with anything. I'm sure it has something to do with something. Remember, these codes were invented before the recorded influx of Africans to the colonies. The Transatlantic Slave Trade Database is supposed to be the most credible resource available when it comes to slave statistics. Let's investigate the validity of the claim that these so-called slaves are African. It has been jammed into our heads by the new woke left historical slave narrative. The first record of African slaves in the United States comes from the year 1619. We all know that other places in the Caribbean, Central, and South America had already been colonized. For example, Brazil, the place credited with being the disembarkation point for most African slaves, was colonized by the Portuguese. And they were already enslaving people a century before the Jamestown colony had even been founded. The Intra-American Slave Trade Database even documents the slave voyage of early Brazilians from the year 1550 to 1866. But when we highlight the years prior to 1619, we clearly see the Portuguese enslaving Indians in Brazil and transporting them south to Buenos Aires in modern-day Argentina. We can see this pattern continue up until at least 1650, We can also see the exorbitant amount of people on the ship being relocated with hundreds of people on a single vessel. After 1660, the pattern changes. Most of the enslaved voyages begin in Curacao and Barbados, but instead of being exported to Brazil, most were being taken to Jamaica, and even a small number of these people were taken to the colonies in Virginia and the Carolinas. We can clearly see evidence that the first disembarkations of so-called African slaves in North America were actually captured Indians from Curacao and Barbados. Remember that prior to this same time, the numbers of Africans coming into the mainland colonies is basically null, and afterwards climbs significantly. And we can also see that South Americans and people of the islands were either being taken to Panama or from one island to the other. For example, from Barbados to Jamaica, or from island to mainland. For example, Barbados or Jamaica to Virginia. And this doesn't include documented records of the people who were transplanted from mainland to mainland. It's quite interesting to find substantial evidence of captured Indians embarking on ships in Brazil and disembarking in Virginia. With all this being said, none of this includes the millions of free Americans inhabiting the majority of the continent, especially in America, east of the Mississippi. These people would soon be included in the false African slave narrative. Another point that seems to have escaped the historical record are the Freemasons and their participation in the institution of slavery. If one were to scour charlatans' web for the history concerning the relationship between the two, one may be led to believe that not only did the Freemasons not participate, but they single-handedly played the most important role in the abolition of slavery. But is there any truth to this image broadcasted across the internet? The Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania was established in 1730. The Grand Lodge of New England, 1733. The Grand Lodge of South Carolina, 1736. The Grand Lodge of North Carolina, 1771. These lodges were founded before America was even a nation. Coincidentally, the literal height of the slave trade. Are we supposed to trust the accounts being asserted all across charlatans' web promoting the racial liberalism of Prince Hall Freemasonry? Because as early as the year 1790, 70 years before the Emancipation Proclamation, so-called blacks could become members, yet couldn't become members of white lodges? The root of this liberal racial concept is a philosophical misnomer based in clandestine elitism and separation from the average classes of so-called colored people. And of course, this is based in one simple and paramount fact: that only freeborn men could even become Prince Hall Freemasons. Additionally, it's important to note, Hall and his group were initiated in 1775 under the British military during the American Revolution, essentially making them British loyalists. Two other important things. As mentioned before, Hall was not American born. He was a freeborn mulatto from the West Indies. Many historians say Barbados, with English or Irish ancestry. In all probability, descended from the Caribbean British immigrant planter class, as is speculated from his ominously obscure background. This still doesn't answer the question why they named the lodge African Lodge when none of them were African. It shouldn't be a surprise that Hall was one of the earliest proponents of the To Africa movement, labeled by scholars the Back to Africa movement, even before the year 1800. One may wonder if there were any so-called liberal Freemasons involved in this plan. That's a rhetorical question. Of course there weren't. Remember, the American Colonization Society was created by pastors, politicians, and plantation owners as a scheme of removing all freeborn so-called blacks from America and displacing them in West Africa under the artifice of freedom and new opportunity. Well, if you don't remember, that's how countries like Sierra Leone and Liberia were literally founded, by relocating free colored Americans into startup colonies in West Africa. In the case of Liberia, men like Bushrod Washington.
And for some reason, they love to hide this in the American history books. That really should be one of the centerpieces of Black History Month, is the fact that Black Americans pretty much had a hand in colonizing West Africa, and that's why a lot of our gene pool is there because of that, not because we come from there. But yeah, they don't mention that. They don't mention that at all.
Washington, nephew of George Washington, and Henry Clay, slave owner and Grand Master of the Lodge of Kentucky, were its most influential boosters. And what did freeborn so-called blacks think about this plan of colonizing Africa? Quote, "Now after the Colonization Society has been formed without the consent of the colored people, after the enterprise has been violently pushed against their reiterated protest for 17 years, after its friends acknowledged that coercion has been used in getting away its victims, and so long as they would persuade us that this is not the native country of colored Americans and that we ought not let them remain here, what is better than a gross mockery to talk about consent?" End quote. James Forten. Remember, James Forten was the wealthy free black in Philadelphia. Also Freemason, most likely born in the islands. Still could be an indigenous American, could possibly be a European Huguenot.
Which that's a lot of people within the FBA Twitter spaces. They're just melanated Europeans, pretty much, with the pheomelanin and all. Okay, made the Jesuit-minded black man created new tribes with white women. And he don't even realize that because he's been brainwashed to believe that he could create black children without the black American woman. That was the first way of destroying us, was you believing that you are creating your carbon copy through foreign women. Well, it's whatever now. It's too late. But here it is. This is the real history.
The idea of an African homeland was not in the least of ways adopted by the majority of so-called African Americans. And even the opinion that they were in any way native to Africa was considered an insult, especially to men like James Forten and Frederick Douglass. The conception of indigenous Americans adopting an African nativity didn't initially come along with the Prince Hall Freemasons, despite the fact they named their first lodge African. The majority of American Negroes could trace their generations back long before captivity on American soil and knew the colonization plot was a sham. On the other hand, this African motherland marketed philosophy for Aboriginal Americans predominates the early 20th century. Born in elite academia and pushed by Boule class members of European ancestry posing as American-blooded Negroes, men like W.E.B. Du Bois, in his iconic work, The Souls of Black Folk, where he suggests that the American Negro can find his roots in Africa.
Another mulatto gatekeeper, okay? He was in it for the white coochie, okay? And all of his works. All of these Boule people, they were in it for, white coochie. But anyways, he was in big on like trying to humanize those creatures that were found at the World's Fair. Okay, he was hell bent on connecting American indigenous to creatures that were caged, and acting like monkeys, performing like monkeys. He just felt the need to just try to link it when there was no link at all. There was absolutely no link. Absolutely no link whatsoever. Okay? It just, of course, blacks in the South, unfortunately, were kept away from education. Okay? They educated themselves the best they could, and learned how to read through what books they had, which primarily was the Bible. So, yeah.
A blatant fallacy used to push the hidden agenda of disconnecting indigenous Americans from their ancestral roots, therefore affirming a falsely attributed African slave identity rooted in oppression. Consequently, branding the idea that no so-called black Americans were ever free, and when they were, it was in Africa, but nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, the majority of so-called African slaves during the era of discovery were actually white. White slaves, also known as Christian slaves because they weren't called white at the time, had been traded for hundreds of years along the Barbary Coast in North and West Africa. But for some reason, this narrative has been suppressed historically. The Arab world has a far longer history of slavery than America and Western Europe. Vikings, Jews, Khazars, Ottoman Muslims traded Christian slaves or Slavic people, hence the name, for centuries before they had even stepped on American soil. Over 3 million Christian so-called white slaves have been captured and sold in slave markets up until at least the year 1800. Think about that.
But the main focus is Black American slavery. Okay, good. Supposedly only lasted like 300-400 years. I don't know, or what 200? What I don't know. I gotta look it up again. All right, but yeah, the main focus is that, and they only focus on so-called the Africans that were so-called captured, and I say, which we already in the first hour and a half of this we debunked that whole theory of so-called Africans being stolen from Africa to serve Europeans here. It was already black indigenous here that knew how to speak French and Spanish and certain even Latin. They were already here. And and even they had another bridge language, the trade language of that time, which was sign language. So there were so many ways that these indigenous could communicate with these foreign people. So that was the only way they could get these people, subdue these people to even serve them in the first place. They had to understand language. People don't question the part about the language barrier part, getting fresh out the jungle and Africans that spoke 1,000 different dialects in one region. I mean, in West Africa alone, there's 1,000 different dialects, and they can't pinpoint exactly where they got the Africans. It's not just one country where they got these Africans. It's just all over the place in West Africa. Nobody questions shit. Okay? Nobody questions shit. It just look good, sound good on paper. People go with it. The images look realistic. They go with it. So, yeah.
Now I know this may seem like a crazy question, but what are the chances of any of those so-called African slaves being brought to America actually having white skin? And if you think that's crazy, that means you think that out of the 3 million white Slavs or slaves in Africa, none of them were traded to the American colonies. Or maybe you don't think white slaves in Africa ever existed. In any case, you're smoking crack. Or maybe some of that new meth. If you do just a little digging into the Barbary slave trade prior to 1700, you will clearly see several documented resources citing that Christians were being captured by Khazars, Jews, and Vikings and being traded to Muslim-controlled territories around the Mediterranean coast. Quote, the main slave market was Kaffa, which after 1475 belonged to the Ottoman Empire. The town had artillery and a strong garrison of janissaries. Besides Kaffa, slaves were sold in Slave dealers came from various backgrounds: Jews, Turks, Arabs, Jews, Greeks, Jews, Armenians, and Jews. For the right to trade, they paid tax to the Crimean Khan and Turkish Pasha. In Kaffa, there were sometimes as many as 30,000 slaves, mostly from the Muscovy and the southern lands of the Commonwealth. Habsburg diplomat and the ambassador of the Holy Roman Empire to Muscovy, Sigismund von Herbenstein, I wonder if he's part of the Vans. Of course he is. Wrote that an old infirmed man who will not fetch much at sale are given up to the Tartar youths, either to be stoned or thrown into the sea, or to be killed by any sort of death they might please. Alan Fisher describes the fate of slaves. Quote, the first ordeal of the captive was the long march to the Crimea, often in chains and always on foot. Many of the captives died en route. Since on many occasions the Tartar raiding party feared reprisals, or in the 17th century, attempts by Cossack bands to free the captives, the marches were hurried. Ill or wounded captives were usually killed rather than allowed to slow the procession. An Ottoman traveler in the mid-16th century who witnessed one such march of captives from Galatia marveled that any would reach their destination, the slave markets of Kefe. He complained that their treatment was so bad that the mortality rate would unnecessarily drive up their price beyond the reach of potential buyers such as himself. A Polish proverb stated, "Oh, how much better to lie on one's bier than be a captive on the way to Tartary." End quote. According to Ukrainian-Canadian historian Orest Hlevide, from 1450 to 1586, 86 raids were recorded, and from 1600 to 1647, 70. Although estimates of the number of captives taken in a single raid reached as high as 30, that's a lot of people for one raid. Holy Tartary. In Podilla alone, about 1/3 of the villages were devastated or abandoned between 1578 and 1583. Michelob Light described Kaffa as an insatiable and lawless abyss drinking our blood. Besides the bad food, water, clothing, and shelter, they were subjugated to exhausting labor and abuse. According to Litvin, the stronger slaves were castrated. Others had their nose and ears slit and were branded on the forehead or cheek, and by day tormented with forced labor, and by night kept in dungeons. Jews, Muslims, Armenians, Jews, and Greek traders all purchased Slavic slaves in Kaffa. End quote. Charlatan's Web, quote, the human losses during the raids in Eastern Europe were significant. According to partial statistics and fragmentary estimates, nearly 2,000 Russians, Ukrainians, and Poles were taken into slavery by Crimean Tatars from 1468 to 1694. Okay, that's 200 years. In the first half of the 17th century alone, an estimated 150 to 200,000 people were taken into slavery from the territory of Moscow state. these figures do not take into account those who were killed during the attacks. We see 2 million were taken between 1468 and 1694. 2 million just from Crimea, from 1468 to 1694. Not to mention any slaves in the Mediterranean. These are the Black Sea slaves, not even the Mediterranean slaves. So those estimates for white slaves might possibly be higher than even 3 million. And that's the funny thing about white slavery. It is definitely a part of history, but for some reason, the suppression game is on 1 trillion. Research white slaves, you're going to be digging for quite a while before the information starts to show its hand. That is by design. White people aren't a homogenous group of people, just like black people aren't a homogenous group of people. So when I say white slavery, we are really referring to certain groups of people who were enslaved. Also, the Irish were enslaved in Africa as well. On record, Jan Jansen, the famous New Netherland Dutch Moorish pirate, raided Ireland. The Irish, you know, those Irish, he raided Ireland during the age of colonialism. Put them on a boat and sailed to Algiers in Algeria, the largest slave market in North Africa. And from Algiers, who knows? The narratives of Jan Jansen van Haarlem, a Dutch Moorish pirate, recall his many slave voyages in Iceland and Ireland. His lineage would be some of the first Dutch to settle New York, then called New Netherland. His early descendants, including one of his sons, Anthony, was described as a dark-complexioned mulatto of a Turkish stock. His nickname was Anthony the Turk. He immigrated to New Netherland as a colonist of the Dutch West India Company and was given land on the island of Manhattan, either through inheritance or connection to the Habsburg dynasty, which he named Wallenstein, ironically the location of modern-day Wall Street. Let's pause for a second to take a deeper look into the reality of this truth that most people have never even considered: black pirates and white slaves. And by black pirates, specifically meaning North African Berbers of Moorish stock being black by classification of them being African and having very dark skin. The first Africans on the continent were not slaves, but rather slave traders and their descendants who got rich selling white slaves off the coast of Africa, long before white was even a thing. The first families of New York were the descendants of that white Christian slave trade. And they themselves were not white, because white is a color, not an ethnicity. And this doesn't exclude dark-skinned Huguenots or dark-skinned Sephardic Jews. The first families of New York were descendants of that white Christian slave trade, and they themselves were not white because white is a color, not an ethnicity. The same as with black, two boxes at opposite ends of the gradient, the truth in the gray area used to house lies at either end. When a person thinks black in a historical context, they've been brain fucked into believing African or slave, and that history begins with colonialism. Even in the whitest place in the world, Ukraine, and the arid shadows of the Caucasus were the headquarters of world pre-colonial slavery. You had Armenians, Jews, Greeks, Bulgars, Jews, Khazars, Mongols, Jews, Turks, Tartars, and Jews selling and trading Slavs, a veritable cornucopia of Caucasians, but none of these people would classify themselves as just white, although they come from the literal home of white people. Interesting note, on the Skin Pigment Index, the whitest people on Earth are actually East Asians and Siberians of the Mongoloid phenotype. Additionally, these groups in North and East Asia have the highest levels of Neanderthal and Denisovan DNA, outside of Australians and certain groups in the Pacific Islands, because although they have been reclassified, the Mongoloid, the Hindu, and the Australian are all Caucasian by blood, with no so-called sub-Saharan African ancestry, meaning the scale of Caucasian runs the spectrum from white as fuck to blacker than a bitch. Skin color was not a factor in determining who was a slave prior to colonialization. First of all, to answer the question, were there any black pirates? Of course there were. A good estimate is that at least a third to a half of all pirates were black, and that ratio should correspond precisely with the amount of artistic depictions that have been whitewashed by historical academia. Black pirates, black slave traders, and white slaves at one time, they all existed. Some people may look at the modern-day Algerian, Berber, or Moroccan person and say to themselves, these niggas ain't black. And for the most part, they would be right. But let's not forget that just like in America, the territories in North Africa have seen their own version of historical whitewashing over the last 400 years. And the current inhabitants of this region do not resemble the prior inhabitants in physical features or ancestry. The most obvious is the heavy Cauco-Hamite physical features seen in these current populations, with minimal observable amounts of sub-Saharan DNA. The earlier populations of North Africa had much higher amounts of sub-Saharan DNA. So what exactly is a black pirate? Is he good at basketball? Does he sleep with a box fan? Can they even swim? America had its own version of black pirates, other than the black so-called pirates who were colonizing the country. In America, black pirates were usually renegades. In many cases in America, black pirates who were formerly enslaved would capture slave vessels, kill the captain, and set slaves free. A black pirate, mariner, even slave trader was most likely the norm for hundreds to thousands of years around the Mediterranean. 300 years ago, the majority of these people in North Africa had far more so-called Negro DNA. And since then, that area has been slowly taken over by Europeans out of Southern Europe and Muslims out of the Middle East, to the point that the Caucasian and Hamitic characteristics predominate this area. Be all this as it may, we can still see the Negro blood still visible in the populations of these people today. Many of those Europeans, Sephardic Jews, Huguenots, Conversos, Moriscos, Marranos, who were expelled from Europe after 1491, these people later joined forces with those Moors and became merchants at the Dutch West India Company, Barbary pirates, slave traders, and the first Europeans in America. And no, they weren't white. A Virginia Act of 1670 states that no Negroes nor Indians are permitted to buy Christian servants. But who were these Negroes or even Indians buying Christian servants? They were the majority. This conception of pre-1700 Virginia can be portrayed more accurately by establishing that skin color was not used to determine freedom anywhere outside of the territories controlled by the Virginia Company, which at the time were only small fort cities along coastal rivers. Not even 10% of the territory by the year 1700. So who was living on the other 90% of the territory? It surely wasn't Africans or the magically disappearing Tartarian Siberians. These niggas might claim all lands west to the Mississippi, but they didn't control none of that shit. And their laws only held precedent in lands that they could be enforced. It would take over 200 years for enforcement to finally push these laws completely onto the native population. Ironically, prominent notorious Freemason former President Andrew Jackson may have played the most significant role in enforcing these laws when he pushed the last free tribes out of the South. This is the most important period of time in pointing out the African slave myth. The population of slaves in the South on the 1860 census was nearly 4 million, a significant jump from the 1790 and 1810 census, where the same population jumps at least 3 million. And since the average slave didn't live past 25 years old and had a documented negative birth rate, and the transatlantic African slave trade had ended before the 1810 census, where did these 4 million slaves come from in the 1860 census? That's a rhetorical question, of course. We know they were already here and thus not African. They were free.
All right, let's get on to the next one. Let's see here. Anyway.
Worst breakfast for your waistline.
Oatmeal's healthy, right?
There's nothing good in oatmeal. Most oats cross-react.
Hey, welcome to Southern California, KPFK, Brother Steve Coakley.
Hey, good evening, brother.
One of our great researchers that have exposed the Boule.
White power, the New World Order. It's on the dollar bill, pyramid by white men who never built one, never saw one, but they emulated this symbol. And now comes a series of societies, and now comes forth this black one in 1904. As we began to read deeper, it had another analogy in the story to Skull and Bones. It wasn't until we got the history book that the analogy that looked happenstantial in the story in the LA Times was actually deeper in the actual history book, where they drew attention to Skull and Bones. It denoted that W.E.B. Du Bois was a member, and it began to describe people, influential people in the present-day society, and historically, our university, historically black college presidents are primarily coming out of this advisors to the king. And that word, that Boule word, can be looked up in a encyclopedia Well, now people don't use them, they use internet. And that's a dangerous thing, a dangerous dependency. But Boule, B-O-U-L-E, the Greek version. There's a French version that's a coming together, a conclave, the AKA called their convention, the Boule. But the Greek word is what we're looking for, the advisors to the king. The lower house of the Greek parliament is called Boule. And if you know the American congressional system, Senate, 6 years, more power, authority, only 100, 2 per state. Congress, 435, have to run every 2 years. Your lower house has less power and authority. So it appears as if, in finding the Boule, that within it was a subordination to something else. And in its history book, it drew attention. Here's a logo. And this is their logo is a Grecian sphinx. It's an animal. And this Grecian sphinx is similar to a griffin or a gargoyle. Kind of ironically, the Boule had their convention in Los Angeles in 1941. And where else? Griffin Park. And this logo, this symbol, is a guardian animal. This would be similar to a Rottweiler or a dog or a German Shepherd. They tend to protect something higher than itself.
Let me ask you a question. I went to Howard University, for instance, and a number of African so-called Greek societies, fraternities, as well as in our community, there's a number of secret, semi-secret organizations. How is the Boule different than the numerous fraternities and groups in our community? What is the relationship to the ruling class?
Father, son. The nine make up the axis of the Black Greek dynasty. There are 4 male societies, 4 female societies, and the Boule make the 9th one. They're the first, 1904 series, the Alphas. I'm not versed in the exact order, but I have all of their history books, and each of them draw attention to things where they got their ritual from. The Deltas draw attention to Freemasonry, said our ritual came from Mary Church Terrell, whose husband, Robert Terrell, was head of the Masonic Lodge in Washington, D.C. Mary Church Terrell, Mary Church, is the daughter of the first black millionaire in America, Robert Church of Memphis, Tennessee. Huge mausoleum to him there. Those societies, those 4 male, those 4 female, and the Boule tend to make up a aristocracy. We talked in the park about the 10%, not in the sense of us in exclusivity, but them in the terms of deputizing 10% of the population to assure that the 90% never catch on. And it's very important to know that if you look to Alpha Phi Alpha website, there's alphas, kappas, Qs, and Phi Beta Sigma. There's Zeta Phi Beta, Delta Sigma Theta, AKA, and Delta, I'm missing somebody, Sigma Gamma Rho. If you look to, say, the Alpha website, they brag about being 95% of all black lawyers. Now, if the Alphas are 95% of the black lawyers, what does that leave the Kappas, the Qs? Okay, now we're in the 90s. They claim to be 65% of the black accountants, the lawyers, the doctors, dominating. And it may be that our professions are dominated by people in the Greek societies. At Howard, there was a student that I tried to help get a doctorate in engineering. Very exclusive about giving them out. If you get one, you're set for life. Morgan State, Howard are very exclusive. Took big money from governments to make engineers, but the brothers weren't coming out. And when we got deeply involved, we found how close-knit, how selective the professional process is. So he ended up at the patent office. He was a Kappa. He said, we have 15 blacks, 1 female, 14 brothers, and all 14 of us are Kappas. Only Kappa's going to get in here. And there are jobs all over where we think we're applying for something fair and open. But I would suggest that the ruling class recognized this was a very significant period, Didon, when they decided that they would give a college degree to a person of African ancestry in America who, after Reconstruction, should have been pretty pissed off. And so they were very weak about it to Africans in America, only 2,000. So there was this thing they went through, a born man versus the made man. The born man, the king and the queens of Europe, had to deputize people to colonize the lands, the Columbuses and the Cecil Rhodeses who went to Africa. They weren't the aristocracy, but they fought to be gladiators and colonists and explorers. The Lewis and Clark, who were Masons, these men used the societies to advance the wishes of the ruling class, and they set up a system, a circle within a circle within another circle. Each circle protected the circle within it. So when you look to that Boule logo, you see there's an urn. There's an animal with the wing of the bird, the tail of a lion, and it's got an urn, and it's got its paw over the urn, and it says in the history book number 2 by Hobart Jarrett that in the urn are the names of the people who are chosen to lead the state, which suggests that part of the society function is not to make known who the people of power and authority are. And one of their most serious indictments to this society is what they were used to do against Marcus Garvey.
Could you explain that, please?
Marcus Garvey, who began to surge for Africa, the Negro was breaking free, doesn't have a good reason.
And see what I'm saying, okay? This is why he's the most promoted, Steve Coakley, because even with him exposing the reality, the existence of the Boule, he had only limited information, okay? And pretty much, you know, did not expose the full spectrum of how the Boule influenced us, okay? And his belief was, oh, they're just, you know, anti-Africa, which I don't understand. Did he ever read any of Du Bois' writings? W.E.B. Du Bois? Did Steve Coakley ever read any of these people's writings? Okay, so, anyways, obviously, yeah, early Boule members were all about getting the indigenous to believe that they were of African descent, okay? So, Boule was never against Africans, always against the black indigenous American, okay? Gatekeeping us, silencing us, and eradicating us was their full plan, which is what they did, okay? Erased our history, and influenced the men to breed out with all these foreigners who are religious, okay? Just breed out. Because, you know, a religious slave woman is a better pick for a wife, of course. You're a woman that will just hand your child over to the government and just let your kid get all these injections with no thought. Okay, I get it. Some of these religions don't allow the injections, but it makes me question a lot, because a lot of these Africans are still stupid as fuck and they don't get these shots, so it makes me question a lot. Okay, so obviously they encourage Americans to get all these injections to dumb us down to be on the level of Africans or below Europeans. Okay, that's the only way they could do it, was to poison us, and they successfully did, okay, and made us all retarded, literally.
To get with the white American establishment.
You're right.
They don't have a good reason.
They're not getting paid.
They just built the country, got set free, didn't get the 40 acres and the mule, got reconstructed.
Worst breakfast for your waistline.
Oatmeal's healthy, right?
There's nothing good in oatmeal. Most oats cross-react with
tinfoil hat.
Oh, what the fuck are you guys even?
Tomorrow, so please.
Oh, no, we're not going to watch that one. Let's see. Journey. Oh, look, it's me. There's me right there. Oh. Okay, and there's me again. Yay. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, so this is 6 years ago. LeBron and Drake.
She's my grandma's age. You won't believe what she does.
I'm out here asking New Yorkers how they stay in shape. Mind if I ask how old you
I never watched this one, the Drake and LeBron contract. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream this one on YouTube. They be striking me with copyright sometimes. So, yeah. If it cuts
Some
off,
things we don't even have to say.
those of you who are watching on YouTube, if it cuts off, just go to my Twitter, or just come on to BitChute, or Twitch. You will find these links in my link tree. Just go to my link tree. It's in the description, and you can stream on the other platforms because YouTube sucks. So here we go.
Say really, because as fast as we make the shows, it's just like they're telling you a story before we even start talking about the segment. That's why we know we can't make the stuff up. We know that we are at the latter times, based on what we see in the media and based on what we see in the confusion of our own folk. Our people love to be illusionists. I call them musicians, so they're not telling you what's really adhered. They're telling you what you want to hear about following a dream, going to college, etc. But what they haven't told you is the consequences and a choice you're going to have to make in order to be wealthy, be rich, to be amongst the stars. You get that, right? And to be in the limelight and to walk the red carpet. You haven't told half the things, not even a pinch, a notion of the things that you're going to have to do if you're willing to be in that limelight of stardom. You have no idea. Now, some of you guys think you know. And the sad part about it, a lot of you think that you can play the game so well that you can make the money. When they get ready to ask you to join and to accept these oaths, you're going to jump out. Listen, you're playing with the devil, man. Satan ain't going to have that. See, when you come into the devil's square, that's the masonry. That's why I call it the devil's square. When you get ready to cross over, you can't play with Satan like that, because he already knows. If you know who Satan is and you believe in him, you're not going to even knock on his door, because he knows that you know the consequences, that the Most High most likely ain't going to be with you, because you can't partake with both tables.
Like I said, people are going to come with their Hebrew Israelite perspective, because, a lot of people haven't broken that. But, yeah, bear with me. These got some good clips, them showing their alliance to Luciferianism and the occult. So they're going to be throwing up the Freemason symbol, hand signs and symbols and all that. So, yeah.
But you got folks out there, especially a young crowd, they think they got so much swagger that they can play both sides, and they get caught up. I just want to do it for the artistic of it. That's what they say, right? I'm just going to show my art. Then I'm getting out. Satan knows how you think, because you're coming in his territory with no light. And when you come in his territory with no light, he knows the Lord is not with you. So he has a chance to do whatever he wants to you. There was a brother that almost drowned in, I think, 2006 or 2007. I put it on Facebook for you brothers and sisters to gravitate to, and I know only a handful looked at it, right? And the reason I said that, because there was something interesting that the brother saw when he was on the other side. And how he described things lets me know that the brother was on the other side. See, it wasn't so much of this beautiful light that everybody talks.
And it is just crazy how there are so many celebrity worshipers within the so-called woke Christian community. I mean, yeah, like I said, people just pick and choose. Hold on. Sound like my mom is outside.
Talks about he came back and da-da-da-da. What he described is exactly how the darkness is when your soul, you're going to be introduced to Satan. So the brother saw what he thought was light was two pillows, and it was two stones of light, which was lit to light up Satan's territory. And the thing that how he described Satan was really the Baphomet. But see, this brother had no idea he was describing the Baphomet. He said he had a head like a horn and a real king-like face. Well, that's the Baphomet. We've been telling you forever that the Baphomet is nobody but Satan. He plays both parts, male and female. You see this, right? So nevertheless, the brother described Satan sitting on a pot of nothing but gold coins, which is wealth. See, that's what Satan is about, wealth. That's why when you pray to Satan, he doesn't wait an eternity to make you rich. He makes you rich overnight. The Lord don't work that way, because you're not put on this earth to be rich. You're put on this earth and in captivity in America to realize the things that you didn't do, what the Father asked of you, which is follow his law, statutes, and commandments. Not 10 commandments, but 614 law, statutes, and commandments. So by not doing that, you've been in captivity, not once but twice. The first time was in Egypt. Now here you are in America. And you still don't understand it. No matter how many times we break it down, I even put it in a song, and you still don't get it. And those are those folks who are not going to get it and who's not meant to get it. And so we're not trying to get you to get it because we know the Lord is not with you. You get this? So having said that, Satan gives you all of this glory, all this music, and all this talent, and all this money. And why does he do that? Because once he knows he gives you some glory, he got you. Now, at the same time, after he gets you in his web, here come the rituals. All we want you to do, brother, you're part of a game. The police have this. I mean, this is how they break it to you. The police have their crew. The government has their crew. The CIA has their crew. The Bloods and Crips have their crew, and we got our crew. We want to know that we can count on you. So every now and then, we want to see you put your hands in the pyramid. That's just let the brothers know that you're down with us. I also want you to throw it to goat every now and then. And they done change the hand signs here and there, right? You agree to that? He said, shit, ain't no big deal. Okay. They said, let's see what he said. He said, yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, brother, we also want to tell you, come to the party tonight because we got some more stuff to tell you. You see that? And once they get you in that room, they're going to tell you, don't you ever tell the secrets. Ever. And they can tell you some hard stories about people who told secrets before you and what happened before you. You see this, right? So now you're kind of nervous, like, damn, what have I got into? That's just the beginning. Because they haven't even asked you to have sex. Or they haven't even asked you to have sex with the so-called Jewish people who's in charge. That's coming. Now, brother, you at this level right now. We want to put you in the $10, $20 million because you have potential to be like Kanye. Are you willing to go that extra mile? Okay, I'm cool. Come to the party tonight. That's the Pandora box. In that party, sometimes the only person going to be there is you. It may not be a big party. The party that you saw before you thought was flamboyant, but now the party is you, about 5, 6 people in costumes, or 5, 6 people you don't even see, but you're the main leader. Why? Because they're going to bust you in your behind. Okay? It is what it is. So, a lot of folks have no idea about crossing over with masonry, getting to the music industry, to get into pictures, to getting on a certain level. Okay? It is what it is. We're not here to try to win you over. We're not here to try to make you believe what we say is true, what we're doing, and hoping that you jump on the bandwagon. I could care less. We have done so many shows and so many films, and every time we do, they come out and tell them themselves. We don't have to keep proving these things. We don't have to have a DVD to show you that Will Smith took penis in the butt, to show you that Martin Lawrence slept with men, to show you that Quincy Jones done bumped every black man that has been in Hollywood to make a living, to get their stardom. He slept with all of them. We don't have to necessarily prove anything because they've proven it themselves. It's been shown every day, you see. So it is what it is. So today's show is called what? The Boule equals Black Hollywood. Time is up. The description, they have lied to us all when it comes to living well, being educated, having talent, having wealth. What they didn't tell us or tell you is that in order to have any of those things, one has to sell their soul, sleep with sodomites, perform black magic with children, commit a blood sacrifice, etc. Now the chickens are coming home to roost. Here's the kicker. Watch the demonic fools ask for help in supporting their cause, because now they see full circle that the elite has them marked for death. They will scandal, kill them, and sets of threes. Why? It's numerology, equals Satan's will. Now run, tell that. So we don't have the audacity to basically get out here and feed the folks nonsense and hopefully that you understand and make you feel better about yourself. It is what it is. Okay? We're not going to sit here and play devil's advocate. And since I've been telling folks these things, and since my denial of 3 contracts, folks been always, well, who said what? Who said, how you know? How you know? Prove it. You know, it is what it is. So the show is wide open. We want to let folks know that in order to get into that world, you're going to be a part of the Boule. It's going to be over you, whether you want to believe it or not. It's been proven over and over, and when they give you the truth and give you the understanding of what you have to do, and if you do not do what they're told you to do, you're going to have consequences, just like Cat Williams. Now, Cat Williams asked for forgiveness. They'll let him back in, but he's going to go through some rituals in order for them to trust him again. That's the way it rolls. It is what it is. Okay? So, Israel, that's what we're talking about today. Boule. It is what it is, right? So, I see some guy. I'm seeing in my chat room. I just started looking at my chat room. Some cat believe that he knows the Boule or whatever. Okay, brother. Let's see what's on your mind. You're on the Yashola Radio Show. Speak.
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Lorna. I'm calling from the Philadelphia area. I just wanted to chime in because I fully disagree with a lot of what you're saying. And honestly, I know you said it once before that you don't have to prove any of this. But honestly, let's be real. When you say something that's real, factual, you can prove it. There's evidence to prove it. But what you're saying, you haven't proved, but you've given examples of things that have absolutely nothing to do with it and try to make a connection with the things that really there is no connection. Like in the chat room alone, there's been statements about how Satan was given a gift of music. So what does that have to do with black musicians?
What's your point? I'm trying to get to what exactly you saying that's not true.
All of it. I feel as though this is all not a conspiracy theory. I'm not going to give you that much. I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say that all of this is just a lot of hatred and misguidedness, and a lot of it hasn't just recently happened. It hasn't happened since
But how is it hatred
his books and
when
videos,
it's proven? How is it hatred when it's proven that they cross over and they do it? They prove it that they cross over. They put it in commercials. They put it in Super Bowls that they cross over in order to make a statement, as well as they get ready to do a sacrifice, as well as they did Whitney Houston, Left Eye, all the rest of them. Are you in the industry?
First, okay.
Are you in the industry? Are you in the industry?
As a person, me, what I do has nothing to do with...
No. It has a lot to do with it because evidently You working for the powers that be.
You are
taking
a
it
radio
personal.
host with a lot of...
You taking it too personal, honey.
I'm
so
not
you got
taking it
that's your
personal.
lifestyle.
I
That's
just
your
feel
lifestyle.
offended. It's not
But
my
that's your-
lifestyle.
Well, if it's not your lifestyle, why are you taking it so personal?
You don't know me. I don't know you. I'm not going to implicate...
Listen, you don't run the show. This is Yashala Radio. You don't like the facts that's being stated because you know some faggot niggas that getting taken up the ass and some bitches that sucking dick that get contracts, and you probably one of them. Don't come on here like you running something because what you don't believe, we don't care what you don't believe.
Okay, I'm sorry. Listen, let me introduce myself again. My name is Lorna. I'm 21 years old. I'm
And you don't
married,
know a
7 months
damn
married.
thing. You don't have no idea of what you're talking about. You're just one of them people who want to be a star. You have no idea about the industry.
Are you
21
serious?
years old, you're
I'm
talking
in
piss
school
and
for
vinegar.
nursing. I came across your
What the hell
radio
are you talking about?
by
You're going to
accident.
school for nursing. You haven't even lived. You don't even know what the hell's going on. You're talking piss and vinegar, young girl. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, but you don't know nothing about the industry. You don't know nothing about the industry. You're sucking
I
on
know
somebody's
plenty about the
dick,
industry,
somebody
sir.
like you know
I
some
know plenty
questions.
about the industry.
You don't know a damn thing about the industry.
I know
Anybody in your family in the industry, they taking dick up their ass. Trust that.
Why would
do.
you say that, sir? Do you know any of my family
That's what they
members?
do.
Do you know who I'm
How many
related to?
contracts have you been ordered? How many contracts have you been given? How many people have taken you to Pandora's box? How many people have offered you millions of dollars to work out a contract so you can be a star? How many contracts have you been offered?
Your name is Yashar.
How many contracts have you been offered? How many contracts you been offered?
Excuse me, sir. You just bombarded me with a whole bunch of...
How many contracts you been ordered? You came on the show debunking what we say. At 21 years old, you don't have a clue, girl. What are you talking about? You know the industry. What the hell are you talking about? Kanye, Jay-Z fan going to nursing, and you're going for something. Hopefully you may get a job
but
in
I have
nursing.
not yet
What are you
once
talking about?
spoke on what my genre of music is, what my taste in music, what my taste in fashion is. So for you to feel as though you know me as an individual, like, I don't understand. Like,
What are you talking about? You came on the show assuming that you know everything about what's going on in the industry. You said that. You said that. You have no idea what you're talking about.
I called in to give facts and to see your
What
response.
facts you have? What, you ain't dropping nothing.
Can I tell you a fact? Because you're cutting me off.
You need to
And you're
hurry
being
up because
very
you ain't
rude.
running the show, girlfriend. You got 1 minute.
You said I
Tell
was
me
running
something.
the show. I called in.
Tell me something. You ain't saying shit, girl.
Well, when I called in, I was trying to speak with you, but then you wanted to attack
No.
me verbally.
You didn't try to speak with me. You instantly said that what we're saying is speculation. It doesn't mean nothing. That doesn't go
No,
on
because
hatred.
what I
It's
said was a
hatred.
fact. You have yet to state a fact on your show. You've made statements about fictional things and then try to coincide
You know what?
that
A person
with...
like you want to see the video, right? You want to see the writing on the wall. So then you say, oh, I get it now. What do we have to
No,
prove to you?
I don't need that whatsoever because I know facts. I have facts. I understand what's going on.
What do you want to say? You're getting boring. What do you want? What do you want? Why are you on my show? What's up?
I'm on your show just to understand why. Why are you personally making this show about why black people in the Hollywood industry are somewhat masons or devils or demons or worshipers of some kind of idol
So you saying
just
that doesn't
because
happen?
they've become famous and successful with their
That
gifts and
doesn't-
talent.
Listen, that doesn't happen, right? What I'm just saying, that's just speculation because that really don't happen. It's just truth talent. That's all it's about, right?
You said what?
It's just about talent, right? It ain't got nothing to do with masonry, black magic, selling sorcery, nothing that. It's just about talent, right?
What I'm saying, when people
Yes
like
or
yourself...
no? Is it about talent or is it about devil worshiping? Yes or no? It ain't what I'm saying. It's a yes or no question. Is it about talent or is it about devil worshiping?
People in Hollywood are in Hollywood,
Night.
and they...
Good night. I don't have time to talk to her. That's a dumbass woman. See, this is the problem we having with Israel. Somebody obviously put this dumb child up to call me. Now, y'all already can see through the bullshit. You see what I'm saying? How can she sit there with a straight face and answer the question which she can't answer? It's a straight question. Is it about devil worshiping or is it about talent? That's all I'm asking. And we can debunk everything right now. Is it about talent or is it about devil worship? Just a simple question. Answer it. She can't even answer it because she knows someone in the industry is getting offended about what we're talking about because we eating up their alley and truth. Y'all see what we're saying? How can it not be about one or the other? I asked the question. Just answer the question. Then we got some dialogue. But you're not coming on the show, running the show. You ain't running this, girlfriend. So evidently you done saw my movies. You done saw the films. You done heard about what's going on. And somebody in your family is a Mason or somebody you know is deep in, and they decide you call and try to, how you going to debunk this? You can't even answer a question. It's a two-part question. Do you have to sell your soul? Is it about the devil worshiping, or is it about talent? She can't even answer it. The first thing she said is, well, it's everybody each his own. How you going to tiptoe or dance around that? It's a simple question. Answer the damn question. Is it about devil worshiping? Is it about talent? She can't even answer it because she know the truth. 21 years old, you talking about you know the industry. You don't know a damn thing. You don't even know, you don't know the first thing about what you're going into right now. But you're going to call here and say, that's just speculation. That's a damn fool. She probably one of them chicks on them videos shaking her ass trying to make a living and decide to take the money and go to college if she get lucky and get a job in medical. This is what I'm talking about, man. This chick here is the same women that we have on YouTube shaking their ass. What do a 21-year-old know about anything when it comes to this truth, about especially in the industry? Ain't never been offered a contract. Ain't never went to the parties. Ain't never rubbed elbows with entertainment attorney at 21 years old. Getting all offended because we getting into the heart of the matter, and I guarantee you somebody in her family is a numbnut. And what I mean by that is probably Boule or someone that she knows personally. Come on, man, get real. She's talking like a damn fool, man. Don't call here acting like you're going to get the facts straight. You're going to set the facts straight. And I'm asking you questions you can't even answer. Let's let me know that you're young and dumb. There's grown men and women on this show, honey. We ain't talking about Kanye West and Jay-Z and Trey Songz. We're talking about what they do and how they get their money in order to stay in the game. Yeah, that don't happen. How's it not happening? We done proved it on many accounts. There's no such thing as crossing over, right? There's no masonry floor, right? They put it in all their commercial. That thing that Madonna did for the Super Bowl, that was all fake, right? The Whitney Houston death had nothing to do with masonry and Clyde Davis devil worshiping, right? With sorcery and numerology, right? This girl is out of her fucking mind, man. So a woman like that need a head pill. You need to find that chick and split her fucking head open. And then she'll get the real truth, right? Let's go to the phone and see what Israel got on their mind, y'all.
Okay, sorry, y'all. I'm back. Had to get the baby situated. My mom just brought her back with some food and stuff. So, all righty. Let's see. Where to go? I got a few more tabs. I'm gonna watch Stephen Curry and Michael Jordan. Welcome to the NBA featuring the Boule Brotherhood.
Last night, we began the show with the disappearance of Michael Jordan's father. Tonight, the worst fears have come true. James Jordan was found dead, the victim of an apparent murder.
The Chicago Bulls picked Michael Jordan of the University of North Carolina.
Michael Jordan, who right now is in Bloomington getting ready for the upcoming Olympics, and this man is a can't miss.
So yeah, another thing with buying Jordans, it is symbol like that the person is completely material based, very programmed, okay, to be like, if you date someone who buy Jordans, like collect them, they are very much plugged into the board. That's just one major sign that you're dating an NPC. All right. But if you find the backstory, Jordans was not intentionally made so-called for black community, but unfortunately black people just, I don't know, popularized it, and you know, now they spend their whole check to get themselves and their kids some $200 shoes. I don't know if it came down or went up. I mean, inflation, I would assume they went up. But I never really got into collecting Jordans. I was never just into what everybody else was into. That's just never was my thing. You know, I got a lot of family members like that, but yeah, no. So yeah.
When my father died, I had him for 32 years. I was very lucky. Yeah, I looked at it as being lucky, not as being disappointed that he wasn't around anymore. I was lucky that he was there when I needed him, that he could influence my life to look at situations that I use to help make my decisions to this day. Some kids never have that. Sure, I would love to have him now, but people are put on this earth for a reason, and you utilize the time that you're here. You never know when that's going to be taken away from you. That's one thing he taught me. But while he's here, or while they're here, they should make an impact on someone's life. And he made an impact on my life.
That's what bringing me into this world.
After the third championship, my father kept kind of hinting towards me playing baseball. Stop playing basketball. Why don't you give your baseball a shot? Because that's what he actually got me started playing. When I was 6 years old, I played baseball. And he felt that I could play baseball and do it with the same conviction and attitude that I played basketball.
The man convicted of killing the father of NBA superstar Michael Jordan says he's innocent. James Jordan died in 1993. Andre Green and his friend Larry Demery were both charged with murder. Demery testified Green pulled the trigger, killing Jordan in the car where he'd been sleeping.
And of course, you know, I'm pissed to a certain degree because I know that I've been here for 17 years, you know, for something that I like, you know what I'm saying, really didn't have nothing to do with.
Green says a new report reveals mistakes at North Carolina's. The 35-year-old is trying to get his case back in court and has filed a motion on his own.
First of all, you have them withholding potentially exculpatory evidence.
The latest development in Green's case hinges on blood evidence. Back in 1996, an investigator testified she found a small amount of blood in the passenger seat of Jordan's car. But the latest report reveals the crime lab only found indications of blood during an initial test, and 4 follow-up tests were inconclusive. Green's case is one of nearly 200 under review. Other mistakes at the lab have led authorities to call for a criminal investigation.
You know, already see me walking out of these doors, and that's what's, you know, inspired me and kept me going. So this is just something else that pretty much confirms that I'm on the right, path.
Green says he was not present when Jordan died, but has admitted he helped dispose of the body. He's also admitted to using Jordan's car and taking his jewelry. Son Michael Jordan has declined to comment.
As did the rest of the world, I felt such a sense of loss when your father was murdered. I know you dedicated the book to him and used that photo. When I saw the boys in the paper, I personally, the boys who were accused of murdering your father, I wanted to confront them and ask them why they did it. And I wondered if you wanted to do the same.
Well, I haven't gotten to that stage yet. It's been a very tough time for me to deal with it. And I don't really have any feelings against them yet. I guess because it hadn't really sunk in yet, but it's a lot of sadness out there with people who do these things for whatever reasons that they choose to do that. But I just really hadn't quite understood the reasoning for that. And I know
you say it hasn't sunk in yet?
No. I still think about it a lot.
Would you want to ever say to them why?
No, because I don't want to know.
You don't?
No. Because it probably would hurt me even more just to know their reasons. Because if it is, it's going to be totally meaningless to the reason. And it's better that I don't know.
How are you handling the grieving process? I know I've done many shows where people say time heals. It hasn't been a long time. And one of the things you say in Rare Air, I was moved when I read it. You say you always would look to see if your family was in the stands, your wife, and if Juanita wasn't in the stands, she'd hear from you at the end of the game. True. And that you'd look to see if your mom and dad were there. So I was thinking that being able to go back on the court, did that have anything to do with your decision or how you would feel having to go back on the court and look at the stands and know your dad wasn't there? No, because my father and I talked about it. I mean, he actually wanted me to quit after the first championship, but I had a lot of things to accomplish. And no, that didn't have too much play, but it was a major concern to make sure that they were there as I played. Because that comfort, knowing that he's there or my mother's there, my family's there, that support, something I really needed. And to know that, he saw my last game. Yeah. So that's the greatest gratification that I can have. Look, Michael, you know what's interesting to me? I've heard you talk about it, not a lot, but even in the book where you say my father who passed, and I always think, I know he had to pass, but I think he was murdered. And the fact that he was murdered is a searing kind of pain. Have you dealt with that? Have you accepted the fact he was murdered?
No, because I'm a very optimistic person to a sense that I don't look at the real bad part of it. I look at no matter what happened to my father, he's not here. Yeah. So he's passed to me. I want to look at it in a good sense.
Yesterday, the Charlotte Observer reported that Hugh Rogers, the attorney for one of the teenagers accused of killing James Jordan, has new information concerning the case. Rogers now believes that the two suspects are innocent, that someone else murdered James Jordan, and then the two teens stumbled upon James Jordan's car. He declined to give further detail.
Police findings seem to confirm the idea that they had yesterday, that this was merely a random act of violence and not a premeditated murder. Again, throughout the morning, we'll continue to bring you the latest information we have on the arrest of two suspects in the murder of James Jordan. Now, private funeral services will be held this afternoon in Wallace, North Carolina.
And Tom Steiner is here with sports. And Michael Jordan seems to be dealing with the tragedy of his father's death quite well.
Yeah, he says he and his family are coping very well in the aftermath of his father's tragic death. And Michael Jordan faced the cameras in a packed news conference this morning. But the media was asked to limit their questions to the benefit tournament he is playing in this weekend in suburban Washington, D.C. Jordan said he committed to this Pro-Am event and wanted to keep his word. Besides, being around quality people in time of need only aids in the recovery process.
I saw Michael Jordan. I met Michael Jordan at this Michael Jordan party. It was at his party. And I never, I know it's some rumors that I asked him for an autograph and he said no, or that's a lie. I saw Michael Jordan. I'm at a party and I don't ask nobody for nothing. I never do. I don't like when people overly do it to me. I had saw Michael Jordan taking pictures with girls. He was like, and I ain't mad at it. He's taking pictures with people, you know what I'm saying? And he was taking pictures and and every now and then taking pictures, you know what I'm saying? So then later on, you know what I'm saying? I seen him and it was like, oh, there go Mike. And he was standing over there. He was with some of the Boston Celtics. He was with Spike Lee. He was with, I don't know, some other people. And I was just like, man, this is just that one moment where I'm gonna say, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go say, I'm gonna ask Mike for a picture. And then I said, I went over there and I said, hey fellas, you know, nobody was talking, they was just chilling, whatever, right? And I was just like, man, I don't mean to be rude, but Mike, I just want to know if I could get a picture. And then, now I understand, I kind of expected him to say no, so I wasn't mad if he said no, but the way he said it, he said, oh, hell nah, man, I ain't taking no pictures with no niggas. And he said it like that, and I was like, I kind of got stunned for a second, because I was like, wait a second, I don't think he heard. I turned back, and my boys were just looking at me like, damn, you know what I'm saying? So I kind of thought that he didn't hear what I said, and I was like, keep in mind, I had just came from a Reggie Bush event. Everybody knows about the Michael Jordan jersey, right? Me and Reggie Bush was doing this event, right? And he was auctioning off these jerseys. So I had to keep on raising my hand and bidding for these jerseys, right? And it was a Michael Jordan jersey, an Allen Iverson autograph, the Shaq, a Vince Carter. There was a whole bunch of jerseys, right? And I kept raising my hand. It was like 1,000. I raised my hand. They said 2,000, and some dude raised his hand. And they said 3,000. I raised my hand. They said 4,000. We kept going back and forth. And then I finally went over to him at 7,000 and was like, hey, man, stop raising your hand, man. You don't want them jerseys. And he was like, I said, man, how about we stop and then we both split the jerseys at 7,000 and we split the money. And he was like, all right, cool. So we didn't raise our hands no more. And then they said, sold to Chamillionaire and that guy right there for $7,000. So the guy tells me that he wasn't even tripping. He didn't even want to get the jerseys. He was just trying to show off to Kim Kardashian, who was on the stage. I was like, man, this dude that made me pay $7,000 for these jerseys, and he didn't even want the jerseys. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, whatever, right? I'm telling Michael the story. I'm like, I just bid $7,000 for a Michael Jordan jersey. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then he goes, you know what? I'll tell you what. You pay $15,000 right now for a jersey from me, and I'll take a picture with you. And keep in mind, Michael Jordan's real tall. He's looking down on me. And I'm looking up at him like, man, I never been so heated in my life, man. My heart just started racing like, I'm about to steal off on this fool. And I thought about all the times when I used to pause the little video game or the basketball game and draw the picture of this dude dunking. I thought about all the times when I seen John Starks come baseline and just dunk on them fools. I thought about the time when Allen Iverson crossed them over, and I was like, what? Jordan, how you let Allen Iverson cross you over? Like, big Michael Jordan fan. And it's just the way he did it. And then, who was it? Paul Pierce. So one of them was like, yo, hey, man, chill out. That's Chamillionaire, man. He was like, I don't give up. And he cursed. He said, I don't give up, nigga. And I was like, and then you know what I did? I just sat there for a second. I just sat there and looked at him. And then I turned to Spike Lee and I said, you know what? I appreciate it, bro. That's all good. And I shook Spike Lee's hand. And they all had that look like, man, you know, that's just how Mike is. You know what I'm saying? I shook everybody's hand, and then I walked off. And then Ray Allen was over there. And Ray Allen was like, hey, man, he took a picture with me. I guess they was kind of do it because they kind of felt kind of like a certain way or something. You know, I took a picture with Paul Pierce and everything. But it wasn't really even that big a deal. I expected him to say no. It's just the way he said it. It was the most rudest. I'm probably not even repeating it as mean as he said it. So after that, I was like, wow, man, this dude must really be, he must feel a certain way inside where he just treat people like that. And keep in mind, when I used to stay in Chicago, a lot of y'all know about I used to stay in Chicago, the people that I used to stay with, they used to tell me all the time that Michael Jordan is bad, man. He just be smoking weed, cursing all day. I didn't believe it. I was like, no way, not Michael. You know what I'm saying? Because the image that he portrayed. And then they was like, they knew because they used to clean his cars. They used to work for the company to clean his cars. And he always used to be cursing at them. He always used to be talking trash to them. He always used to be saying stuff. And they told me, and I was like, nah. So then when I finally saw him, he was like that to me. So I was like, wow. And then I had heard so many rumors about people saying how Michael Jordan, how bad he was. So I was kind of disappointed. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know there's some people that's gonna go out there and say, oh, Cam was a groupie for Michael Jordan, man. You can say whatever you want, man. Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan, them the biggest icons that I ever had. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't no rapper. Those was it. Because remember, I wasn't really allowed to listen to rap like that when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? My dad used to watch basketball all day. Michael Jordan, Hakeem Olajuwon, I can tell you anything. You know what I'm saying? And then Michael Jackson. But, you know, so Mike was just a big disappointment, man. And then sometimes a little kid will be asking for an autograph. He'll be like, oh, no, you know what I'm saying? That's why to this day, I'll never be like that. Even if I'm in a bad mood when people ask me, I still do it. I wouldn't talk that way to somebody. I might even tell them, you know, I'm not really in the mood, but I still do it in a nice way. He'll curse you out. So, and then after that, my security called me and was like, yo, Nike brand Jordan wants to talk to you because they want to apologize. They were trying to send me Nike Jordans and all this stuff. And, you know, I was like, you know, oh, and then to make the story even interesting, when I was coming in, I was about to leave, and I saw Young Jock coming in. And Young Jock was all heated about something, because I was like, hey, man, no matter what you do not go talk to Michael Jordan. And then he was like, F Michael Jordan. And I was like, why you all mad? He was like, because he had just came down the red carpet, and he was wearing some Adidas, and people were mad. They were like, how you going to disrespect Michael Jordan in the air that he walks on because you coming into his party with some Adidas on? And Young Jock was like, what? Like, I'm not even going to repeat what he said, but he was like, man, you know, I'm not, it's not God. What you talking about? Like, that's how they was acting, you know what I'm saying? So that's my Michael Jordan story. I don't know if I've told anybody that full story in entirety, but yeah, he was like looking down on me, cursing like he wanted to fight, and it just came out of nowhere. He must have been in a bad mood. It was bad. It was bad. It was like pretty embarrassing. Like, you know, as a man, even as a man, you want to be like, I actually felt like, man, I should just steal him right now. I'm just gonna steal him. I don't care what happens. I'm just about to punch him. But I didn't. I refrained, and I was just like, yeah, all right. He probably would have knocked me out. Michael Jordan probably would have knocked me out. I don't care. I would have made front page. Believe that. I would have made front page.
So I floated something today with my staff, and they just looked at me like I was an alien. Now, you've heard of the Illuminati.
Yes.
For young,
I'm big into the Illuminati.
Are you really?
So explain.
But I've heard of it.
Explain what the Illuminati is to young people listening.
Oh,
it's a series of powerful men.
Conspiracy theories about this group of powerful people in Hollywood and throughout the world that run everything, right? That's pretty much it.
They dictate policy. They dictate everything shy of interest rates, or maybe they do. There's this powerful group of 20, 30 people. George Soros has always been talked about. There's people in Hollywood. I've always had a theory. I'm going to introduce you to what I call the NBA Illuminati. Okay, so I said this to my staff.
I can't wait to see this.
Okay.
Bro, watch my nigga Jalen Rose, though. Look at my nigga Jalen Rose. Tell me that's a fucking robot or some shit. That ain't no fucking human being. Look at this nigga. He didn't move, blink, or nothing.
Finally, this happened a while ago, but we have to address it, okay? You went viral during the finals. Not because of your great analysis, not because of your great outfits. Because of this video of you getting your microphone adjusted in which you did not move. Now, prove to me that you are not a robot.
Well, somebody could have helped me out and let me know I was going to be on camera. Or
now you're pointing the blame.
Yes, could have moved if I'd known.
Are you just that focused on your craft? Is that what it is?
Don't let people know that I actually pay attention to my job, and I'm serious about it. For all young journalists, all athletes that want to get into this business, I know y'all see us a lot shucking and jiving and laughing and joking, but I'm actually paying attention. I'm concentrating.
And
I'm about to go on television and talk about
another thing people don't know about Jalen Rose. Great team player.
Thank you.
You get food for the staff here all the time, once or twice a week, where he eats barbecue and fried pickles and stuff. And also, another thing people don't know, you're getting your mic adjusted. Do you know what's helpful if you're adjusting somebody's mic? If they're not moving. It's like getting a haircut. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like when you're getting a haircut or your mic adjusted, it helps them to not move.
But once again, this just shows you how many people must have been hitting Jalen Rose up about this situation that they felt like they had to address it on their show.
However, you have still not proven to me that you are not a robot. I've never seen you bleed blood. I've never seen you bleed actual blood. I know you sustain yourself on a diet that is basically Doritos, Fritos, and lobster. With some red wine mixed in with
I had all 4 yesterday.
That's what I'm saying. These are very robotic tendencies. You're up in the morning at 3 a.m. every single day.
Eating barbecue, better made, chips, and popcorn.
Jalen?
Yes?
You know what the biggest indication that you're actually a robot is? Hairline is too perfect. You have done nothing during this conversation to prove that you're not a robot. I'll be back with my robot co-host tomorrow on Jalen Jacoby.
All natural flow.
Robot.
Notice, though, at no point during this interview where Jalen Rose is addressing the allegations that he's basically a mind control multiple, does he say, you know, these people on the internet, these conspiracy theorists, they're just making stuff up. He's most likely very aware of the MK Ultra mind control program. He's probably seen weird things in the entertainment industry amongst many of his colleagues. At no point does he attempt to demonize the sentiment that he's a quote-unquote robot. It's just very obvious that he wanted to address it in some way.
Day in, day out. 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 Day. Day in, day out.
When you get in that zone, it's just a supreme confidence that you know it's going in. It's not a matter of if or this, that, it's going in. Things just slow down. You know, everything slows down. You just have supreme confidence. But when that happens, you know, you really do not try to focus on what's going on, because you can lose it in a second. Everything becomes one noise. You know, it's not, you don't hear this or that. Everything's just one noise. And you're not paying attention to one or the other. You just stand right there. You have to really try to stay in the present, not let anything break that rhythm. And again, in the zone, you just kind of stay there. You become oblivious to everything that's going on. You don't think about your surroundings or what's going on with the crowd or the team. Think about your surroundings or what's going on with the crowd or the team. You're kind of locked in, and so.
Especially kids over in Africa that are affected by this disease every single day, and it's something that we can hopefully eradicate with all the work that's going into it.
I mean, we walked out of there like little kids, and I've known
for 9 years now.
Understanding of what needs to be said and what gets us going. So the coaches obviously have a good barometer for.
How did you manage to still hit him with the
water? I got the water. You see that? You see that aim?
Your accuracy is impressive.
Ah.
Oh my God.
He's feeling it. How hot was Steph? Watch this. After the game, Draymond Green getting that water to dump on the MVP, but Curry knocks the water out of his hand with a no-look tail toss. And look at the grin. Man, it is good to be Steph Curry.
The organizer out of the Harlem campus of the City Colleges in New York. You got to have your elbow in a little bit. All right. Release. Make sure it's on your fingertips.
Maybe I should shoot lefty.
You can try that.
I got one shot at this.
Oh, man.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. That's science right there. I'm really proud of you, man. That's a wonderful volcano.
Thank you, man.
You don't need all the time in the world or all the answers to be the mentor someone needs. And you don't need to be an NBA star or the President of the United States to be someone's hero.
For Complex News, I'm Sean Evans, spending some off-season time with Steph Curry on a golf course in San Francisco. 1 week, you're with the President of the United States. Next week, you're helping me on my drive. It's kind of a fall from grace for you.
Nah, man. All good experiences in the summer. It's been fun.
When you share a golf, what sorts of things do you guys talk about? Because I know he's a big basketball fan, so he was probably curious about some things. From your perspective, he's the president, you probably had like a million things to talk about. What did you guys discuss?
Talk about everything, man. It's crazy how many topics you can cover in 4.5 hours, but like you said, he's a big sports fan. He wanted to know the ins and outs of, our season and how Coach Kerr is and my teammates and all that. I was really curious as, just
if the presidency and his term was, the experience is what he expected.
What did he say?
He said it was. I mean, nothing's easy about his job, obviously. He loves making tough decisions and making educated decisions, just living with the result, knowing he's not going to please everybody. But I think the thing I was interested in is kind of what he was going to do after his term, because obviously he can't just go back to being a civilian anymore. He's always going to be, president or former president of the United States. So I say he wants to travel and do some fun stuff. So
How about J.R. Smith the other night? This is one for the
This is Shaq and the
This
food,
is made for Shaquille O'Neal.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Not paying attention.
No,
over there,
not just not paying attention. He's
over there
he's
hanging
saying
out with
hey
the
to Jason
homeboys.
Terry while play is going on, and
Jay,
Tony
what's up,
Snell
boy?
gets a
Everything
dunk.
good? Oh man, yeah. Oh, call me after the game.
And look at everybody on the Milwaukee side going over there dapping up Jason Terry for the move. I mean, after the game,
Well, just for the record, I gotta say this. Now, I'm a big J.R. Smith fan.
Okay.
That was more idiotic than the play. Listen, man, part of our job, they don't pay you all this money just to play basketball. You got to talk to the press. And I know the press, they are what they are. But part of your job, not to have on, I don't even know how you explain that. What do you call that, Kenny? That was a ninja mask. You millennials all, first of all. The ski mask? Yeah.
Kenny's a millennial
like a
now?
ninja mask. First of all, I hate when NFL players do interviews in a helmet.
Yeah.
Be a grown-ass man. You get paid millions of dollars. Be a grown-ass man, guys.
And take off your helmet.
Take off your helmet and take off this, it ain't like, first of all, black people don't even ski.
Can you take us through what happened with the play with Jason Terry?
What play?
You ran off the court and hugged him and
Oh, really? I
gave it
wasn't
the
paying
layup.
attention. I didn't remember that.
You didn't know they were inbounding the ball?
What play you talking about?
In the first half, you ran off the court and hugged Jason Terry, and Snell got a layup because you were off the floor.
Oh, I didn't know I was in the game. My bad.
What's with the ski mask?
Kind of, it's my alter ego. So I just, it was a gift from Ohio State. So I figured why not.
Does your alter ego have a name?
Yeah.
What is it?
I can't tell you.
I'm not just a basketball player, and I don't think guys are just athletes. Like, at the end of the day, when I leave here and take off my jersey and my uniform, when I get in the car, I'm dad, I'm a wife. I'm not just a basketball player, I'm a wife.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President, and Jacqueline and Jessica and Melissa, please join me. Before the president leaves, we're going to make sure that he learns how to do a proper zot. So, Jacka. And family and friends and graduates, you can join in as well. Let me just let you know what we're going to do. We all raise our arms proudly and make our naturally given anteaters. And the signal will be 1, 2, 3, zot, zot, zot. We need to shake the rafters on this one. So 1, 2, 3, zot, zot, zot. All right.
like to present to you all the information I have gathered over the last 10 years by randomly and gradually looking into Michael Jordan's connections with the numbers 3, 6, and 9. One of, if not the greatest inventor and genius to ever live, Nikola Tesla, said if you only knew the magnificence of the 3, 6, and 9, then you would have a key to the universe. It started off with noticing weird coincidences at first and marveling at them for a while before I took it serious enough to do some real digging. What I have found may scare you, and it may open your eyes to the magical world we live in. What it definitely should do is make you realize this is not a coincidence and something else has to be affecting our world and our lives. Based on the enormous amount of information I have compiled, numbers don't lie. And Michael Jordan is the best example for this. With a lot of my attention on his career and stats, I started to see a really strange pattern of numbers occur. So I had a new reason to look into who and what Michael Jordan is. With more and more research, I became convinced this couldn't be a coincidence. So this is what the video is about: Michael Jordan's numerology and what it could mean. Okay, let's start with the basics. He is 6'6" with 6 championships. Now that stat alone raised my eyebrow to wonder about what the greatest athlete in mankind's history has been up to. Jordan's number is 23. 2 divided by 3 equals 0.666666. 2 times 3 equals 6. When he came back from retirement the first time, his number was 45. 4 plus 5 equals 9. 9 is simply an upside down 6. So whoever designed the numbers decided to make the numbers 6 and 9 the same exact symbol, just flipped. So his Olympic number is 9. He wore the number 12 for one game, which equals 3. So all the numbers he wore turn out to be 3, 6, and 9. This will be the reoccurring numbers I will talk about. Michael Jordan wore 45 for 22 games. Then he switched back to 23 on his 23rd game back. That's just a little fishy. Not to mention, 23 is the 9th prime number. He played 15 years. 1 plus 5 is 6. He came into the league 3 times and retired 3 times. His career points per game is 30.12. 3 plus 1 plus 2 equals 6. He was Rookie of the Year in 1985. 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 5 equals 23. And obviously we know what 23 equals. He won his championships in a pair of 3s. Yes, 2 3s. And this one blew my mind when I seen the picture of this. I knew right away this is no joke. Are you ready for this? On the 6th game of his 6th championship, he hits the most famous shot in finals history to win the game, and the iconic photo was took with, you guessed it, 6.6 seconds left. I don't know what to say. On the 6th game of his 6th championship, he hits the game-winning shot, and the photo is took with 6.6 seconds on the clock? Man. His first 6 years, he didn't win a championship. Then he wins his next 3 and retires after 9 years at the age of 30. Wait, what? So his first 6 years, he didn't win a championship. Then he wins the championships 3 years in a row and retires after 9 years at the age of 30? That's crazy. You should prepare yourself, cause shit gets crazier. So then after he retires, he comes back at age 32. He eventually loses in the playoffs against the Magic. Next season, he's 33 years old, and he begins his second three-peat. Now at 33, he has the greatest season ever. He led the Bulls to a 72-win season. 7 + 2 = 9. Then he retired at age 36 in 1999. You can flip that upside down if you wanna, and that's 666. Then he returned once more in 2001 at age 39 and played 2 seasons with the Wizards to ultimately retire in 2003. Yeah, 2-3. You can't make this stuff up. He plays for the Bulls, and the logo is of a horned beast with blood on the tips of the horns. Now, just ask yourself what other logo has to do with blood and violence. And what is the offense that got presented to him that led to him winning all those championships? Yeah, it's the triangle offense. Now, look at his logo, the Jordan logo, and it definitely looks like a triangle. Now, Jordan, when he's dunking on people and when he's driving in the lane, he's sticking his tongue out like a lizard, like a snake, like the devil. Now, what is truly amazing is when I started looking into the Bulls organization. They were established in 1966. And 33 years later, at age 36, Jordan wins 6 championships and retires. You have to be shitting me. Something can't be right here. The devil himself, according to the Bible, he is the prince of the power of the air. What? Air Jordan?
There we go. Yeah. All of these people in the industry do represent either Baphomet or Satan. Okay. They have to represent that in order to be in the spotlight. So there's that. That's the short answer. But yeah, like I said, some of these videos will come from like a Hebrew Israelite perspective. I just wanted to put that up because they had a lot of good clips. So we're gonna move this on to Industry Hoax video about MLK. Let's see if it's still up on YouTube. If not, we'll just find it on my Odyssey or BitChute. So oh my God. Okay. My bad, y'all. I need my glasses badly. I'm working on this little screen here. Okay. Yeah, he posted some new stuff. I kind of want to review the Dividing of the Sexes documentary. I kind of want to review that too. Hold on. I'm going to pause this. They got the Lincoln hoax. He put a lot of stuff behind payroll. More he don't have it on her. Oh my god. I think it's I Have a Scheme. That's the name of the video, but he probably took it down. Whatever. It was a few years back when he posted this. Yeah, he had to put that one behind a paywall. Sometimes he'll release them and then put them, like, hide them, because YouTube gives him strikes. Yeah, most of his videos are not really my opinion. Interesting. Okay, so we'll watch Project Malcolm X. We're just gonna watch through the ones that's up here, and we will I'm gonna find the I Have a Scheme one. I have that one on my either BitChute or my Odyssey, so we'll just play this right now. But a lot of this is censored out too, because yeah, YouTube will strike you down for a lot of trigger words. So there's a lot of ways you can just get your video just taken down. So to be on the safe side, he just put a lot of his stuff on Patreon, which I'm gonna see if he has a deal this month, because I need to see what he got new. He got a lot of new stuff. Like, I like a lot of his videos. He do a lot of good research on his videos. So check out Industry Hoax.
Secret agent man, secret agent man, they've given you a number and taken away your name. Secret agent man, secret agent man.
Was Malcolm X also faked? Of course it was. Regardless of the stories, the documentaries.
And this is about the assassination, okay? Just to keep up, you can't say, you gotta say unaliving, but even with unaliving, they're catching on to that. So he just bleep out anything that insinuates unalivings or, yeah, so.
And YouTubers claim it is very true that the CIA controls religious leaders. For years they made us believe he was, but we find many clues and much evidence he wasn't. Malcolm X, allegedly born Malcolm K. Little in Nebraska. Later, a man by the name of Louis E. Lomax introduced Malcolm X to the masses.
Today's Black History Month, FYI salutes the first black television journalist, Louis Lomax. He first reported for black newspapers as the first black journalist on television, and a year later he became the first person on TV to interview the legendary Malcolm X, who would only sit down with Lomax.
Lomax got an idea about doing a movie exploring the life of Malcolm X earlier in his career. He had teamed up with another young reporter named Mike Wallace to do a series on Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam that was titled The Hate That Hate Produced.
Mean that the white man by nature is evil. By nature he is evil. He cannot do good.
We know the CIA is behind the leaders that are propped up on TV, so as we check the Daily Report, foreign radio broadcasts, looking for the man responsible for introducing Malcolm X to the public, we see Louis Lomax being listed as a CIA agent. It says, Louis Lomax, who is known not only as a journalist, but also as an agent of the CIA. This is a clear example of how entertainment props up its agents.
Today's Black History Month. FYI salutes the first black television journalist, Louis Lomax.
Like most agents, once they finish their goal, they're normally given a fake death and removed from the project. The story is Lomax died in a car accident around the time he was working on a documentary concerning the role played by the FBI in the death of Malcolm X. So once again, they're creating conspiracies to leave fear and a trail of questions from the public. But Lomax himself was an agent, and a CIA agent would never work against the group that employs him. So Lomax's death was another scripted death, the removal of an agent. Also COINTELPRO, the counterintelligence program started in 1956. The American public first became aware of Malcolm X in 1957, right on time.
Story of hatred for the white man is carried in many Negro newspapers. Here you see their minister Malcolm X proudly displaying 5 of the biggest Negro papers in America.
Here we see the CIA behind this broadcast fueling racism, in which they're also behind the KKK doing the same, the head Masonic leaders dividing the public and getting rich doing it. They were all being played.
Their consuls or attorneys must be paid. In addition, money is required for operating expenses and leaders' salaries, which run as high as $1,500 a month. The invisible empire needs a treasury. But where the money comes from and how much is a secret. A conservative estimate is that the Klan is $1 million a year enterprise.
That's prosperous, and you can afford to give 1,000. You can afford to pay one of the men's salary. There might be a businessman, there is. There may be some company that can write a check for one man's year's salary. Whatever you have, $10, walk down with it. Will you do that? Is there others? You know we ought to be able tonight.
To help the Klan coffers, a flag was used to catch money thrown in by spectators.
At every Klan meeting, Reverend Woodle, they go around and collect money. What happens to that money? Where does it go?
Well, as far as we know, it all finds its way in the pockets of leaders. Now, if you know where any else, when I don't myself as an individual, I just couldn't tell you. All we know is people rides around, lives in their motels, drives their Cadillacs, eats their ribeye steak, and laugh at the poor people as they go by.
The other side was getting played also. Pay attention to the people being interviewed. It's obvious they're being fed lines. Notice the script reading. Notice the eyes as they follow what's written for them to say.
Is this black supremacist doctrine making headway among New York Negroes? Let's go to the streets of Harlem and find out.
This is classified as hate when we are telling our people that it is time for them to organize and learn to develop respect, recognition for themselves in order that they might obtain a position of self-determination. If this...
Yeah, he's clearly reading a script.
This is what is classified as hate, then I suppose I am guilty of preaching such a philosophy.
I've listened to the Elijah Muhammad movement and the Black Nationalist movement. I feel that it would be better if it were more national rather than integrated with the views of the white man in it, for the simple reason that I think that together with our own people, more can be accomplished rather than with the white man involved in it also, because as it is, we've already been accepting too many crumbs from this man, and we've never really gotten a real loaf of bread from him.
I've read some of Mr. Muhammad's articles in the Pittsburgh Courier. He is a Muslim. I agree with him. He says we've been waiting long enough.
And everywhere you read the headlines, black people are being beat, lynched, killed for no reason at all. And they began to get nervous about it, and somebody needs to do something, and that is quick.
The public reaction to the hate that hate produced, which Malcolm's X appeared on, shocked many of the millions of people who watched it. Most white people had never heard of the Nation of Islam before. The number of people attending the Nation of Islam meetings increased significantly. The group members doubled weeks after the broadcast. The hate that hate produced catapulted Malcolm X to national attention, and he had been rarely mentioned in the mainstream before the program aired. Malcolm became a frequent participant in television debates on race-related issues.
Secret Asian man, secret Asian man, they've given you a number.
These government plants are required to play out scripts throughout their time on the world stage, and one story was the fake bombing of Malcolm X's house.
This middle-class row of houses was shattered early this morning by a Molotov cocktail bomb tossed into this house. This is the home of Malcolm X, former leader of the Black Muslims. Malcolm, his wife, and 4 young children were home asleep when the bomb exploded, as she explained.
This story reads, the family was asleep in 3 rear bedrooms when, according to Mrs. Little, there was a conglomeration of strange sounds that woke us up. Malcolm X and his wife raced from their bedroom to an adjoining one occupied by 3 daughters. Gathering the girls, they then went into a small bedroom and picked up their 7-month-old. Still in their nightclothes, the 6 escaped through the rear door. They fled to safety at 2:35 a.m. from their blazing one-family brick and shingle house. The house was severely damaged by a Molotov cocktail thrown through a living room window. Fragments of a second bottle bomb were found at the rear of the house. Apparently, the 2 Molotov cocktails were tossed at the same time, but the one at the rear merely smashed against the back door and failed to ignite. Malcolm claims been insisting Muhammad's group has been conducting a reign of terror against all those who have either left the movement or who are threatening to do so.
Last week, that they absolutely were going to kill me.
What do you take to protect yourself from this threat?
I take no steps. I have a rifle. If anybody comes to my house without a good reason, I intend to try and use it. No, I don't worry. I tell you, I'm a man who believed that I died 20 years ago, and I live like a man who is dead already.
As we stated in the Tupac chapter,
this is all to build him up as the Black Messiah who has begun to get targeted. All messiahs become crucified by their opponents.
Secret Asian man, secret Asian man, they've given you a number and taken away your name.
Listen to Malcolm X's wife explain the event. Here is where you have to have eyes for lies.
I really can't say exactly what happened. I don't know if I woke my husband up or he woke me up, but I remember him pushing me out of the bedroom door, and I looked to my right, and I saw all of the fire, and I saw smoke, and...
As we stated before with crisis actors, when those that are lying are being interviewed, it may become difficult to speak, as they are trying to remember what they are supposed to do. Or they're reading from a script just off camera.
I heard the glass being broken, on the side windows on the left, and I heard the roaring of the fire.
She's overthinking. If the individual seems to be thinking too hard to fill in the details of the story, it might be because they are deceiving you.
My 3 small daughters saw my husband almost killed across the street, and...
How was he almost killed?
Well, he was in his car, and some men were rushing to the side of his car, on both sides of it. Well, he was in his car, and some men were rushing to the side of his car, on both sides of it.
Notice her lack of expression, listen to her tone, her cadence, and sentence structure.
Had you had any threats, anything like this?
Had any threats? That's all I get is threats. I get not less than 6 or 7 threatening phone calls every day.
Where were you and your children at the time? Where was the bedroom in location to the...
Our bedroom is located side by side, and my 7-month-old baby's room is on the other side of the hall.
Do you think this bombing and the threats and the harassments are related to your husband's departure from the Black Muslim organization?
Well, I don't know, but at the rally Monday night at the Audubon, I'm sure he will bring out something.
Well, he has told me in the past that he felt that some of his harassment was coming from his former associates in the Black Muslims.
He has.
What about the controversy about the ownership?
He has.
Smiling faces.
Untrained actor, her family allegedly almost burnt alive, yet she smiles. Looking at the inside of the house, I find it strange the walls, the floor, the ceiling looks to be destroyed. Yet the papers on the table are not burnt at all. Think of how fast newspapers will burn. The curtain string, furthermore, the only thing that's burnt appears to be 2 couches, a chair, and a few small items, but look at the shape it's in. The pictures are from the same day of the fire, not so much as a picture on the wall. I doubt they were really occupying that home. It looks to have been an abandoned home, which makes sense why the spray-painted X was by the door. The red X symbols are being installed on vacant buildings that have been inspected and deemed unsafe for emergency response personnel to enter. The fire department is systematically inspecting vacant buildings to determine which buildings require a red X. The keyword is vacant. It's probably why she had a hard time remembering where the rooms were.
Where's the bedroom in location to the...
Our bedroom is located side by side, and my 7-month-old baby's room is on the other side of the hall.
Where's the bedroom in location to the...
Our bedroom is located side by side, and my 7-month-old baby's room is on the other side of the hall.
Don't tell the truth.
Now onto the fake assassination.
Assalamu alaikum.
Get your hand out of my pocket! Get out of my pocket, nigga!
Another con job, through which everyone was tricked into thinking day was night and up was down. As long as they could keep us chasing our tails, we would never be any threat to them. Once we know the truth, we can kick all these fake leaders to the curb and become our own leaders. Malcolm X was supposedly 21 times by multiple in 1965 at the Ballroom in New York. We were told Malcolm was at approximately 3:10 p.m. But as I have told you before, if you don't buy the first story, intelligence always has a backup for you. Anything but the truth. Here they are running a reversal. Although Malcolm was an FBI actor and his was faked, they want you to think the FBI Thomas Hagen, also known as Talmadge Hayer, is said to be the lead assassin of the 3 convicted, but he had no bio prior to the event. He is called Talmadge Hayer on Malcolm X wiki page, but when you take the link suddenly he is Thomas Hagen. So, the usual runaround.
To everyone he meets,
His alleged real name was Malcolm Little. It is said he changed his name after his release from prison from Malcolm Little to Malcolm X on August 7, 1952. The problem is if you were convicted of a felony, you're not allowed to change your name. Here it says, if you have a felony, you cannot change your name until at least 10 years after the completion of the terms of your sentence, including parole or probation. So in this case he would have had to change his name in 1962, legally. Maybe the laws were different in 1952, and you didn't have to go through the courts to change your name. Well, here it says, an 1847 statute authorized a court proceeding for the same purpose. Anyone over age 21 can petition a county-level court to issue an order changing his or her name. But being that he's an agent, I doubt that any of what we're told is his real name.
Another chance he takes.
But how were they able to pull off the funeral? We are told Malcolm was buried at Ferncliff Cemetery in Hartsdale, New York, but he had no admitted connections to Hartsdale, Greensburg, or Westchester County. His house was alleged to have been in East Elmhurst, Queens. His wife is also not connected to that area. After his death, she lived in Mount Vernon, New Rochelle, and Nanuet, but not before. So why are Malcolm and his wife buried there? They probably aren't, but the clue as to why they are said to be buried there is that it is another Hollywood spook place. Tons of celebrities are said to be there. As for Malcolm's wife, Betty Sanders Shabazz, they admit she was sheltered from racism as a girl, meaning she must have been from wealth. Betty was supposed to be strapped, with a lot of kids. They were telling us Sidney Poitier's wife started a fund for her. Except that Poitier was also an Oreo cookie agent. No surprise because Malcolm X was allegedly running with Red Fox years ago. They are all Hollywood agents, acting out a lifelong script. Remember, mugshots are never taken in hats. Betty didn't need the money. She was from wealth and could expect to be supported by intelligence her whole life. The Malcolm X case was not logical, rational, or sensible. They were paid to mislead and divide the public. Like everything else, this was an FBI Hollywood production, staged to create fear and confusion. Guess what? Your hero Malcolm X never died. They fooled you again.
There's nothing on earth will make me accept Malcolm's assassination. Nothing. As far as I'm concerned, it may sound a bit weird, but he's alive. Very much. And one day I'll get even. That's the way I go to bed every night.
Secret Asian man. Secret Asian man. Secret Asian man. They've given you a number and taken away your name.
If I were the devil, if I were the devil, if I were the prince of darkness, I'd want to engulf the whole world in darkness, and I'd have a third of its real estate and 4/5 of its population, but I wouldn't be happy until I had seized the ripest apple on the tree, thee. So I'd set about, however necessary, to take over the United States. I'd subvert the churches first. I'd begin with a campaign of whispers. With the wisdom of a serpent, I would whisper to you as I whispered to Eve, do as you please. I would confide that what's bad is good and what's good is square. I would teach to pray after me, Our Father, which art in Washington. And then I'd get organized. I'd educate authors in how to make lurid literature exciting so that anything else would appear dull and uninteresting. I'd threaten TV with dirtier movies and vice versa. I'd peddle narcotics to whom I could. I'd sell alcohol to ladies and gentlemen of distinction. I'd tranquilize the rest with pills. If I were the devil, I'd soon have families at war with themselves, churches at war with themselves, and nations at war with themselves, until each in its turn was consumed. And with promises of higher ratings, I'd have mesmerizing media fanning the flames. If I were the devil, I'd make the symbol of Easter an egg and the symbol of Christmas a bottle. I would convince the young that marriage is old-fashioned, that swinging is more fun, that what you see on TV is the way to be.
You should view this video as a investigation. I will discuss only the issues that have the greatest bearing on the immediate question, leaving you with issues to ask your favorite historian. To unravel more recent events, you have to unravel some of the events of the past. They're all the same. I have learned to trust my instincts. Once you understand the methods, you could look at events such as the Lincoln assassination with a new and educated eye. If you haven't watched the videos on Tupac, mass shootings, MLK, Malcolm X, and other manufactured events, you may not follow my reasoning here. If you have trouble with my conclusions here, I recommend you study closer to the history of controlled and manufactured events, especially the history of intelligence operations. The first red flag that really put me on the right trail was the fact that John Wilkes Booth was an actor. As you probably know, much of the controversy of the Lincoln assassination has centered on Booth from the beginning. Those who have offered alternative theories have almost always started with Booth. We will see that they were not wrong to do so, but we will also see that they never went far enough. Even the most creative and outlandish theories didn't go far enough. The fact that Booth was an actor is the primary clue here. It was admitted but passed over as unimportant. We have seen that all these events featured actors, hence the O.J. Simpson hoax.
The O.J. Simpson murder case was the first true reality show.
A real-life soap opera with a cast of characters who became household names.
With a cast of characters.
A cast of characters played their part.
In manufactured events, you want actors involved because actors are trained to manufacture events. That is the job of an actor. As in any other job, you hire professionals. The second red flag I found is that the assassination took place in a theater. No one ever looks closely at that. It's a red flag because this is all theater. As with Booth being an actor, like the rest of you, I've never focused on it. History and conspiracy tend to be very complex, while is usually surprisingly simple. Without exception, these other investigators allow themselves to be buried under an excess of information. They soon get lost in media stories. Since the stories were created just for that purpose, we should not be surprised to find them sinking in it, but I will show you a way to pass through without even getting your shoes dirty. Another red flag was this kind of statement. It reads, "Very few academic historians have studied Lincoln's assassination in any depth." I think you will agree that is astonishing. It is the indication of a successful cover-up, and a cover-up is of course indication that what we have been told is not true. Why would historians avoid studying or writing about the Isn't that what historians are supposed to do? Apparently not. It is amazing the amount of current propaganda in support of this very old event. There is a lot of new misdirection on the assassination on the internet, and not just on history or encyclopedia sites. If you type in just about any question regarding the event, you get pages and pages of new lies, as if this event just happened. This leads an investigator to ask several questions. Why are living people spending so much time and effort retelling the old story? Why is it so important to keep the propaganda fresh and up to date on the Lincoln assassination? As I have said, the more someone tries to convince you of door number 1, the more seriously you should look at door number 2. When that person is telling you things that don't make sense, double down. If that person has any connection to the government, immediately invest heavily in door number 2. Another red flag was the description of the assassination by Walt Whitman. Not many people know that Whitman gave a series of lectures in 1879 through 81 called the Very strange, as I think you will admit. But why would the be muffled? This was a theater. It should have echoed. Theaters are not built to muffle sound, are they? Everyone in the audience would have heard a gunshot from the president's box. Booth should have had 10 men upon him in an instant. We are told in other variations of the story that Booth fired during loud laughter from the audience after a joke on stage. But in 1879, Whitman doesn't have it that way, despite being a writer, living through the event, making notes, and revising them often. As with current manufactured events, they can't get their story straight. That part of the story should have been very easy to confirm, since they are supposed to have had a theater full of witnesses. If it was the standard story in 1879, why didn't the paid propaganda writer Whitman have it in his revised notes? Why would Booth jump down to the stage? Surely, to avoid capture. It would have been far easier and wiser to retreat behind the curtain of the box and flee down the back corridor. On stage, with a twisted ankle or broken leg, Booth should have been a sitting duck, both for men from the audience and for men on stage or backstage. But, unworried by that fact, Booth pauses to address the audience and hold up a knife. He just the president with a not a knife. Where did the knife come from? Are we expected to believe he just jumped 15 feet down with a large knife in his hand or pocket? You would say the knife was in a sheath. No, the story is Booth fought with Major Henry Rathbone, who was also in the box with the Lincolns, wounding him with the knife. Two problems there. 1. Try jumping down 15 feet with a large knife in your hand. Struggling with Rathbone should have taken some time. With the woman screaming, and the fight with Rathbone, everyone in the theater should have been alerted to the president's box. There would have been at least a dozen men at the base to get into the presidential box with at least 3 weapons. All you need to do is pass a note to an usher. $100,000 in compensation, and an order was issued forever prohibiting its use as a place of public amusement. Between 1866 and 1887, the theater was taken over by the U.S. military and served as a facility for the War Department. That should look familiar, given what we know of more recent manufactured events. Remember how they closed, tore down, or confiscated all the crime scenes after 9/11? Remember how they tore down Sandy Hook Elementary after the alleged. Remember how they stripped and rebuilt the BMW Tupac was allegedly in. This is how it is done, and it is and always has been a sign of a staged event. The best way to deter any private or real investigation is to close or destroy the crime scene. In the Lincoln story, they did both. First, they closed it, then bought it, then renovated it many times. This all but prevented any later analysis. Which brings us to the next question no one ever asks. Why wasn't Booth fighting in the war? You will say the war was mostly over by 1865, but I mean from 1860 to 1864. Why wasn't Booth fighting for the South if he was so pro-Confederate? An even better question is this. If he was in his 20s and living in the North and able-bodied, why wasn't he drafted for the North? Do you think actors were given exemptions? Actors get draft exemptions because actors also have hidden agendas.
My hero was a spy, Asia Booth Clark, John Wilkes' sister.
He had been a spy.
We are told Booth was let into the box because he was a famous actor. But even so, according to the mainstream story, he was a famous actor known to be a raving enemy of the Union. If Lincoln's Secret Service had a no-fly list, Booth would be at the top of it. So the standard story makes no sense. It contradicts itself in 100 places. Once on stage, Booth is now holding off every man in the theater with a knife. Not one man in the theater has a sword during the Civil War. Not one man knows how to confront a single man with a knife. Remember, Booth was known as an actor, not as a decorated soldier. In other words, he was not a fighter. If you ask any soldier, are you afraid to take on an actor? I promise you he will say, no. So Mrs. Lincoln waits until after Booth has jumped down on stage and delivered his little speech to cry he is president. She doesn't want to interrupt him, I guess. How convenient. The strong man rushed the stage, but only after Booth has gone limping off. How convenient. In a real situation, Mrs. Lincoln would have screamed as soon as the first was fired and would have yelled he has been immediately. Booth could not have escaped from a crowded theater, guard or no guard, but he especially could not have escaped by jumping down onto the stage, breaking his leg, giving a speech. He would have immediately been mobbed, knife or no knife. But this was 1865 during a civil war. 50 men in the audience would have him or run him through with a sword before he could get a word out of his mouth. The president's guard, suddenly drawn to the scene after Booth has fired, the had time to jump down, wave his knife, say his speech, tie his shoes, adjust his belt, comb his hair, and check his watch before they came bursting and 200 strong. This whole story is ludicrously bad, but due to school, we decided to accept it. But we should ask, why were 200 guards waiting outside, ready to burst in altogether? That, by itself, would signal some kind of foreknowledge. Are we expected to believe that 200 guards or police are just playing tic-tac-toe outside the theater, and no one is anywhere near the presidential boxer stage inside the theater? If you have any friends in the Secret Service, you should ask them what they think of this story. Ask them if they think Lincoln's chief guard would post 200 men outside the theater and 0 inside the theater. Obviously, the 200 guards were there to burst in and create pandemonium. They didn't want anyone looking closely at the president who wasn't the president. They didn't want audience members or the public outside talking to each other and comparing notes. They didn't want anyone asking questions or answering questions. They wanted to amp everyone up with maximum violence, giving them such a case of PTSD that they would believe the news reports telling them they saw things they didn't see. We are given a lame story for the lack of guards inside as well.
Presidential security back then was nothing like it is today. Lincoln generally traveled with 1 or 2 guards, and conveniently on this night, the man who was supposed to be guarding the door to the box wasn't even there. He left the theater to get a drink with some friends.
We were told the presidential box was supposed to be guarded by a regular DC policeman named John Frederick Parker, and that he wandered off. One regular policeman to guard the president during the Civil War. And who was this one policeman hired to guard the president? During his time as an officer, he was said to have been charged with dereliction of duty and being drunk on duty, sleeping on streetcars while at work, and visiting a brothel. Parker was typically reprimanded for these acts but never fired. After the Parker was charged with neglect of duty and tried on May 3, 1865, but no transcripts of the case were kept. The complaint was dismissed on June 2, 1865. In spite of leaving his post the night Lincoln was shot, Parker was still assigned to work security at the White House. That is the story they decided to go with. What they do is lead with a tidal wave of lies. Also, you should know this, prior to the war, Pinkerton developed several investigative techniques still used today. Among them are shadowing, surveillance of a suspect, and assuming a role, undercover work. When the Civil War began, Pinkerton served as head of the Union Intelligence Service during the first 2 years, foiling an assassination plot in Baltimore, Maryland, while guarding Abraham Lincoln on his way to Washington, D.C. His agents often worked undercover as Confederate soldiers and sympathizers to gather military intelligence. Pinkerton served on several undercover missions as a Union soldier using the alias Major E. The Intelligence Service was the predecessor of the U.S. Secret Service. So Lincoln was not guarded by one drunken policeman. He was guarded at all times by the Intelligence Service, just like the president is today. Given that, the mainstream story completely falls apart. Why would the Intelligence Service allow Booth into the box? Even more to the point, why would they lie about it later, trying to convince you Lincoln was not guarded? What we have seen already is a series of wildly laughable red flags, all of them pointing directly at a stand down. Just as the military stood down on 9/11, failing to launch any jets or follow any normal protocol, Lincoln's guard stood down on April 14, 1865. We have seen a staged event in the theater. Since none of it could have happened this way, we must assume it didn't. As with all these other manufactured events, what happened here happened only in a completely controlled environment. The prepared story was planted later, and a fair number of people were hired to tell stories to corroborate the event. Notice this witness reading his lines. The witnesses were fake, and the was fake. You will say, even if the story and witnesses were planted, the could have been real. You have shown us no evidence that the was fake. But that's not true. The fake story is itself a strong indication that the was fake. We will see a lot more evidence for the later. Before we get there, you should already be seriously questioning the murder. Look at it this way. The murder is the event. The murder is the central fact and the only important fact. All the rest is just there to support that. We could change all the other facts and it wouldn't really matter. What I mean is, those who ran the event don't really care whether you believe Booth did it or whether Booth was later. They don't mind if you speculate on any of those things or all of them. In fact, they are quite happy for you to speculate on all those things, because if you are speculating about those issues, you aren't looking closely at the itself. But they do care that you believe Lincoln was Lincoln was said to have been shot at point-blank range in the back of the head. We have no photos of Lincoln's body, except this one, which didn't come out until 1952. And it can easily be a You will say, but if that is true, why can't they admit it now? Why is the government perpetuating the lie? Wouldn't people be relieved by the truth? Isn't a fake better than a real at this distance in time? You would think so, but you can see that it would be very hard for the government to admit to a lie of this magnitude. They would have to admit that all the history books were faked for 150 years. And this would incriminate all those who faked the history, including Walt Whitman and many thousands of other famous people. It would also put into question all the other events of history. The lie is so big, so old, and so far-ranging that those in power feel they have no choice but to continue it. It is thought that the entire myth of the United States relies on it. After all, you think Lincoln freed the slaves. That is Lewis Powell, and the photo is tagged Powell in wrist irons photographed by Alexander Gardner, 1865. Powell is said to be the one who was assigned the killing of Secretary of State Sewell, simultaneously with Booth's killing of Lincoln. I'd say that photo looks staged as well. Everything looks too pretty. Here are some other pictures of Powell. I bet some will say, Powell just happened to be even more handsome than the universally acclaimed charmer John Booth. What are the odds of that? Actually, in these manufactured events, it is needed for the course. They are hiring actors, and of course actors are known for their looks. You can also see that they told him, Lewis, look mean for this one. The last pictures were way too sexy. Here are two pictures of Booth. Please note the hand position in that photo, which tells us not only who Booth really was, but what to think of this event. So who was Powell? Well, for starters, he was an admitted spy. Mainstream sources tell us he was in the Confederate Secret Service, but his story indicates to me another double agent, just like Booth. He was clearly working for the Union in this faked assassination, working mainly as another actor, which would make him Union Secret Service, not Confederate. We have plenty of evidence for this, since he traveled across battle lines many times, including an escape from a POW camp in Baltimore to rejoin the Virginia Cavalry. But I would suggest to you that Powell didn't escape from that POW camp in Baltimore. He was recruited for intelligence there. He was allowed to escape by higher-ups. The story that he later became Confederate intelligence is just a cover story. But what about the burial of Lincoln? The first strange thing we read is that when Lincoln's body was returned to Illinois, Mrs. Lincoln didn't travel with it because she was still too distraught. Instead, she returned to Illinois about a month later. This means that Lincoln's own wife missed his funeral and burial. A funeral still called the greatest funeral in the history of the US. And remember, while she was packing at the White House, her guard was John Frederick Parker, the drunken policeman who left the theater to go next door. Do you honestly find any of that believable? Recent widows are always distraught, but they always manage to attend the funeral and burial, unless they have been seriously injured themselves. The only reason I can imagine why she wouldn't attend is if her husband was never there. She knew this funeral and burial were fake, so why bother attending? She had better things to do. We are told that hundreds of thousands of mourners viewed the funeral as it processed across the country in late April, but all they viewed was the coffin. They didn't view the corpse directly, since they weren't allowed to get close enough to see it. So, as with these other manufactured events, you have thousands of witnesses to nothing. They think they see but they do not see. Also in old Mason fashion, they always The problem comes up if we look more closely at Lincoln's medical attendants right after the shooting. Did they take Lincoln to a hospital? No. Curiously, they just moved him across the street to a private home.
We should get him to the White House. He'll die if we move him that far. Somebody find a house, the nearest bed.
He was attended by a young army surgeon who happened to be in the audience at Ford's Theater. None of that makes any sense. They misdirect you, but I ask, why wasn't he taken to a hospital? Washington, D.C. was simply filled with hospitals. There had been major battles in central and eastern Virginia for many months, and of course, the most eastern of those areas are only a few miles from D.C. So all the hospitals in D.C. were still fully functional at that time. There were 56 hospitals in D.C. during the Civil War, as you can see here. We are told the doctors on hand didn't want to subject the president to a bumpy carriage ride. But that is more misdirection, since these facilities were so close the president could have been carried by hand on a stretcher by 2 men. No carriage ride was required. We are told the president was taken across the street to Peterson's guest house, but since there were no operating facilities there, that is completely illogical. In the real world, Lincoln would have been hand-carried on a stretcher to the nearest and best medical facility, and the top surgeons in D.C. would have been rushed over to attend. Since that didn't happen, we know again that the story is fiction. There is misdirection on this point to this day. If you type in the question, the entire audience could have been planted. Just tell anyone who wants a ticket that night that the show is sold out. Then partially fill the theater with military and government personnel, especially intelligence people, and run whatever event you like. To fool people on the street, you may wish to actually have guards running in and clearing the place. You may wish to have a body carried across the street to Peterson's, and so on. But all the rest can be achieved with a pen. You just write it down, send it to the newspapers, and the job is done. There was no murder. If you aren't convinced, or at least you're starting to look at this story with a critical mind, if not, I doubt you ever will be. Some will ask, what happened to Booth? Did he escape from the barn? Well, no. No one was ever Jewish banker. As I said earlier, note the hand in the vest. The hidden hand being the sign of the Jews or Phoenicians. And here is a strange old illustration. That is a period illustration, as you can tell from the style. We may assume it is meant to depict that the devil made him do it. However, do you notice anything strange? How about the exaggerated Jewish nose on the devil? We either have some anti-Semitism going on there, or the artist is trying to tell us something. And what is the devil wearing? Are those Jewish robes of some sort? We see the full feather, which is a Phoenician feather. Looks a bit like a peacock feather, you will say, but look up Phoenician feather. You will find a direct match. And Booth is once again hiding a hand, this time behind him. I also send you to Spielberg's film Lincoln, where, just before it is announced that Lincoln has been shot, a strange little phoenix rises from the stage for no apparent reason. We spoke on a phoenix in our Tupac chapters, head there for more. I think you will admit that this theory is actually much less extreme than most other alternative theories of Lincoln's death. Because the mainstream story was seen to be full of holes from the beginning, the alleged assassination has generated mountains.
Better watch out, someone's about haunting the town with new kinds of rhythm. You may meet the boogie woogie boogie man.
Okay, so yeah, this is the last video of the stream. I'm probably gonna pop on later. If you enjoyed the stream, please just follow or subscribe to my channel wherever you're at. Just either follow or subscribe so you can tune into more live streams like this. Every video that I played, I'm gonna put the link in the description on YouTube or on BitChute so you guys can go review it. Thanks for watching. Leave a like so the videos can go into the algorithm. Thanks everyone.